Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Have you ever heard the phrase black fatigue? It's more than just a tired feeling. It's a silencing tactic used against black voices. It's also a bunch of bigots saying a bunch of dumb things because they get points and money and visibility by dumping on black people. Find out how harmful this is and how pathetic it is that they're using this tactic right here in this video. Stay tuned. So what I did, folks, is I went on X and I put in the term black fatigue. So I searched for black fatigue, and when I did that, some stuff came up. First of all, a number of accounts that people have named black fatigue. Yeah, waking up whites. Black fatigue. Okay, so it's very interesting. And what I saw was a number of videos of black people doing heinous things. Here goes a black man assaulting a white young man. Here goes a black woman helping herself to some chicken McNuggets, or chicken tenders, it looks like. Yeah, those would be the tenders. Look like they're fried hard too. A fight at a movie theater, it appears. No one's watching the movie. Everybody wants to, I want my tickets back, my money back. And then we have this, of course, a tether.
At this moment, I'm glad it's not racist to call black people out for their behavior and what they're doing to society at this moment. I'm glad people are noticing this because it's been so many years and it's finally catching up to y'all.
Whenever I hear a black person use the term y'all, I say, okay. See what you did, Candace Owens? You created a lane for lame black tethers, black-looking people from the islands, with low-cut blouses, low-cut shirts with their boobies out, to appear or attempt to dump on black people. That's all you need to do to get a name. The world is rightfully tired of y'all. Yes, this is a signal to all the bigots. I may look black, but I ain't black. Then when you say you're a tether, you just someone poses as black, and when there's some goodies or some type of support or any type of thing that you can benefit from, then you'll pretend to be black in order to receive said benefit. Whenever I hear a person of melanated content referring to black people in the third person, those black people, y'all black people, those black people, I see it, I pick up on it immediately. And when I hear people do the opposite, I pick up on that too.
I've been trying to tell y'all that white people are tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all.
You've been trying to tell us that white people are tired of y'all. Thank you. Thank you, white lady with a tan. I appreciate you. Now go sit your ass down over there somewhere.
Y'all too, but everybody, the world is getting sick of y'all and y'all's...
The world is sick of us. She doesn't even know that black Americans aren't all over the world. Only place black Americans are at is in America. Hence the term black America. Now I know we got some expatriates, okay? Come on, guys. Let's keep it real. I mean, I'm talking the majority, the bulk of black Americans live within America. This woman is a goofy. We got struggle pictures on her wall. She got a struggle hairdo. Come on, man. Come on, Justin. I understand entrepreneurial, pursuit. You want to make money. You ambitious. You want to, you want to get your own. You want to get out your parents. I understand you want to get off the bus. I understand these things, but you ain't got to use us to do it, sister. Get an OnlyFans.
Bullshit. I'm so glad this day is here.
I hope it works out for them, man. Hope this helps your algorithm. Hope you, do well. They say things like this: black women kill more people than white men. Then, just random fightings of black people getting in fights, fighting white people. It's, white kid, black kid fighting. It's me, of course, talking about the issue. And it's just random. This is just all black fatigue. When you look up the term, you see a lot of this. This is great because this particular image is from a movie about a white supremacist, a neo-Nazi skinhead. And this is on X. Now, in the movie, the skinhead loses his life. But that doesn't negate the fact they chose to use this particular frame. So these are the people. So this is what I think about when I hear the term black fatigue and I hear certain black Americans supporting the term. Like this.
It's getting spooky. I just came across something called black fatigue.
And a lot of them are very phony, like this lady's phony. She came across it. Yeah, you didn't just come across it because you're making a video about it. Man, if you just came across it, you wouldn't know what you were talking about, right? So you came across it and said, I'm gonna make a content about this. I bet I could do some numbers. And then that's when you did it.
And basically, it's white Americans are sick of our shit.
At least she said our. I will give her that. She said our. But after that, it's downhill. Imagine being with them people like that and doing all that shucking and jiving and tap dancing for them people on these issues and still not really benefiting from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't really not curl never really curled all the way over. You know what I'm saying? So this is what happens, man. They sell their souls. They do this. They pile on black people. They make all this noise. And this is countless videos. And of course,
use context clues and understand what it is. So, funny story, I'm scrolling on TikTok, minding my own business, just getting lost in the videos, and a white woman pops up in my algorithm, and it's titled Black Fatigue, and I'm...
Yeah, notice this white woman popped up on her algorithm called Black Fatigue. It's like when people lie, they can't even lie straight. Listen to this. So we have this woman, what I believe, telling a phony story. This guy playing it for his audience as if he didn't see the video before he started playing it. And listen further, it gets more diabolical, fam.
Like, this should be interesting. Now, this is a creator that I've really respect their videos.
Let me get this right. I thought you said this white lady did, as if you didn't know her. Now you're saying it's somebody whose videos you respect. So sounds like somebody you watched their videos before, probably hit like a couple times. They're in your algorithm. You didn't happen upon this. This is somebody that you follow. And I got a feeling they're not new to dumping on black people. Yeah, I got a feeling this is not their first entree into taking a dump on the blacks. And you still follow her. Therefore, because you get signals like if you stop watching enough of someone's content, they drop out your algorithm.
Basically, in her video, she's calling out the black community for different ignorant things that we do. And is that...
Different ignorant things that we do. And so, I guess we got far enough. Is that far enough? I just don't want to leave anything out there that I should comment on. Is there anything else? Yeah. So anyway, this is what I was seeing. Oh, here goes the great ending. And of course, the ending, it'll be the focusing on black fatigue, the focus on their number one victim of black hate, Caitlin Clark. Yeah, poor Caitlin Clark having to suffer playing with black women. Yeah, man, she's suffering having to go up against black women. Oh, no. The black fatigue argument, man, when I see people that are on this train, all I can think is sell out, because they want to make an argument that they are, some of them, trying to make an argument that they're trying to help black people by calling black people horrible names and saying that black people are uniquely something wrong with black people. First, there's a couple things wrong about this. One is, number one, you're in an algorithm of hateful content about black people because the algorithm knows you like content that hates on black people. That's why you see so much of it. The algorithm knows you better than you know you. It knows how long you watch something. They know when you swipe for, against, away, or a 2, when you hit like. It knows all that. So when you get content that dumps on black people, that's because you watch content that dumps on black people. Don't act like it's out of the blue. That's not how the algorithms work. Number 2, you are a coon. I don't like using that word, but I don't want to have to come up with a new word for you when this one works perfectly. Listen, if you focused on the activity that you don't like, fine. Why come it can't be ignorance fatigue, crime fatigue, wilding out fatigue, fighting fatigue, violence fatigue, thieving fatigue, sucker punching people in the head fatigue? Like, if you focus on the activities, being an asshole drunk in public fatigue, proud and long fatigue, get where I'm going? If you focused on the activity that you did not like and made that the culprit, not the people, fine. I'd be okay with that. I think most of us would be okay with you saying, I don't like people that steal, particularly when it makes my prices of my goods go up. So why should I have to pay more for goods because you want to steal the goods? So you could say steal fatigue. Here's the thing. Some people are not smart enough to understand that what I'm saying makes sense, and that's actually the unbiased way to go. The reason why that has not gained traction is because when you put black on something, it sells, because America's so anti-black. You put black on it, all the bigots come out. It's like bees to an open Coca-Cola on a sunny, picnicky day in July. Yeah, that's what blackness is. All the bees come out. Bigots. You understand what I'm saying? My argument is sound. If you sellouts really weren't sellouts, you'd be like, let's focus on the action. Let's focus on the thing we don't like. Let's give that a name, not people. Because if you had any self-respect, you could go look up white people fighting. If you look up white people fighting, you'll see all types of white people fighting. But you don't even do a hashtag look for white people fighting. You don't look for Asian people getting their ass kicked by other Asians, or poor white trash, or rednecks kicking rednecks. You don't even do that because you are happily to consume content that degrades black people. Or like you say, y'all black people, them black people. And that's the difference between you and people that we respect. So folks, this black fatigue thing is nothing, just the latest way for bigots to make money using black people as the punching bag. And it ain't nothing new about it. This has been a long running thing in the United States. It's the first money making, the first branding, the first movie in America that went platinum was a movie shitting on black people. What's the name of that movie again, guys? What's the name of that movie? First movie that went into the theaters and set off everything. Some say it erupted the Klan all across the globe. Well, not the globe, the country. Was a movie about black people, shitting on black people, demonizing black men and women, particularly black men. Something about a nation. Birth of a Nation is what it is. There we go, I found it. So all you self-haters, you abominations, you're doing the work of bigots and racists and Nazis and skinheads. Good job. Okay. Next. Perfect.
Next on deck.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Hey, what's up, CK? How you doing? I had to show that video. I actually dropped a short video on the Stanley Cross channel, excuse me, a couple days ago, talking about black fatigue and Shiloh Hendricks specifically. And Tim Black says it way better than I could. I guess he's a trained broadcaster. I just play one on YouTube. My take on it is black fatigue is a grift, just like any other, race baiting or race hustling grift. It's just not, quote, pro-black. And I do find it extremely disturbing that a lot of, the people I call anti-black blacks have just glommed onto this. Like, finally, white people are noticing that blacks have problems. Birth of the Nation is a great example. The first major hit movie in U.S. history was basically black fatigue. So this ain't new, folks. History rhymes. It may not repeat, but it definitely rhymes. So I've got one other video, not quite on the same topic, but kind of in the same vein. I was actually going to show my video from a couple days ago, but I'm not going to bother. We need to sally forth. So this one is a video on another recurring theme on this show. Exactly what is American culture, and I think it's probably important to look at before we move on into news stories.
Captain America is a fictional Marvel character, and this is the every other nation had a culture. So someone said, well, was he going to show up in a Confederate, army uniform? Like what? So, but 866-801-8255. And these are the kind of conversations we should be having, right?
Yeah.
What is American culture?
Right.
So what would an American look like?
We're ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear. We are fearless. This is not the time to be afraid. This is the time to stand up and fight back and to resist any temptation for them to divide us. We're in this together. The rule of law is on our side. We will not give in, not give up. We will not capitulate. We will not bow. We will not bend. We will survive.
There's a trick as a writer. Like if you can't figure out the word, you use another word that you do know. But that's why you need to know a lot of words, so that you can just, all right, let me replace the word with the word that I do know how to spell, just in case. But I think that they're now correcting you in real time. I don't like this new autocorrect stuff that's happening, and they're trying to correct your grammar. And I'm like, I said what you don't come in and try to give me a better way to say what I'm saying.
I agree. I also want there to be, I use Grammarly sometimes, and I just needed to have an African-American setting. Like it's got all other kinds of settings where you could be like, oh, it's French. African-American is own language. It's not the same as just regular English American. So there's times I said it the way I meant to say it. It looks a little funky if you translating it to Caucasian, but my Negroes will know it when they see it.
Not translated to Caucasian. You know what's so wild about that though? And even saying that though, is that we have so infiltrated this culture. So we are the culture. Somebody, they posted a
I don't know that infiltrated is the right word.
Beauty pageant. And each country, the men show up in their country garb, so the Japanese is wearing the kimono. And
I want to stop this right here. And while I love me some Karen Hunter, and the guy, I can't recall his name. It's Roderick. Damn it, I can't remember his last name. He's got a podcast called The Black Guy Who Tips, which is actually I recommend it. It's funny as hell. I used to listen to it every day, but I don't get around to listening to it as much these days. But this term infiltrated American culture, I really find, and maybe it's an unintentional, or maybe she used the wrong word, but blacks have been in America before America was born. As a matter of fact, 1526 or something, blacks were in North America, Florida specifically, and also in Mexico, Mexico City, that area, before Roanoke. So blacks are a part of the culture. There was really no infiltration involved. We didn't sneak in. we were brought here. So I object to the use of the word infiltrate.
And the Nigerians got on his African, garb. The Haitians got his, and then they get to America. This Joker is standing there in a Captain American outfit with the shield. White guy, standard issue, blonde hair, with the Captain American. And I said, how embarrassing that, first of all, the shield is from a fictional place in Africa. Yes. Captain America is a fictional Marvel character, and this is every other nation had a culture. So someone said, well, was he going to show up in a Confederate, army uniform? Like what? But 866-801-8255. And these are the kind of conversations we should be having, right? Yeah. What is American culture? Right. So what would an American look like? Everybody on that stage, there was a guy from Turkey. He had on the little, the shoes that go up at the, he had on his Turkish garb. Every other nation, and this is why this race thing, this is how race is a made-up construct, because French had the beret, everybody had their thing. The British guy showed up in his little bolo hat with his tea cup, and everybody had their thing. This dude showed up in a Captain America outfit. I said, so what do you do with Anthony Mackie? Like, where are we going? What is American culture?
Maybe they should have sent a black dude. Because then whatever they would have had on, that's essentially American culture, since we pretty much came up with all of it.
That's why I'm going. But then there's somebody that will fight you. They will fight you and say, the Carters started country music.
They started stealing it and took the credit. What I would do if I was white, I would probably just dress as like a cowboy or something stereotypical that people will associate with them, whether the origins are 100% in line or not. But Captain America, the fictional.
Well, I hate to tell Rod this, but there were black cowboys way back, in the cowboy days. So Bass Reeves, Buffalo Soldiers, black cowboys were kind of a thing, actually. Or they weren't that rare.
Character, I feel like he was in line when everybody else was getting dressed, and he started looking around and realized, y'all is actual representing y'all country. I dressed up as to go to Comic-Con.
Period. Yes. But this America's cosplaying, and we're saying this not I'm not saying that I'm an American, but it's time for us to grow the hell up. Let's stop cosplaying. Let's be real serious people. Let's be adults. And let's tell the truth. Let's include all the people and all the contributions. Let's stop having these quote unquote culture wars when you don't have a culture that is not rooted in all of the people that came here. From that gravy that we call spaghetti sauce to the rice that came in the braided hair of Africans on ships that were cultivated here. You brought them here to cultivate the rice. Every rice dish that came here, whether it's a arroz con pollo to the jollof. All right. Like, let's talk about America through that. You ain't got no pizza without those folk over there. know, all of the things that you're, the mozzarella and all the things. It's somebody else's thing, but that's what makes America. And if we don't embrace that, if this country now is all about the rejection of all of the things, you got Taco Tuesday. Now we got a taco president. You know how you using taco,
right?
What are we
taco
doing?
president that's selling, NFTs of himself as Captain America, like memes of him in superhero costumes and stuff like that. Yeah, it is interesting how much of a facade it is. It also, when you start thinking of like what can white people dress as to represent America, the list is not a nice list. Like I see how he got caught up. Like he was like, okay, should I be a genteel Southern plantation owner? No, that probably won't go over too well. Oh, Confederate soldier, that's probably, we don't want to remind people of the Confederate or the Union. Honestly, we want to pretend that day didn't happen. If you can't go as anything they banned a history book about, so you're gonna go as Bull Connor. Like, yeah, the list just gets smaller and smaller, and eventually you go Captain America. Everybody loves Marvel.
Oh my God. America, we got some work to do. Do you want to do it? Are you really gonna do it? 866-801-8255 is the number. Roderick Morrow is here.
We're ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear.
Yeah, I think we pretty much got the gist of that. There are bad analyses all over the place, but I think the essential question of what is America, I want to go back to a point I made a few weeks ago. America's not a melting pot. It's more a mosaic. And it's one of these mosaics. If you've ever seen like a mosaic tile art piece, they're pictures within a bigger picture within a bigger picture. These cultures kind of fit together. And then if you back out another few feet, it's a whole nother picture. So, there are layers to American culture, and, the Be Braves of the world are very reductionist in their cultural analyses, and on top of their just, overt racist theories. So, but, kind of like a friendly ghost. A friendly racist isn't necessarily going to hurt you. The biggest problem in the proverbial Black community are the anti-Black blacks, the op nations, the CTs. They are a problem. And they, in a lot of ways, describe their own behavior when they do that, the blacks stuff. When they third person what they think is Black culture, they're actually part of the culture, and they're contributing to whatever toxicity they want to describe. So anyway, we'll move on from that maudlin stuff. So first news story, this is the ongoing saga. Bodies of 2 Israeli American hostages recovered from Gaza in a joint military operation. I don't think the U.S. participated. It's another intelligence service or something. And then I'll go ahead and read a little bit of this. The bodies of 2 Israeli American hostages abducted by Hamas on October 7 were recovered from southern Gaza during a military operation, according to a statement from Israeli military and the Shin Bet security agency. I don't know what or who Shin Bet is. Judy Weinstein Haggai, age 70, and Gadi Haggai, age 72, were killed near their home in kibbutz near Oz during the Hamas attack on southern Israel in 2023. Together with all the citizens of Israel, my wife and I extend our deepest condolences to the dear families. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a statement, Prime Minister thanked the soldiers and commanders involved in the operation and vowed to return all remaining hostages held in Gaza. So, I'm not going to read the whole thing, And again, just a reminder, if anybody needs me to drop these links, to read on your own, I'm happy to do that. A lot of the links that I have or used during the show are actually in the show notes. So you can always ask, and I will be happy to satisfy those requests. So, I just wanted to, just kind of highlight that, this tragedy is continuing. So we'll move on from there. In a related subject, back to this attack that happened in Boulder on a March 4, in support of the Israeli and American hostages in Gaza. The family of the guy that did that incendiary attack with the makeshift flamethrower, Trump basically wanted to deport the whole family. And of course, his kind of knee-jerk reaction winds up in court and winds up being at least temporarily blocked. And in my opinion, for good reason, to be honest. Kind of wait for the dust to settle and the investigations to be done. So let's see. Let's listen to this story instead of me reading it.
A federal judge in Colorado on Wednesday temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting the wife and 5 children of the suspect in a firebomb attack on a demonstration to support the Israeli hostages in Gaza. U.S. District Court Judge Gordon Gallagher said in an order that deporting the family without adequate process could cause irreparable harm. Lawyers representing the family of the Egyptian national charged in Sunday's attack, Mohammed Sabri Solomon, 45, sued the U.S. government on Wednesday, seeking to win the family members' release from custody and block their deportation. According to court documents, start the day smarter. Get all the news you need in your inbox each morning. The number of identified victims in the fiery attack has risen to 15, Boulder police said Wednesday. The victims in what authorities are calling a targeted terror attack are 25 to 88 years old, 8 female and 7 male, police said in a social media post. They were injured when a man on Sunday tossed Molotov cocktails at about 20 people marching to remember the captives still held by Hamas after the October 7, 2023 border assault. Solomon will appear before a Colorado judge Thursday to hear the raft of charges he could face. Those charges include 16 counts of attempted murder, 18 counts of possession of incendiary devices and related offenses, Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty said. The attempted murder counts alone are punishable by up to 384 years in prison, he said. He also faces a maximum sentence of life in prison if found guilty on a federal hate crime charge. Solomon told investigators he wanted to kill all Zionist people and planned the attack for a year, according to court documents. He said he waited until after his daughter's high school graduation, which took place May 29th. His timing may provide little solace for the family minus his wife and children were taken into custody by Immigration and Customs Enforcement on Tuesday and could be ushered out of the country within days. Suspect's family detained. Wife, 5 children deportation. Jewish community on edge. Amid ongoing attacks, Jewish people are afraid. Is anyone listening? Opinion. Suspect stayed in U.S. after tourist visa expired. Solomon, a native of Egypt who lives in Colorado Springs, came to the U.S. on a tourist visa in 2022 and requested asylum, Homeland Security officials said. A work authorization granted in 2023 also expired. Now the visas of his wife and 5 children have been revoked, multiple media outlets, including the New York Times, reported. Today, DHS and ICE are taking the family of suspected Boulder, Colorado, terrorist and illegal alien, Mohammed Solomon, into ICE custody Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said Tuesday.
Yeah, this AI reader is horrible. I have a better story to show. Basically, this boils down. The judge basically said that you can't do this medieval thing of making the family responsible for the crime of a husband, the kids and the wife. The investigation is whether they knew he was going to do it, but this innocent before guilty stuff used to be taken seriously. So immediately deporting the family is something that needs to be considered, not a knee-jerk reaction, the way Trump seems to want to run the country. What he tries to do is get the deed done and then ask for forgiveness later. And that'll work, but not as a president. You can't run a country that way. And I keep warning, this is a slippery slope. He's starting, with people who, are on visas and are potentially deportable. But eventually this is going to trickle down to Americans who committed crimes. There will come a day, if this is allowed to proceed, that someone's going to go, well, you know what? This person doesn't deserve to be an American. That's coming if Trump isn't checked. And I welcome rebuttal on that. I think Trump is not a good thing for American culture, the American psyche. Giving in to our baser instincts is not what we want in a president. So let us move on. And again, kind of related to the ICE detention story. Private prisons are getting into the feeding frenzy that these deportations and detentions are causing. Let's hear about it.
The number of immigrants in detention has gone up in recent months as the Trump administration carries out an ambitious immigration enforcement plan. Detention facilities are over capacity, so the government is intensifying its hunt for more space. NPR's Maggie Anderson is here to tell us more. Good morning, Meg.
Good morning.
So what do we know about how many people are in detention right now?
So as of May, the federal government is holding almost 50,000 people in immigration detention. That is about a 20% increase since January. And that's already thousands more detention beds than what Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, currently has funding for. But the administration has said its work is far from over. Trump border czar Tom Homan has said he wants 100,000 people in detention. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem recently doubled the arrest quotas immigration officers must meet from 1,800 to 3,000 arrests per day.
Okay, so before we get to where this space is going to come from, where they hold these people, what role are local police playing in all of this?
Yeah, so local police have space too, actually, usually county sheriffs. They are playing a bigger role in this. They can enter into agreements with the federal government called 287G agreements to allow ICE to use their jail space and sometimes do some immigration enforcement on ICE's behalf in the community. And just to give you a sense of how this program has grown, more than 600 law enforcement agencies have signed on in 40 states with dozens more pending. That's nearly 5 times as many as there were of this program at the end of 2024. Florida has gone all in on this, requiring every sheriff's office in the state to participate. Austin Coker, a professor at Syracuse University who studies the program, called the growth of it astonishing. He also said that there could be some unintended consequences for local communities.
It dramatically distorts where we put our law enforcement resources. It confuses actual crimes that need policing and people who are, for the most part, just living here, working here, and have a family.
Coker says that law enforcement using more manpower on immigration enforcement means less manpower for solving crimes and keeping communities safe.
Okay, so they're using some jail space in these local communities. If detention centers are over capacity, and the administration, as you say, wants to see more immigration arrests, where else are officials looking to find space?
Yeah, the private prison sector is a big one. So almost 90% of people in ICE custody right now are held in facilities run by for-profit prison companies. And two of the biggest, Geo Group and CoreCivic, are adding more space. They've added more than 6,000 beds in at least 7 different states. That includes reopening old prisons. And immigrant advocates have raised concerns about this, saying these companies are too focused on profit. Geo Group and CoreCivic say those criticisms are baseless.
Okay, with all these efforts to expand, what happens next?
So the administration needs money, and that's where Congress would come in. The House Reconciliation Bill is now in the Senate. That bill allocates $45 billion for ICE detention. That's more than 10 times current funding levels. But it's important to note that detention itself for this administration is not really the end game. Deportation is, and legal experts told me the administration is going to keep looking for ways to quickly remove people and bypass detention altogether.
That's NPR's Maggie Anderson. Thank you, Meg.
Thanks so much.
Live from NPR
I don't know.
News in Washington.
I'm kind of on the fence about this. Due process. The country was built on due process, and whether we like it or not, if you are under U.S. jurisdiction, basically, if you're on U.S. soil, due process is a thing. And this is what the Trumpians don't want to do. If you don't like the law, change the law. And you know what? They have control, both houses of Congress. They have all 3 branches of government. And when I say Republicans, I specifically mean MAGA. Change the law. The problem is that it won't be easy to do it, and hard work is not what MAGA's about. If you believe strongly that due process should not exist for non-citizens, you literally have to do the hard work of changing pretty much the Constitution, and then the statutes that are there on top of the Constitution. And this is lazy. I'm going to be blunt. This is lazy white boy stuff. The I said it's so attitude is being sweated from the pores of the Trump administration. So let us move on. Trump reinstates and expands the travel ban to 12 countries, if I recall. And again, I actually don't necessarily have a problem with reinstating it, but the problem is, doing it unthoughtfully, just a blanket ban without, going into detail with exceptions and stuff. Now, this is actually kind of an exception. In the Trump's first administration, this travel ban went through 3 iterations, and it was rejected 2 times by the courts. And then the third iteration went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they pretty much said, yeah, it's okay. So at least I can say, they did some hard work in getting something that would be approved by the Supreme Court. Now, whether, the Supreme Court should have done it, that's kind of a separate question. So whatever they're going to do now, at least the bare bones of it has passed judicial review. So I think he's going to do it. And the interesting thing is a lot of these countries are Islamic and, are kind of like state sponsors of terrorism. However, Haiti and Venezuela are two of the countries. And the Haiti part is very interesting. But let's go ahead and play this story. Don't let me ramble on.
You're listening to Trump Administration Reinstates and Expands Travel Ban, a news story written by David Nakamura, Emily Davies, and Marianne Levine, and read by an AI-generated voice, Endal. President Donald Trump on Wednesday restricted the entry of travelers to the United States from more than a dozen countries, resurrecting and expanding sweeping restrictions from his first term that are expected to draw swift legal challenges. The presidential proclamation, slated to go into effect June 9th, fully restricts the entry of individuals from Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. It also partially restricts the entry of travelers from Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. The Trump administration, in a document circulated Wednesday evening, cited national security concerns and said the president made his decision after reviewing a State Department report. Authorities said the ban was necessary to compel foreign governments to cooperate with their agenda and enforce the country's immigration laws. Countries included in the ban were deemed to have insufficient security vetting procedures for issuing passports or other travel documents and had high rates of citizens who overstayed their visas in the United States, authorities said. The new travel restrictions include exceptions for lawful permanent residents, existing visa holders, certain visa categories, and individuals whose entry serves U.S. national interests. In a video released by the White House, the president referred to the attack Sunday that injured a dozen demonstrators in Boulder, Colorado, marching for the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza. Federal authorities said the attack was carried out by an immigrant from Egypt who arrived on a visa. Egypt is not on the list of countries whose citizens will be restricted or barred from entering the United States. That incident underscores the danger posed to our country by foreign nationals not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their welcome, Trump said. We don't want them. The president added that the travel ban list could change based on whether authorities in those countries make material improvements to their own screening procedures. Likewise, Trump said, new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. Democrats condemned the administration's announcement and cast the ban as a betrayal of American values. Senator Edward J. Markey, Massachusetts, said the move will not make America safer, and Senator Adam Schiff, California, said the ban will serve to further isolate the United States on the global stage. Representative Yasemin Ansari, Arizona, who is Iranian-American, said the xenophobic and racist ban will devastate my constituents and families like mine. Immigrant rights groups rebuked the new restrictions. In a statement Wednesday night, Sean Van Diver, president and board chairman of #Afghanivac, a nonprofit group that helps coordinate the resettlement of Afghans, said the travel ban is not about national security. It is about political theater. He suggested the administration was seeking to capitalize politically by tying the announcement to the attack in Boulder. Let's call it what it is, a second Muslim ban, dressed up in bureaucracy, and rushed out in the aftermath of a tragedy to disguise its intent, Van Diver said. The administration had this policy prepared weeks ago. It was not drafted in response to the Boulder attack. It was delayed until a moment of public grief and fear could be exploited for maximum political cover. That's not leadership, it's opportunism. The effort to significantly curtail travelers from 19 countries comes as the Trump administration has pursued extraordinary measures to curtail illegal and legal immigration, including efforts to enact mass deportations, ban birthright citizenship, suspend refugee admissions, and scrap due process rights for alleged gang members from Venezuela. Trump pledged during his 2024 presidential campaign to reimpose an expanded version of the travel ban, saying it would come back bigger than before and much stronger than before. His effort to impose a ban in early 2017 created chaos at U.S. airports and drew legal challenges from civil liberties groups and immigrant rights advocates. The first Trump administration was forced to amend the plans twice before the Supreme Court upheld a third version in June 2018. Immigration lawyers said they have fielded queries from U.S. citizens and non-citizens seeking advice on how to deal with potential travel restrictions for family members or themselves. This discriminatory policy, which limits legal immigration, not only flies in the face of what our country is supposed to stand for, it will be harmful to our economy and our communities that rely on contributions of people who come to America from this wide range of countries, Representative Pramila Jayapal, Democrat, Washington, said on X. The White House previewed the travel ban on Inauguration Day, issuing an executive order that directed the heads of the Departments of State, Justice, and Homeland Security, and the director of U.S. intelligence agencies to identify countries throughout the world for which vetting and screening information is so deficient as to warrant a partial or full suspension on the admission of nationals from those countries. Trump's executive order in January marked a shift in approach from the early days of his first term, when the initial version of his travel ban caused widespread confusion and was immediately challenged in court. The first version suspended the refugee program and restricted travel for the citizens of 7 Muslim-majority countries: Iran, Iraq, Syria, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, and Libya. Trump issued a second version of the travel ban on March 6, 2017, and a third version on September 24, 2017, amid legal challenges. The Supreme Court upheld Trump's travel ban in 2018 after lower courts struck down previous iterations. The third version applied to 8 countries, 6 of which had Muslim majorities. The countries included were Syria, Libya, Iran, Yemen, Somalia, North Korea, Chad, and Venezuela. Chad was eventually excluded. A Migration Policy Institute analysis found that the number of visas issued per month for nationals of Iran, Libya, Somalia, Syria, and Yemen declined an average of 72% between fiscal year 2017 and fiscal year 2018. By the third ban, the key thing that convinced the Supreme Court was they strengthened their justification for why it was needed, said Julia Gellett, Associate Director of the U.S. Immigration Policy Program at the Migration Policy Institute. They said basically that the travel ban needed to be in place because the countries that were banned weren't sharing good information with the United States, so it was against U.S. national security. President Joe Biden ended Trump's first travel ban order on his first day in office, January 2021, but its effects lingered well into his presidency. Immigrant rights groups said the Biden administration was slow to resume refugee reprocessing due to case backlogs and a lack of resources, in part caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and migrants faced significant delays. The Supreme Court's 2018 decision to uphold the ban could make it more difficult for opponents to block Trump's new one, some legal analysts said. Still, some immigration lawyers anticipated lawsuits. It is true they are on stronger ground than they were before the Supreme Court weighed in on this particular order, said Raha Walla, Vice President of Strategy and Partnerships at the National Immigration Law Center. At the same time, a lesson that came out of that is if you're going to take actions, even if they're justified by national security, they need to be justified and demonstrated by the administrative record, and it's not clear to me that the Trump administration has demonstrated any justification for expanding an already expansive travel ban. Mark Hetfield, president of HIAS, a refugee resettlement agency, expressed concern about the impact the travel ban will have on potential migrants seeking to flee dangerous countries. They're travel bans from countries that obviously don't respect human rights and don't respect the rule of law and have foreign relations issues with the United States, Hetfield said. But those are exactly the kinds of countries that produce the refugees and, in particular, produce refugees that the United States would have an interest in resettling. Neha Masi contributed to this report.
Well, I think the irony is under Trump, America is quickly becoming one of those countries that don't respect human rights or rule of law. So it could be at some point immigrants are going from frying pans to fires. And speaking of lack of respect, this next story is kind of surprising, but kind of not. You know, you'd figure that Trump would be too busy deporting and tariffing to waste time investigating a president, former president, who was so senile. But hey, retribution is retribution.
Trump orders investigation of Biden and his aides. This article is by Chris Cameron and read by an automated voice. President Trump ordered his White House counsel and the Attorney General on Wednesday to investigate former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. and his staff in Mr. Trump's latest attempt to stoke outlandish conspiracy theories about his predecessor. In an executive order, Mr. Trump put the power and resources of the federal government to work examining whether some of Mr. Biden's presidential actions were legally invalid because his aides had enacted those policies without his knowledge. The executive order came after Mr. Trump shared a social media post over the weekend that claimed Mr. Biden had been executed in 2020 and replaced by a robotic clone, following a pattern of suggestions by the president and his allies that Mr. Biden was a mentally incapacitated puppet of his aides. The former president called such claims ridiculous and false in a statement on Wednesday after the order's release. "Let me be clear. I made the decisions during my presidency," he said. "I made the decisions about the pardons, executive orders, legislation, and proclamations." The order comes after disclosure in recent weeks that Mr. Biden, 82, had received a diagnosis of advanced prostate cancer and in the wake of renewed scrutiny of his health during his presidency. Since his return to office, Mr. Trump has embarked on a campaign of retribution against his perceived enemies, with Mr. Biden as a key target. He has moved to strip Mr. Biden's security clearance and ordered investigations into the Biden administration's handling of a range of issues. But the ordered inquiry into a conspiracy theory about the former president himself was a startling escalation. The White House issued over 1,200 presidential documents, appointed 235 judges to the federal bench, and issued more pardons and commutations than any administration in United States history, the executive order said, after asserting that former President Biden's aides abused the power of his office. A central claim of the conspiracy theory, as described by Mr. Trump himself, is that Mr. Biden's use of the autopen system, which reproduces a person's signature to be affixed to official documents, can legally invalidate those documents. Mr. Trump has claimed, for example, that some pardons Mr. Biden had made during his time in office were invalid because they were signed using an autopen. There is no power in the Constitution or case law to undo a pardon. Mr. Trump has acknowledged that his administration uses the autopen system on occasion, but his executive order asserts without evidence that the Biden administration's own use of the system may have implications for the legality and validity of some of Mr. Biden's actions as president. The Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel had weighed in on this issue at the request of President George W. Bush in 2005. Howard C. Nielsen Jr., the top official at the Office of Legal Counsel, concluded that the president need not personally perform the physical act of affixing his signature to a bill he approves and decides to sign in order for the bill to become law. He added that the president could instead direct, quotes, a subordinate to affix the president's signature to such a bill, for example by autopen. Mr. Nielsen is now a federal district court judge in Utah, nominated to the position by Mr. Trump during his first term.
Yeah, the auto pen is only valid if Trump uses it. Gotcha. So, speaking of retribution, this next story, next two stories are just, kind of icing on that retribution cake. So, Trump is pushing to restrict Harvard's international students from entering the U.S. Now, there was a court order enjoining that ban, but apparently he's trying to find an end around the courts. So let's explore that.
Trump pushes to restrict Harvard's international students from entering U.S. This article is by Michael C. Bender and read by an automated voice. President Trump said on Wednesday that he would prevent Harvard University's international students from entering the country, an aggressive move the school called illegal. Mr. Trump, in the same proclamation, also urged Secretary of State Marco Rubio to consider revoking current visas for Harvard students. The extraordinary action marks the first time Mr. Trump has tried to directly use the power of the presidency against Harvard, an indication of how personal the effort to inflict distress on the Ivy League university.
I literally have to stop this to insert these students just having their visas revoked. It's like, where is the due process? If you want to revoke something that the government approved, you should give a reason. And the yank the rug from under your president is let's see if that sticks. It's a little bit of a mouthful, but I'm gonna try it.
University has become for him the school, which is all but certain to challenge the legality of Mr. Trump's action, has become a focal point of the administration's effort to align higher education with Mr. Trump's political agenda. That effort began as one focused on addressing allegations of anti-Semitism on college campuses, but has moved beyond that issue to include targeting universities over diversity, equity and inclusion programs, and support of transgender athletes. Mr. Trump has repeatedly threatened Harvard on social media and in remarks to reporters. But until now, the punishments for resistance, spending cuts, and investigations have come from federal agencies. I have determined that the entry of the class of foreign nationals described above is detrimental to the interests of the United States because, in my judgment, Harvard's conduct has rendered it an unsuitable destination for foreign students and researchers, Mr. Trump wrote in the proclamation.
Listen to this guy. In his judgment, it literally sounds like a king making a pronouncement. In Trump's judgment. Remember that phrase. You're going to hear a lot more of that sort of stuff.
Jason Newton, a spokesman for Harvard, said Mr. Trump's proclamation was yet another illegal retaliatory step taken by the administration in violation of Harvard's First Amendment rights. Harvard will continue to protect its international students, Mr. Newton said. It was unclear how exactly Mr. Trump's directive, announced late on Wednesday, would be put in place to stop Harvard students with valid visas from entering the United States. The law that Mr. Trump invoked to block Harvard students from entering the country has more typically been used to target people from foreign countries with ties to human rights abuses or corruption, according to the American Immigration Council, an advocacy group for immigrants. A White House spokesman did not immediately respond to a request for comment. But the administration's action showed Mr. Trump's unrelenting commitment to the fight. Even when it comes to battles it appeared he had lost. Mr. Trump's order appeared to be a direct rejoinder to Judge Allison D. Burroughs of the District of Massachusetts, who said last month that she would block an effort by the Department of Homeland Security to prevent Harvard from enrolling international students. She has not yet formally issued her injunction. If the federal government can't disqualify Harvard students from receiving visas, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest with his order, then he will try to stop them from entering the country. David Super, an administrative law expert at Georgetown University, said Mr. Trump probably would not be able to sidestep Judge Burroughs so easily. The president, for whatever reason, is clearly on a vendetta against Harvard for reasons having nothing to do with national security, Mr. Super said. Given past statements by him and members of his administration of hostility toward Harvard's exercise of its First Amendment rights, I doubt the courts will take the allegations in this order very seriously. Kirsten Weld, a history professor at Harvard and president of a faculty association branch, said Mr. Trump's action, quote, wreaks havoc on the lives of thousands of young people. If the Trump administration is so committed to improving U.S. higher education, it should stop undermining campus free speech and quit slashing the federal contracts that fund Harvard researchers' life-saving work on Alzheimer's disease and pediatric cancer, Ms. Weld said. The administration has recently been focused on options for keeping international students out of the country. Mr. Trump has talked about capping the number of student visas for Harvard, and Mr. Rubio has said that his agency would begin revoking visas for some Chinese students.
International students at Harvard on Wednesday night said they were anxious and confused about Mr. Trump's order, unsure about whether enrolled students already in the United States would be affected. Some called a hotline set up by the Harvard International Office in an attempt to learn more, but found that the staffers were equally bewildered by the news. Others commiserated in WhatsApp group chats of international students. Leo Gurdon, an international student from Sweden who graduated from Harvard last week, called Mr. Trump's action absolutely outrageous. He is trying to use every disposable tool to harass international students, Mr. Gurdon said. It is dehumanizing. Carl Molden, a rising junior from Vienna, wrote in a statement that Mr. Trump's order on Wednesday made him quote, 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 quote. This puts our future, thousands of international students at risk, he wrote. I feel exhausted, scared, and discouraged. We must hope that the courts will defend us. Stephanie Saul contributed reporting from New York, and
once again, I'm gonna have to say this. White boy Trump is not considering that Harvard in schools of that ilk are training the future presidents and government officials of foreign countries. This, if these people are basically, forming some sort of opinion of the United States as adversarial, if you're a Harvard graduate and you wind up being president of some country, eventually it's going to have all kinds of implications, maybe minor implications, maybe implications we don't need to care about. But the problem is what Trump is doing does have repercussions. What a president of the United States does has implications, repercussions, downstream effects. And Trump just does not seem capable of thinking outside of, his immediate irritation. Unpresidential, not good for America, but America has gotten what it voted for. So, so we go. And Ryan is just going wild. Trump read the Wall Street Journal article from last week, half the CCP Politburo. Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Can you hit the link, Ryan? Maybe it's not pinned. Hit the link and justify this bullshit. So what if the Politburo has Harvard degrees? So does half of Trump's fucking government. Is the implication that Harvard is training communists? You know what? I struggle sometimes to connect the dots that some people put out there. There are a lot of people in the American government who have Harvard degrees too. I'm trying to put this into some sort of coherent picture that you're trying to form. So help me out here, Ryan. You know what? I had a video I was gonna show about Trump's travel ban. So I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. Somehow or another, this got out of order. But concerning the travel ban, this is something I hadn't considered, and it seems to make sense. And Ryan, since you're so pro-Trump this morning, maybe you'll have comments.
Our data, and then just basically giving it over to Peter Thiel. So he has.
Oops, sorry. Let me start this from the beginning
for a couple of days. And he's been getting pounded by his own base because of Palantir and collecting of our data and then just basically giving it over to Peter Thiel. So he has the base coming after him. He also has Elon Musk saying that his big beautiful bill was disastrous. So what does he do? He needs a distraction. So what does he do? This travel ban. He's like, look over here. Don't worry about the other things that's going on. We have a travel ban now. He's throwing his base some red meat. All right, the countries included in the travel ban: Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. In addition to the ban, which takes effect on Monday at 12:01 a.m., there will be heightened restrictions on visitors for Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. He's throwing his base a bone. He is basically saying, look over here, I have a distraction for you. Forget about the collection of data. I'm going to ban the colors. That's what he's doing.
So the long and short of this is, conspiracy theorists, left and right, seem to be having a field day with the Trump administration. And I don't know, this isn't actually that unbelievable. Basically, Trump, trying to distract from, some of the legal problems he's having. But I would tend to look at it a different way. Trump is just, new day, different target. I don't think he's trying to distract. I think that, he's multitasking the cruelty is the point stuff. So I think she's being narrow-minded, thinking that Trump is, trying to distract. Hardly anything but that. I think that Trump maybe needed some rest or, time to come up with a new, thing to rail against. Sometimes when you, want to sit down and write a new executive order, it might take a couple days, might take some time away from, being in front of a camera. So Ryan, how you doing? Have you learned how to say good morning? No,
no, not at all. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'm dropping because the video part is just dead. It's not working, but
I don't worry about it. I can hear you. Defend your newfound support for Trump. Has he asked you for loyalty as an emissary or advanced party to?
No, I can't support anything he says. I can't support him for sure. Some of his policy decisions I semi-support, but most I don't. What this is an overreaction. A Wall Street Journal article dropped last week that talked about how a large percentage of the CCP, like half of Xi's people, half of his cousins, all of the consultants, and half of the party has gone to Harvard. So they send all these people to Harvard to learn about America, blah, blah, blah. And then they go back there and allegedly exploit that information to beat us at our own game, so to speak. So he's overreacting to that, of course, because he's an idiot.
So what? Well, let me tell you my conspiracy theory. Half of G's, government went to Harvard. Well, you know what? Don Jr. didn't get into Harvard. So, if you want to think that way, it's just pure vendetta.
It's just, but I think he's reacting
the second point is Harvard has a huge number of people that wind up in the American government. A lot of students go to China. I think that there is always a kernel of truth in these sort of, conspiracy theories. It is maybe problematic that so many of G's people have gone to Harvard, but we have a lot of Harvard people in American government. There is a problem. People don't like Harvard people in American government. I don't look. My bottom line is there is due process. And, you know, as president, you can use your power to expedite some of these cases. So you do 2,000 deportations a month versus 3,000. That's still a good number. I'm just, when you start effing around with habeas corpus, when you start effing around with due process, it is a slippery slope. And you know, I look at things through a historical perspective, and what Trump is doing is dangerous precedent. And the problem, even that, you know, MAGA should worry about is MAGA is not, the Democrats aren't dead. Okay, what happens if a Democrat gets in there and starts doing the same shit but in reverse? And believe me, I am not pro MAGA. I think MAGA is, you know, worse than the Tea Party ever was because they actually have power. I think MAGA is going to pretty much peter out when Trump is out of the picture. I do think that these are precedents that you don't want to set. You know, when the Democrats go, well, Trump did it. I guess I'm going to have a bunch of MAGA people on this panel going, well, Stanley, that's whataboutism. Well, you know what? When a Democratic president winds up in office and starts doing this sort of cruel shit to former MAGA people, and I do the whataboutism, I'm going to switch sides and say I fully support whataboutism. That'll be the day. Well, Ryan's in Greenland without a phone connection, apparently. He tried to connect, and I think he has lost connection, but that's fine. Thailand. No, that's his next trip. He's trying to, he's the advance party for the Trump administration's annexation of Greenland. Thailand will be next. So, Ryan, if you come back, we will be more than willing to have you on the panel. And actually, I want to hear about Greenland, but we can wait. And going back to the college stuff, Trump is not done with Columbia, apparently. The education department says Columbia doesn't meet accreditation standards. I thought the education department was gone. Apparently, they've kept the education department around just to fuck with Columbia and colleges. Otherwise, it has no function.
The Education Department alleged Wednesday that Columbia University no longer meets accreditation standards, an escalation of the Trump administration's scrutiny of the institution, which it has accused of violating federal anti-discrimination laws. Determinations about accreditation are not made by the federal government, but by accrediting bodies through a lengthy process. But the Education Department's allegation is another pressure point from the Trump administration on Columbia. Federal officials have sought to force the school to make changes, including doing more to combat anti-Semitism after divisive protests over the Israel-Gaza war roiled the campus during the 2023 to 2024 school year. In March, the Trump administration announced that $400 million in funding to Columbia had been canceled over the issue. University leaders have since been in talks with federal officials in an effort to restore that funding and avoid further punitive actions. Columbia is not the only university federal officials have targeted. In recent weeks, the Trump administration has been warring with Harvard University, which rejected demands and filed 2 lawsuits challenging federal investigations into the school and the freezing of billions of dollars in research funding. On Wednesday, Education Secretary Linda McMahon testified at a House Education Committee hearing that the department had asked Harvard to come to the table and negotiate as Columbia had done. Several hours later, the Education Department said in a news release that it had notified Columbia's accrediting agency, the Middle States Commission on Higher Education, that the Ivy League school is in violation of federal anti-discrimination laws and therefore fails to meet the standards of accreditation. Last month, the Department of Health and Human Services and the Education Department's Office for Civil Rights determined that Columbia University acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students, in violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The agencies concluded that the school failed to meaningfully protect Jewish students against severe and pervasive harassment on Columbia's campus, thus denying their equal access to educational opportunities. Columbia officials are aware of the concerns raised by the Education Department to the accrediting agency, a university spokesperson said Wednesday, and we have addressed those concerns directly with Middle States. Columbia is deeply committed to combating anti-Semitism on our campus, the spokesperson added. We take this issue seriously and are continuing to work with the federal government to address it. A spokeswoman for the Middle States Commission on Higher Education declined to comment. Last month, Columbia's acting president, Claire Shipman, said in a statement that everyone must feel safe, supported, and respected on campus, adding, "The toll anti-Semitism has taken on individuals in our community is something I've witnessed personally, and it is devastating." She said the university has taken steps including increasing security near Jewish student spaces, expanding support services, and streamlining disciplinary processes to respond swiftly to violations of the rules. The Education Department relies on accrediting agencies to determine whether colleges are eligible to receive federal student aid. The agencies conduct periodic reviews of colleges' finances, operations, student achievement, and more. If a college were to lose accreditation, it would no longer be eligible for federal student financial aid funding. Accreditors have an enormous public responsibility as gatekeepers of federal student aid, McMahon said in the department's release. They determine which institutions are eligible for federal student loans and Pell Grants, just as the Department of Education has an obligation to uphold federal anti-discrimination law.
I want to make a quick point here. I'll just end this story. What he's doing, and I don't know whether this is an intended consequence, whether he's getting a twofer out of this, but essentially what he's going to do with Columbia particularly, and I guess the other colleges that are going through this, is it's going to become more white, male, and rich. These policies are essentially going to take Harvard in these, he's going to take Columbia back to the King's College days. The only people that will be able to afford to go there will be rich people. No one will be able to get financial aid. There will be no international students. And I just don't know if what he's doing is going to diminish the reputation or the prestige of these Ivy Leagues. So I'm actually interested in what other people think about that. But, there's so many birds being killed with this one stone. But in the end, and, maybe I'm just kind of too much of a race man, but bottom line is it's just going to make these institutions more white, more male, take them back to a time when, I don't know, no one's probably old enough to remember a show way back in the 70s. I think it used to come on like the same day as the Waltons or something like that. It was a show called The Paper Chase. And if you ever saw that TV show, I think it was Harvard Law School. It was a show about a student at the Harvard Law School or something like that. Or maybe it was Yale. but it was all white males, and the sprinkling of a female, sprinkling of maybe a black guy, a Clarence Thomas in those elite law school classes, but it was overwhelmingly white and male. I honestly think that's what Trump and MAGA specifically wants in these Ivy League colleges. If you're going to be black and in that college, you need to be like super smart instead of white and mediocre. Essentially what Trump is doing is DEI for white mediocrity. And I know Ryan will enjoy that comment. So next is my favorite historian, female historian anyway, talking about Trump and this quote good economy comment that he made. And I'll just let this go forth. One comment though, Trump and MAGA back during the 2024 campaign trail talked about how good the economy was in his first term. In that first 2 years, arguably the economy was doing pretty well until he tanked his own economy by his mismanagement of COVID. Okay. He probably, I think the economic damage, if that was your goal, because I think the goal would have been to, minimize impact on the economy and fuck the people. If Trump had gone more Hayek, the economy probably would have been dented a little bit, but it would have been fine. Instead, Trump being kind of naive, his people like Fauci and others put people first. That was the mistake. So, the story, the myth that the economy did fine in the Trump administration, they never add for the first 2 years until Trump himself wrecked his own economy. So now he's telling us that the economy is booming now. I have noticed that the price of eggs have come down, but there are some other things that are going up. So this essay is pretty much about that.
June 4th, 2025. By Heather Cox Richardson. Just hours after President Donald J. Trump posted on social media yesterday that, because of tariffs, our economy is booming. A new report from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, said the opposite. Founded in 1961, the OECD is a forum in which 38 market-based democracies cooperate to promote sustainable economic growth. The OECD's Economic Outlook reports that economic growth around the globe is slowing because of Trump's trade war. It projects global growth slowing from 3.3% in 2024 to 2.9% in 2025 and 2026. That economic slowdown is concentrated primarily in the United States, Canada, Mexico, and China. The OECD predicts that growth in the United States will decline from 2.8% in 2024 to 1.6% in 2025 and 1.5% in 2026. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, CBO, released 2 analyses today of Trump's policies that add more detail to that report. The CBO's estimate for the effect of Trump's current tariffs, which are unlikely to stay as they are, is that they will raise inflation and slow economic growth as consumers bear their costs. The CBO says it is hard to anticipate how the tariffs will change purchasing behavior, but it estimates that the tariffs will reduce the deficit by $2.8 trillion over 10 years. Also today, the CBO's analysis of the Republicans' One Big Beautiful Bill is that it will add $2.4 trillion to the deficit over the next decade because the $1.2 trillion in spending cuts in the measure do not fully offset the $3.7 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. Republicans have met this CBO score with a tax on the CBO, but its estimate is in keeping with those of a wide range of economists and think tanks. Taken together, these studies illustrate how Trump's economic policies are designed to transfer wealth from consumers to the wealthy and corporations. From 1981 to 2021, American policies moved $50 trillion from the bottom 90% of Americans to the top 1%. After Biden stopped that upward transfer, the Trump administration is restarting it again on steroids. Just how these policies are affecting Americans is no longer clear, though. Matt Grossman of the Wall Street Journal reported today that economists no longer trust the accuracy of the government's inflation data. Officials from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which compiles a huge monthly survey of employment and costs, told economists that staffing shortages and a hiring freeze have forced them to cut back on their research and use less precise methods for figuring out price changes. Grossman reports that the Bureau has also cut back on the number of places where it collects data, and that the administration has gotten rid of committees of external experts that work to improve government statistics. There is more than money at stake in the administration's policies. The administration's gutting of the government seeks to decimate the modern government that regulates business, provides a basic social safety net, promotes infrastructure, and protects civil rights, and to replace it with a government that permits a few wealthy men to rule. The CBO score for the Republicans' omnibus bill projects that if it is enacted, 16 million people will lose access to health care insurance over the next decade in what is essentially an assault on the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. The bill also dramatically cuts Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Plan, SNAP, benefits, clean energy credits, aid for student borrowers, benefits for federal workers, and consumer protection services, while requiring the sale of public natural resources. These cuts continue those the administration has made since Trump took office, many of which fell under the hand of the Department of Government Efficiency. But while billionaire Elon Musk was the figurehead for that group, it appears his main interest was in collecting data. His understudy, Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought, appears to have determined the direction of the cuts, which did not save money so much as decimate the parts of the government that the authors of Project 2025 wanted to destroy. Vought was a key author of Project 2025, whose aim is to disrupt and destroy the United States government order to center a Christian, heteronormative, male-dominated family as the primary element of society. To do so, the plan calls for destroying the administrative state, withdrawing the United States from global affairs, and ending environmental and business regulations. Yesterday, the White House asked Congress to cancel $9.4 billion in already appropriated spending that the Department of Government Efficiency identified as wasteful, a procedure known as rescission. Trump aides say the money funds programs that promote what they consider inappropriate ideologies, including public media networks PBS and NPR. The United States Agency for International Development, USAID, which provides food and basic medical care globally, and PEPFAR, the U.S. President's emergency plan for AIDS relief that was established under President George W. Bush to combat HIV/AIDS in more than 50 countries, and is currently credited with saving about 26 million lives. Vought appeared today before the House Appropriations Committee, where members scolded him for neglecting to provide a budget for the year, which they need to do their jobs. But Vought had plenty to say about the things he is doing. According to ProPublica's Andy Kroll, he claimed that under Biden, every agency became a tool of the left. He said the White House will continue to ask for rescissions, but also noted that, as Project 2025 laid out, he does not believe that the 1974 Impoundment Control Act, which requires the executive branch to spend the money that Congress has appropriated, is constitutional, despite court decisions saying it is. Representative Rosa DeLorzero, DCT, told Vought, "Be honest, this is never about government efficiency. In fact, an efficient government, a government that capably serves the American people and proves good government is achievable, is what you fear the most. You want a government so broken, so dysfunctional, so starved of resources, so full of incompetent political lackeys and bereft of experts and professionals that its departments and agencies cannot feasibly achieve the goals and the missions to which they are lawfully directed. Your goal is privatization, for the biggest companies to have unchecked power, for an economy that does not work for the middle class.
100%. It is literally the goal. If you can't make the government do what you want, break it so it can't do what you don't want it to do. That's actually the overall goal. Either the government and the voters go along willingly with the oligarchic intent, or you break it so it can't harm the oligarchs. Beautifully stated. Okay, Ryan, I wish you were here so I could just basically abuse you over this. The only time people care about, strict proportionality according to demographics is when white people are not represented to the full extent. Okay, I've heard so many times, that, okay, well, the population is 14%, but the admissions, the actual number of black people admitted are like 2%. And then people like a Glenn Lowry or, people of that ilk will go, well, having everything, strictly laid out to, exactly how the demographics break out is basically quotas. If you're saying, 14% of the population is black and you demanding that there's 14% of, the student population be 14%, that's quotas. Okay, well, fucking apply the same argument to what you're saying. So what if the population is 62%? If we demand 62% of Harvard student body be 62 or reflect the demographics, that's quotas. White people don't like quotas. So what is it going to be, Ryan? Quotas or non-quotas? I don't know what your point is. You're not here to defend it. I'm just reading what you're putting in the chat. Ryan, bottom line is I'm just assuming, and I meant to ask you this question. This particular link right here does not show the percentage of white people in the student body. I guess we just assume that the remainder, which is what, 31%? Right here, it shows where is it? There's a breakdown of race and ethnicity of the class of 2028, and it's 37% Asian American, which outweighs, I guess, the 31% that's white. Hey, all I have to say is it was white people. And when I say white people, I specifically mean the people that were a part of the Asian lawsuit. It was the Asians who basically said that affirmative action was the real problem. You're admitting too many black students. And their lawyer was white, by the way, who had been trying to, sue against affirmative action for decades and could never find, he brought the suit with a white girl and they lost that suit. It never made it to the Supreme Court, I think. Finally, the Asians, against affirmative action was the magic bullet. So all I'm saying is that the Asians won the lawsuit. They defeated affirmative action. Asians score better on the SAT than whites do. What did you white people think? And again, I'm not talking about all whites. I'm specifically talking the Renato Manioni whites, people who think like he does. What did you expect? Asians do better on the SAT So there are more Asians at Harvard than there are white people, apparently, which I find hilarious. Same thing with Berkeley, more Asians than whites. Stanford's not quite there yet, if I recall, but it'll get there. Hey, white people need to work harder if they want to meet an Asian standard. That's my advice. Y'all need to get off your white asses and tell your kids to do better on their SATs, and maybe you'll be able to even up the score with the Asians. Y'all wanted meritocracy, Ryan, and now y'all got it, and now you're whining that there's not enough whites at Harvard. Y'all sound sad. You are not perfectly happy with merit based, because the Supreme Court made the Harvard's admissions process more meritocratic because the Asians wanted it that way, and whites are there less than Asians. That is hilarious. That's right. We're only talking to whites of Italian extraction from Baltimore specifically. If you don't fit those demographics, then I'm not talking to you, white people. Thank you, humble presidents. You always refine my arguments better than I do. So, Ryan, stop your whining. If you want to get into Harvard, do better on your SAT, son. All right. Well, we're pretty much done. Trump is lying about the economy is the upshot of this story. However, we're not in a recession yet. We'll have to wait till next quarter to know. And, to be honest, to be fair, if you were projected to grow 2.8% and you only grow like 1.6%, it's not negative numbers. So, it could just be that, the economy's not tanking. It's just not growing as fast. And I just think that should be Trump's argument. We're not crashing. We're just not growing as fast. I'd be happy if he said that. It would be honest, at least. So let's do the next story here, which is totally different. Apparently, there was a mayoral debate coming up. Apparently, is 2026 the mayor's race in New York City. So looks like 4 candidates. Last I heard, Mario Cuomo, of all people, is kind of the Democratic front runner. Excuse me, the Democratic front runner. And New York City tends to be Democrat voting, so he's kind of the perceived front runner. But let's hear about the takeaways. I did not watch the debate, not particularly interested in the debate, but this story is dedicated to John Galt, and also the next one is dedicated to John Galt, because I'm sure he wants Mario Cuomo to be his mayor.
5 takeaways from the first NYC mayoral debate. This article is by Emma G. Fitzsimmons and Maya King and read by an automated voice. In the first debate of the New York City mayoral primary, the frontrunner, former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, was expected to be the focal point of attack for the other 8 Democratic candidates on stage Wednesday night. It did not take long for that expectation to be realized. In his first real confrontation with his opponents in the race, Mr. Cuomo defended his handling of the pandemic, denied the sexual harassment allegations that led to his resignation, and said he would not be swayed by the wealthy donors who have poured millions into groups allied with his campaign. Mr. Cuomo, who has maintained a double-digit lead over the rest of the primary field in nearly every poll of the race, largely criticized Zohran Mamdani, the progressive state assemblyman who is in second place, as inexperienced and too far to the left. The incumbent mayor, Eric Adams, is running as an independent in the general election in November and did not participate in the debate. The 2-hour debate descended into chaos on more than one occasion, as the candidates shouted at one another, the cacophony worsening when the moderators jumped in to interrupt. Here are 5 takeaways from the debate. The primary will be held June 24th. Cuomo and Trump were the common enemies. Mr. Cuomo's rivals were determined to highlight his baggage and force him to address it, which created moments at which the former governor appeared frustrated and dismissive of the accusations. The federal investigation examining whether he lied to Congress about nursing home deaths during the pandemic, Mr. Cuomo said that it was politically motivated. The sexual harassment allegations by 11 women? Unfounded, Mr. Cuomo said, though he did acknowledge his apology to the women in 2021. I said at the time that if I offended anyone it was unintentional, but I apologize and I say that today, he said. The prominent donors who have given generously to a super PAC supporting Mr. Cuomo, including DoorDash. The food delivery service gave the super PAC $1 million. Mr. Cuomo insisted he would not be influenced by the donations, even as Scott Stringer, a former city comptroller, said they were examples of, quote, buying the mayoralty. I don't care who gave me what, Mr. Cuomo said. President Trump's name was mentioned more than 80 times as the candidates sought to outline how they would stand up to him while defending the city against his retribution. Mr. Mamdani said he would fight Mr. Trump's budget cuts and threats of mass deportations. I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare, as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in, he said. Cuomo and Mamdani fought the most over corruption and experience. Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Mamdani had several heated exchanges over Mr. Cuomo's record, Mr. Mamdani's limited experience, and their respective views on Israel. Each candidate landed some punches. Mr. Cuomo questioned whether Mr. Mamdani could lead the city. Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter, Mr. Cuomo said. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. Mr. Mamdani, for his part, said that Mr. Cuomo could not be trusted to confront President Trump because he was allied with some of the same wealthy donors who supported the president. I don't have to pick up the phone from Bill Ackman or Ken Langone, he said, referring to the ultra-wealthy business owners aligned with the president. The debate ended with a tense exchange over Israel. Mr. Cuomo said he would take his first trip as mayor to Israel and criticized Mr. Mamdani for not committing to going there. His answer was no. He won't visit Israel, Mr. Cuomo said. Blake and Adams seized their moments in the spotlight. Michael Blake, the former state assemblyman and White House aide who is near the bottom in the polls, had a few memorable moments. He regularly interjected throughout the debate, asking Mr. Cuomo to take responsibility for deaths in nursing homes during the pandemic, and highlighting comments Mr. Cuomo made in 2008 that Mr. Blake, who is black, said were racially insensitive toward former President Barack Obama. Mr. Cuomo referred to candidates who shuck and jive, but said at the time that he was not referring to Mr. Obama. During a conversation about public safety, Mr. Blake abruptly turned the conversation to the sexual harassment allegations against Mr. Cuomo. The people who don't feel safe are young women, mothers and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo, he said. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City. Mr. Blake's closing remarks were in Jamaican patois, as he said he would make his first visit as mayor to the Caribbean island, where his family is from. Adrienne Adams, the city council speaker who entered the race later than her rivals, appeared calm and used several questions to highlight her experience in city government. She landed her most notable punches after Mr. Cuomo said he had no regrets about his record as governor. No regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care? Ms. Adams interjected. No regrets when it comes cutting childcare? Ms. Adams also accused him of slow-walking access to vaccines and personal protective equipment, which disproportionately harmed Black and Latino New Yorkers. Really? No regrets? She said. The issue is personal for her. Her father died of COVID-19 in 2020 after being unable to seek care at Elmhurst Hospital near his home in Queens. The candidates united on protecting immigrants, One issue where most of the candidates found common ground was protecting immigrants. The candidates expressed similar views about resisting Mr. Trump's deportation agenda and criticized Mayor Adams for not doing more to stand up to the president. In some cases, they spoke about their own immigrant backgrounds. Immigrants comprise nearly 40% of the city's population. In an effort to draw a stark contrast with Mr. Adams and Mr. Trump, the candidates took a largely progressive approach to their immigration proposals. Ms. Adams said she would warn undocumented immigrants in the city about possible deportation actions by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Brad Lander, the city comptroller, also defended a high school student named Dylan who was detained by federal immigration officials. "We've got to stand up, make sure folks have legal services, and that New York City has their back," Mr. Lander said. Jessica Ramos, a state senator from Queens, responded to an immigration question in Spanish and said that she wanted to make sure that immigrants had lawyers and that they could work. Most agreed that the Trump administration's detention of Mahmoud Khalil, a pro-Palestinian activist and Columbia University graduate student, was unconstitutional. The issue could become more complicated in the general election, when the winner will face Mr. Adams, who is running as an independent, and Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate. Both have taken more aggressive positions toward immigrants. A series of rapid-fire questions yielded revealing answers. The candidates named the national leaders they admire and the wide range of prices they pay for housing. Asked by the moderators who was the most effective Democrat in the nation, Mr. Cuomo, Ms. Adams, and Mr. Stringer named Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader. Mr. Mamdani and Mr. Lander said Michelle Wu, the progressive mayor of Boston. Mr. Blake named himself. Whitney Tilson, a former hedge fund executive, named Cory Booker, the New Jersey senator. Zelnor Myrie, a state senator from Brooklyn, named Andrea Stewart Cousins, the New York Senate Majority Leader. Ms. Ramos picked Wes Moore, the Maryland governor. Notably, none of the left-leaning candidates named Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has captured national attention on the left. And when it comes to the city's sky-high housing costs, the debate showed that some of the candidates are getting a deal. Asked what they pay each month for rent or a mortgage, Ms. Adams said she owned her home and that it was paid off. Mr. Mamdani said he paid $2,300 in rent for his rent-stabilized apartment. Mr. Blake said he spends about $1,800 for the home that he owns. Mr. Myrie said his rent-stabilized apartment was $1,300. Ms. Ramos said $2,500. Mr. Lander said his mortgage was $3,300. Mr. Cuomo had the steepest rent at $7,800. He told the New York Times it was $8,000. Mr. Tilson said he owned his home and paid about $5,000 per month in maintenance fees and taxes. Mr. Stringer went last and appeared miffed. "I'm getting ripped off. $6,400.
Yeah, well, you pay for where you live. There is a video here that might be interesting. Because like I said, I didn't watch it since I don't live in New York City. Let's see here. Well, I guess we'll watch this video.
Between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billion. I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C. I don't have to pick up the phone from Bill Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone for the more than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an average donation of about $80 to break fundraising records and put our campaign in second place.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, thank you. Mr. Cuomo, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, please. Mr. Mamdani is very good on Twitter and with videos, but he actually produces nothing for him to accuse me of lying. He also called President Obama a liar and said President Obama was evil. So take everything with a grain of salt. Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington. no experience in New York City. He would be Trump's delight.
I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in.
Damn, I'm kind of sorry I missed that debate. A hot knife through butter. God damn.
It was about your personal regret.
The Democratic Party got to a point that we allowed Mr. Trump to be elected, that we've gotten to a point where rhetoric has no connection with reality. The Democratic Party seems okay with that.
Mr. Cuomo, this question,
was
was about your personal regret in your years in politics.
I said I
politics.
regret the state of the Democratic Party is
No
in that
personal
we elected
regrets.
Trump.
Not the 15th.
No regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care. No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to Black and brown communities. Really, no regrets.
It is just not accurate. Medicaid went up under me. I led the nation
cut
under
healthcare.
COVID. I pushed President Trump to give us everything he had.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Right.
I
We
was
asked you the
there
biggest
every
regret.
day.
Has anyone noticed that Mario Cuomo sounds a lot like Wicked? How did he get this Hispanic accent? Somebody, I wish Wicked were here. They have to sound like a BW to win debates. Well, Deacon Dave, I have a video coming up that will be dedicated to you. You're going to love it. Let's see here. What is next? This is also dedicated to John Galt because this is in his backyard. Looks like this woman, and again, I haven't kept up with Prince George's County, but looks like they have a new county executive. And she is the former state's attorney for Prince George's County. So let's listen to this, and I'll show you some pictures too.
You're listening to Brave Boy Declares Victory in Prince George's County Executive Special Election, a news story written by Letitia Beecham and Jasmine Hilton, and read by an AI-generated voice. Democrat Aisha Braveboy was on her way to becoming Prince George's County's next county executive Tuesday night after sweeping the majority of the county's vote in a special election that drew more than 31,000 votes. Braveboy, 50, who has served as Prince George's state's attorney since 2019, was well ahead of Republican Jonathan White, an Air Force veteran, garnering most of the mail-in ballots and votes cast in person, according to unofficial results. Her apparent victory in the race to fill the seat vacated by Angela Alsobrooks, who was elected to the U.S. Senate, sets the stage for the very blue county's efforts to regain financial stability after the impacts of federal spending cuts and other economic losses. Both Braveboy and the majority of the Prince George's County Council favor more liberal social and economic policies. With more than 65,000 federal workers living in Prince George's County, making up 17.4% of the county's total workforce, the county's middle class has been eroding amid Trump administration job cuts that have devastated a segment of the population that shoulders the burden of supporting the county's budget through residential property taxes. At her watch party Tuesday at Sobe Restaurant and Lounge in Lanham, Braveboy vowed to focus on issues that she said will keep Prince George's stable. She promised to fix the county's perpetual budget deficit, attract development to expand the county's commercial tax base, improve the school system, and invest in beautifying Prince George's. Braveboy also leaned into her experience as the county's chief prosecutor, saying she will continue to work to keep crime down. I'm looking forward to using the skills, the experience that I've had as the state's attorney for Prince George's County to work even more effectively with our police department all across this county, she said. Police Chief Malik Aziz said at a recent news conference that, as of late May, total crime this year has been down in Prince George's, 16% lower than the same period in 2024. County police have investigated 35 homicides so far this year, with one on Tuesday afternoon, compared with 40 this time last year, according to county data. However, domestic violence continues to rattle Prince George's, with nearly a quarter of homicides classified as domestic-related. As state's attorney, Braveboy announced the creation of the Prince George's County Collaborative to end family violence to address the growing numbers. Braveboy's victory comes at a time when the county is reeling from a downgrade in its credit rating, the loss of the Washington Commanders to D.C., and uncertainty over a plan to move the FBI headquarters to Greenbelt after President Donald Trump said he wants to keep the agency in D.C., last week the County Council adopted a $5.8 billion budget without raising taxes, though residents can expect an additional $3.50 excise tax on phone lines. That new tax is projected to bring in a net increase of $37.6 million each year. Brave Boy's term will be filled with challenges, but one issue she won't face is an adversarial council, which Elsa Brooks had to contend with during the latter portion of her time in office, with Democrat Shayla Adams Stafford cementing a win Tuesday night to represent District 5 and Council Chair Edward Burrows III, Democrat. Leading the governing body, Brave Boy has a more liberal-leaning, all-Democratic council that is filled with allies. This is the first time in a very long time that we have a united executive and legislative branch, Brave Boy said Tuesday night. Burrows, District 8, and Vice Chair Crystal Oriata, District 7, offered glowing remarks to Brave Boy, claiming her as family and promising to be reliable partners in government. As the council chair, I'm happy to work with you, Burrows told Brave Boy at the victory celebration. And as a little brother, I love you. White said in a statement to the Post that he was proud of the grassroots campaign he ran and congratulated Brave Boy on her win. I truly hope her leadership brings progress and prosperity to every corner of Prince George's County, he said. With the outcome of Tuesday's election a near certainty well before the votes were cast, Brave Boy has already formed her transition team. She tapped Burrows Councilmember Calvin S. Hawkins II, at large, and former county
Uh-oh. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. But oh well. I think we pretty much get the point of all that. To quote the great John Galt, or to put words in his mouth is probably a better term, is blacks can't run anything. I'm sure that that's what John Galt would say. Well, let me just be blunt here. I'm trying to kind of dance around what I'm trying to say. Kelvin, is if you don't live here, you should be very careful about how you talk about politics. I'm the sort of person who loves to point out the outsider looking into a political system or even a culture they don't understand. You can either sound silly or just uninformed. You have no clue what you're talking about as far as the Democrats being lost. They are lost, but you have no clue why. Stop pretending you do. I may be harsh, but I'm trying to save you some ignorant comments in the future. And I'm also going to go farther, which will amuse a lot of people. I literally think no one in this John Galt universe, with maybe the exception, well, actually, there are no exceptions. Y'all don't know shit about politics. You don't know how it works. You don't know how to criticize it very well. It's all reactionary and pro-Trump. And I am looking for someone who can actually come into this space and have a cogent understanding of American political dynamics. And no one way is the right way to interpret it, but there are 1,000 bad ways to analyze American politics. And if you don't live here, if you don't live in this fishbowl, then I tend to kind of shit on political analyses. Being a visitor once or twice to America, having a vacation here, does not make you a political pundit. So, hate to be mean, but that's how I feel about it. And believe me, I can be meaner. So let's move on to Trump's lament. I have a feeling that Amy Coney Barrett is going to be the next David Souter. Let's watch this video, then I'll read the story. Oops.
President's frustration now with certain members of the Supreme Court. It's not just Elon Musk that's getting under his skin, but now he's talking about Supreme Court justices.
Well, to be clear, Kira, he hasn't publicly vented against any of his nominees on this conservative Supreme Court, but the fact that anonymous sources close to the president are now beginning to reveal this information is very telling. I've been doing a lot of reporting on this mega rage against justices, specifically Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who was picked by Trump late in 2020. It was a crowning achievement of his first term. Now he is said to be very upset with her. Why? Because she has broken in several of these emergency requests Trump has made of the Supreme Court to lift lower court injunctions against his agenda right now. It is fascinating. A number of conservative influencers, Kira, have called her a DEI hire by Trump. They have blasted her as a little squishy just because of these recent votes. And so the fact that Trump is, said to be a little miffed by this is understandable. Publicly, he's supportive. He still does need Amy Coney Barrett. A number of major cases still to come this term. But we should point out, Kira, that she is no David Souter, who you know very well, the justice appointed by George Herbert Walker Bush as a conservative, became a liberal. She's still very conservative, and her record shows as much, 90% of the time voting with Brett Kavanaugh. But the fact that the president and a number of these mega luminaries are now breaking with her, turning on her, suggests there's some real upset with the Supreme Court. And of course, all eyes are on the Trump administration, whether they will comply with a number of very significant rulings to come in the next 3 weeks, Kira.
Devin, what are...
It's very predictable that and I find fairly funny that they're going to pick on the woman when Roberts is actually, kind of, going more against what MAGA wants. Notice they pick on Amy Coney Barrett. That's rather weird. And Kelvin, you watching the news does not mean you are capable of assessing the news. Watching what the news says or what the news people say, that's just very it's like looking in the mirror and thinking, hey, this outfit looks really good on me. There are times when your assessment of how you look is not objective. People always think they are good looking. The outfit you pick is always going to look good on you. That's why you picked it. Sometimes, and I'm kind of going against my argument here, I realize this, but sometimes there are other sources of information that can either confirm or contradict or conflict with how you view yourself. However, in the end, you know yourself better than anyone else. Does it really matter what other people think if you are actually satisfied? Even in light, if you acknowledge that, hey, this outfit kind of fits your weird body, not the way you think it does, but you're able to go, hey, I like it anyway. I like the way I look. Fine. Politics is not necessarily understood at a deep cultural level by watching American news. Half the people who talk about politics on ABC News and all these news outlets don't know politics that well themselves. If you want to know American politics, start at the beginning, and that is picking up a history book, learning politics, how we got where we are, and then you will have a better assessment. What is happening in this Trump administration is not brand new, fresh ideas. It's kind of a rehashing old ideas with maybe a twist. Stanley thinks he has the #1 political kung fu bandana Afro samurai reference. I have no idea what the Afro samurai is. Yes, I don't think I have the best, but I think I have the best in this John Galt land. I have heard y'all for a year go on and on about shit you don't know. I might not be the best in the world. I'm certainly not the best on YouTube, but I'm the best on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Anyone who doubts that, you're free to doubt. It's my personal opinion. And you know what? I'm looking in my own mirror. So, when I made that that metaphor about someone looking in the mirror, I'm looking in my mirror. I like I said, I'm kind of defeating my own argument, but I think I do. I think I know more. I think I know politics better than just about any here. And for those of you who want to bring up Kamala losing to Trump, that's fair, but I was wrong. You're not always right on American politics. Yes, Kelvin, I am a dick. Everyone knows that. Oh, now it says Be Brave cooked me. Well, Kelvin, Be Brave cooked me, but apparently it was a one-time occurrence because Be Brave is always welcome on my panel as long as, he can abide by the rules. I lost. Which one are you talking about exactly, Kelvin? You talking about the debate? The discussion we had? Let me know yes or no if that's what you're talking about, because I definitely have an answer to that. So anyway, let us move on to, I have a few videos here. Oh, wait, hold it. Be Brave is starting early today. He already has a show here set up for me. Well, Kelvin, Be Brave is starting up. You want to run over to hear his critique of what I'm saying? You might. I mean, if Be Brave is the winner, go over and watch Be Brave. Won't hurt my feelings. You'll figure out, what's going on where, or you won't. I mean, Be Brave's a good guy. There is nothing wrong if he suits your aesthetic better than I do. I love having you here, but sometimes you have to accept your limitations. I have learned that in my 60 years. So anyway, let's see. Let's go to the videos I was going to play. Oops. Didn't mean to go there. This is interesting. All right, let's see here. Because I did actually have videos planned. Talking to Kelvin here is kind of distracted me. Let's start with this because Professor Black Truth is always good for a laugh.
Before we get started on this morning's briefing, let me preface by saying, yes, we're going to be tackling one of the subjects that a lot of black folks just don't handle very well, entertainment. Now, if you're one of those people who obsesses about hip-hop, particularly who's beefing with whom, then this video's not for you. Even though I'm going to be dealing with a situation regarding 50 Cent and Diddy, with Trump in there for a threesome, I suppose, what I'm not doing is examining this for the sake of entertainment value. This is about a case study in what to do and what not to do. Now, for those of you who may not know, 50 Cent apparently has got some sort of bad blood going with Diddy, and I guess he's been watching the Diddy trial very closely, so closely in fact that he posted online that he was going to be telling Donald Trump, don't give Diddy a pardon. That's what he was saying. And it's not a matter of Donald Trump reaching out to 50 Cent. It's 50 Cent saying, you know what? I don't like some of the stuff that he said about Trump, so because of that, I'm going to reach out to Trump and let him know how I feel about this guy. This, by the way, is the same 50 Cent who called out other street dudes for cooperating with prosecutors. Is this dry snitching or perhaps wet snitching? I'm not sure. When you go telling the guy who runs the federal government what somebody said, especially in the middle of a federal trial, is that running to the feds? I'm just asking for a friend. And then after the white media got a hold of the story, 50 Cent decided that he was going to delete this Instagram post. So he puts it up, then it gets a lot of attention, then suddenly he takes it down. Whatever you want to call this, it's definitely not courageous and it's not honorable either. Not because he's publicly plotting against Diddy, I could care less about that. But because 50 Cent has never and would never try something like this with any white person. Show me the white person who he's publicly said that he would try to block them from getting a pardon or would do anything to make it more likely that they would go to prison or stay there. And again, for the people who don't listen so well, I'm no fan of Diddy. As I've said about Cosby and R. Kelly, this is not about him. As black people, we know all too well that it's only too easy to call some white person with a badge or a gavel to get some other black person put behind the 8 ball. That's no flex. If 50 Cent wants to show that he's got power and influence, then he ought to be willing to go on a public jihad against a white person accused of a crime, especially against a black person. And go ahead and talk about how you go to the president to deny them a pardon if they happen to get convicted. There's been plenty of examples that he could run with, like, say, Derek Chauvin. Say, anyone seen 50 say a word about talking to Trump about denying that creep a pardon? Now that would be gangsta. And another thing, what is it with 50 Cent and all this butt kissing for the white right that he's been doing? He actually wrote, ostensibly with a straight face, that Trump was, quote, working tirelessly to make America great again. And I have to wonder if that was the reason he took this post down, because of how shamelessly subservient it makes him look. I mean, talk about laying it on thick. I'll bet somebody had to use a shovel in order to move this level of phony praise. But it wasn't just Trump that he likes to suck up to. Right now, 50 Cent's down in Louisiana, one of the most backward states in America, which explains why it's a blood red state. These days, he's trying to start a film and television studio, and it seems he's already playing the role of bootlick to the good old boys down there. He was hugging up on that racist wannabe DeSantis, Jeff Landry, the governor of that state, who has been as much of a blatant anti-black racist as you could possibly think of. This year, Landry tried to duplicate what DeSantis and his GOP degenerates did in Florida, pass a slate of state amendments that would consolidate all the state's money under the governor, or at least under the Republican-controlled legislature, and create some sort of specialty court who would basically rubber stamp whatever judicial outcomes Landry wanted. But what seems to have gotten 50 Cent to be so chummy with the wannabe David Duke Jeff Landry is that Landry tried to pass an amendment to lower the state's maximum income tax rate. Now, in a dirt poor state like Louisiana, that would mean nothing for most of the residents there, but for the few financially well off, say like a couple of plantation owners and carpetbaggers like Curtis Jackson, this would be a great thing for them. He even did a video endorsing Landry's plan. So this was a law tailor-made to benefit a tiny handful of people in the state at the expense of the other 97%. No wonder all of these amendments that Landry proposed were roundly defeated and rejected by the citizens of Louisiana. Clearly 50 Cent didn't go down to the bayou to create opportunities for black people. He's there because Louisiana's a poor state with a small population, which makes it easy pickings. A lot of the upper middle class and rich have been on the move ever since the pandemic. Elon Musk has left California and wholesale bought a town in Texas so he could turn it into his own Temu version of Cape Canaveral. And now 50 Cent has basically leased the city of Shreveport and is going to use it as his own personal backlot. Tyler Perry bought an unused military base and converted it into a studio. Looks like 50 Cent did him one better than that and got control of an entire city basically at no charge. This is what's happened after the pandemic. You see, California has the country's largest population, so as a result, when a lot of those Californians realized that they could work remotely and still enjoy their inflated salaries in these poorer states, that's when we started seeing all of these small and medium-sized cities get huge influxes of California refugees, who, with their inflated California salaries, were able to outbid everybody else in the rest of the country for housing, which has led to a hideously distorted housing market nationwide in the places that these people go. And as I alluded to earlier with Elon Musk, there's also a number of wealthy individuals who have also decided to do the same thing. You see, these people have already gotten all the low-hanging fruit from the big developed metropolises like Phoenix and Vegas and Dallas. Now they're moving on to the cities in the old Confederate states that aren't so well developed and seeing about trying to suck them dry next. That's all that's happening here. 50 Cent doesn't care about Louisiana, and I'm sure the people of Shreveport aren't deluding themselves into thinking he gives a damn about them, because he doesn't. Compared to what he's used to, Louisiana is going to be dirt cheap for him to operate in, and he was hoping as a bonus to finesse himself a big juicy tax break in an economically depressed state. It's no different than corporations that set up shop in third world countries. They're poor and hence easy to take over. Hopefully, after the way that he shamelessly supported a racist like Jeff Landry's attempt to take over the state, people will see what his real agenda is. It's not America first, damn sure not even black first. It's 50 first. And if 50 just wants to look out for number one, well, it is what it is. But as I've always told you, you should only support people to the extent that they support you. He's a vulture capitalist, hoping to get some big tax breaks in a poor state, which have to be paid by the working class citizens there. Tax breaks aren't free, because the state programs and services still have to be paid somehow. And if the people with the most money aren't paying, then that means the people with the least money have to.
It doesn't sound like he's
These states and
crying.
municipalities have all kinds of dirty ways to set up fees and other scams, mostly aimed at black residents, to collect money from them without having to call it a tax hike, even though that's exactly what it is. This is why the police have quotas. Their job is to be the collection arm for a racist Ponzi scheme. And as for 50 Cent, apparently having 10...
You know what? Actually, Lou, I think this is a very interesting photo. It's like I was gonna make a Joel Chandler Harris joke. You know, 50 Cent is like Uncle Remus. He's so old. Hey, Unc, let's go ahead and sit you down. We'll take a picture with you. So I think Professor Black Truth is just kind of laughing at the at this very interesting photo.
Tens of millions of dollars simply isn't enough, and having all those tax breaks and exemptions for the wealthy isn't enough either. The hillbilly governor of Louisiana is even more of a brain-dead lout than DeSantis is, if such a thing is possible. At least you can understand DeSantis' idiotic rantings. That Jeff Landry guy is like Master Yoda's retarded cousin. Half of what he says is unintelligible, the rest is unintelligent. He's an unabashed racist, no different than DeSantis or Donald Trump for that matter. These are the very fine folks that 50 Cent's hugging up on and palling around with these days. I would have more respect for him if he stuck to hanging out with drug dealers and thugs. At least the criminals have a code.
Exactly, Juan.
Racist 50 Cent supporting don't. I don't know what the
You know
beef
what,
is
Juan?
between 50 Cent and Diddy, and frankly, I don't care.
Let
As
me
I said,
stop this
the Will
right
Smith
quick.
slap Chris.
This is always why I'm impressed with Juan. He kind of picks up on those literary references. Only someone who's either read a lot or just, you know, is old enough. Like fucking these fucking MAGA blacks. And I know MAGA blacks are popular over here, but goddamn, you know, if you're going to be a MAGA black, do better than that fucking photo. It's like, dude, it's like, sit down, Unc. You are old. You have done service to this plantation or for this plantation. You've raised so many babies that we're going to pretend we respect your age and your wisdom. Sit down, Unc. That's what that looks like. Bare necessities. Right after this picture was taken, 50 Cent started rapping a song to Zippity Doo Dah. So we go.
Chris Rock, there's a way to do things and a way not to do them. When you have a problem with another black person, you already know that when you run to the white powers that be, you're not doing it because you expect justice. You're doing it because you're expecting this white supremacist system to produce a certain outcome. But it's also one that you know that you would never do against members of the dominant society. This is why, as the black grassroots, we don't truck with these celebrities. As I've said for nearly 2 decades now, when you ingratiate yourself with the white media, then your associations are with them, and their agenda becomes yours because you're depending on them for your daily bread. You need to be plugged into their machine. As the Bible says, wherever a man's treasure is, there his heart is also. By the time you climb the ladder in the white media, they've got their hooks so deep into you, you'll do anything for them because you think you're one of them. Celebrities are creatures of self-interest by and large. You have to be to make it in these white supremacist structures. Now, that may be good enough for Curtis Jackson, but should it be good enough for us? No matter what you think of Diddy's depravity, the truth is 50 Cent's not showing up because he's a conscientious citizen. Obviously, he's got an axe to grind. Now, that part I have no problem with. If somebody's crossed you or otherwise you're at odds with them and they wind up in a bind, well, it's fair game to go ahead and cheer on their downfall. But running to White Daddy to hand him the axe to swing? Now what are we supposed to make of that? There's no denying, though, that the man is strictly out for himself, so in that respect, 50 and Diddy do have a lot in common. He's gonna strip mine his little Louisiana purchase for whatever he can get, and then when he's inevitably offered a better tax incentive from, say, Georgia or maybe even Texas, he'll also pick up tent and move there overnight. And he'll no doubt be happy to smile and shake hands with whomever's in charge in those places, regardless of their racist track record, too. Well, at least I think I finally got the answer to why he calls himself 50 Cent. Because that's about as much as his blackness is worth.
Oh,
Good
wow.
day, and
That's
be
pretty
one.
harsh. Well, I was actually I had another video lined up, but it seems that Be Brave has started early this morning. I mean, that 70-year-old up is before 8 o'clock because I fucking pissed him off. Look at this. Let me bring, I don't want to occlude the title of his show. So this is called Stanley Presents Replay of Black Dysfunction, which is not what I replayed. This motherfucker is desperate. Let me say right now, white supremacy has to get up early in the morning to fucking make its case. Now, Be Brave used to start his shows at like midday. So, and then he started doing shows to react to my show at 9 in the morning. Now, it is not even 8, and this motherfucker started his show. I'm making him get up early every morning to react to shit that I'm saying that he wants to misquote and misdirect and warp. I feel bad. I'm making a motherfucking 70-year-old get up early. I'm sorry, Be Brave. I'm making you get up earlier than you want to get up to fucking react to what I'm saying that upsets you so. Well, I'm not 50 Cent, and you're not the governor of Louisiana there, Be Brave. So, what? and Red Wine is like, did Stan run? I hopped into Be Brave's chat just to fuck with him a little bit. And then, now they're wondering, well, where did Stan go? I want to watch because I actually do need to find out what his fucking complaint is now. So we're gonna join his little stream, this is a struggle stream or a reaction stream. It's a struggle stream. This motherfucker has to get up early in the morning these days. The show used to start at midday, and then he would go back and review whatever it was he disagreed with. Now this motherfucker, he's practically going to be starting his show in real time. I got a 70-year-old so riled up that he has to wake up early, 4 in the morning to fucking, what did that young buckra say today? What did that buckra say? I need to react to it. Let me light my corncob pipe early, 4 in the morning to hear what Stanley has to say. And Kelvin says that I lost to be brave. This motherfucker is altering his sleep schedule to react to whatever it is. And dude, my show is, someone described Stanley versus the world in the morning as boring as a glass of warm milk. Warm milk. So my warm milk ass show is waking up Be Brave at like 7:30 in the morning to see what I have to say. Well, let me put it to you this way. Warm milk, I agree. Soothing, maybe. But motherfucker, I got a 70-year-old racist fucking waking up to pay attention to what I have to say. So I know at least one motherfucker is scared. So let's hear what Race Daddy has to say this morning.
Right? And you're going to criticize somebody else's intellect? I mean, I get it. But come on.
Yeah, motherfucker. I criticize your intellect for the fun of it because I know I'm right.
Stanley's Cross is so boring. I came here. Yeah. No, this is pretty interesting what this guy is saying, though. And again, I'm having fun with this. I'm not worried about views.
I also have to add, Be Brave would not even know who Tim Black is or Lady Boulay is. Not only am I getting him up early, I'm getting him up early to learn shit. All of a sudden, all these people, he had no clue who they were. I'm introducing him to. Motherfucker, I am teaching this old racist that black people have ideas. Hey, I don't, and this is specifically meant for Kelvin, I don't debate with people who aren't my peers. I only debate with my peers. All others I teach. That is John Henry Clark. Be Brave is not my peer. I don't debate him. I teach him. Kelvin, again, you need to fucking get a clue.
Thing. The pop-up yesterday, there were 200 views on the replay, so far on the replay. I appreciate that. I do. But some of these, I don't care if I get, 30 views. It's just going to be a little bit more fun. Like right now, I got 5 concurrent viewers. That's good enough for me. This is fun. This Stanley Cross is over here.
Look, Be Brave sounds excited that I'm over there.
Show. Oh, Stanley unsubscribed. Oh, he unsubscribed, but he won't stay out of my chat. That's amazing.
I was there to gloat, motherfucker. Brother. Yes,
anyway,
sweetheart
so
T.
Here's this
is a Stanception. Who else is?
You got to hear what he's
saying. Who
saying.
else's Inception would
Stanley
it be?
plays this guy I think I've seen him 3 times now on Stanley's show. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me
agree with him?
hold up here.
Play-
Stanley plays this guy. Motherfucker, you know who he is because I play him on my show. Now, who the fuck is debating whom? All others I teach.
Plays him. He doesn't say anything as in disagreement, so I don't know. So let's see what this guy says here. Tim Black.
Let's see what this guy says here.
And saying that black people are uniquely something wrong with black people. First, there's a couple things wrong about this. One is, number one, you're in an algorithm of hateful content about black people because the algorithm knows you like content.
Sounds like we're talking about Be Brave, but we're not.
Yeah, it has
the
nothing.
algorithm knows you better than you know you.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the actual reality that blacks are fucking tearing up the streets, acting like fools in public, and in the public realm wherever they go, they're complete goddamn idiots. If it's somebody that's going to act like a damn fool in a McDonald's or in a restaurant, there's a good chance it's going to be black. Has nothing to do with the realities that blacks are just complete goddamn fucking sick bastards. 70% of black Americans are nuts. Nothing to do with that. It's the algorithm. And it's distorting the way people think. Hold on, folks. I got to get this.
Oh, look at this. Hey, let me stop this right quick. Nas, let me see. Can I blow this up? Nas, you know Nas is not my biggest fan. So Nas is saying 99% of people on YouTube have Stanley fatigue, time for new content. So what even Nas is saying, hey, Be Brave. Why do you keep playing this stuff from Stanley's show? You know what? For the first time in a long time, I actually agree with Nas. Why the fuck is Be Brave waking up? Shit, I think he's Central Time. So this motherfucker woke up at like 6:30 in the morning to see what I had to say. Probably somebody called him on the phone and said, well, Stanley's pissing you off right now. This is so sad. All others, like Be Brave, I teach.
Oh, goodness sakes, hold on. Holy cow. There's that. Oh, let me see here. Need to show my handsome face here while I'm doing this. Actually, I'd rather do it like this, I think. Let's do this. Yeah. Okay, let's see what we got here.
It knows how long you watch something. They know when you swipe 4 against a way or a 2 when you hit like. It knows all that. So when you get content that dumps on black people, that's because you watch content that dumps on black people.
Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with there's so much goddamn content out there that you can find it everywhere. And you don't find anything comparable in numbers of white people or Asian people or even Spanish people doing what black people do in public. See, this is what I'm
Wait,
saying.
hold it. Let's translate this. Black people are the only people in America who are violent. Hispanics and white people and Asians are peace loving. They never commit crime.
Now, again. Yeah, I did. I remember that, Richard. Yeah, I'm using the space bar. Thanks, Richard.
They never commit crime.
Never mind that the other groups aren't doing it in anything close to the same numbers when it comes to just carjackings and robberies and public place outbursts and crazy stuff in public places. Never mind. It's all the algorithm it's your algorithm search.
Black people, you need to stop the other black people from hurting
try to develop
us.
an algorithm that would show you white kids carjacking people.
John Galt, you
In other
have
words,
to
Google
go
a headline,
out and
carjackings
document
caught on
your
camera.
people
Carjackings
are
caught on
hurting
camera.
America.
Google a carjacking, driveway robbery caught on camera. Google it.
Hey, wait, hold it. Let me stop this.
So is that
this
my algorithm when I
report.
Google?
Okay, Dan says, Stanley thinks he's going to shame us for our beliefs in reality by calling us racist. Ha ha. That could, see, this is like be brave level understanding of Stanley and my purpose. I have no hope of changing your minds. I have no desire to shame you for being a racist. All I want to do is point out the obvious, Dan. Pointing out racists is not a racist act. I want you to be who you are for my personal entertainment. So no, I don't want you to change. I encourage you to be who you are, Dan. Motherfucker, you've been in my chat and I have enjoyed your comments for quite some time. I need you to be you. America needs you to be you, Dan. We need be brave. We need all your little racist buddies. And the future racists, black or white, being a racist is the only thing in America that is truly colorblind. We have anti-black blacks, we have white shades, we have nightshades. Hey, being a racist is truly the essence of being American. At least some parts of America. So Dan, don't you change, buddy. I need you to be you. You do you 100% of the time. You be racist and I'll point out when you're being a racist. Deal?
Google it. It comes up 5 videos of blacks doing driveway robberies or 5 videos of blacks carjacking. If you Google street shooting, caught on camera, shootout at gas station, caught on camera, and it comes up black people. Did I say anything about black people when I'm Googling? I don't recall saying anything about black people when I'm caught on Googling. So is the AI developing its own algorithm for me because I just want to look up these types of crimes?
Now listen to dumb fuck here. He wants to pretend that, oh, hey, I'm looking up a specific type of crime. It's not my fault if black people are committing a lot of the certain types of crime I'm looking up. I don't even have to put black if a high percentage of crime in Baltimore is committed by black people. Well, gee, I don't have to say black because black people commit most of the crime in Baltimore. Motherfucker, you don't even understand your own argument. If you are defining the parameter for the type of crime you're looking at in a specific place, well, chances are it's going to meet the criteria. Go look up the same crime in fucking Roy, Utah. I guarantee you it won't be a black person committing it. Be Brave thinks his audience is as retarded and uneducated as he is. And he should have higher expectations.
Did I say blacks caught on camera ever? Did I say blacks caught on camera carjacking? Did I say any of that?
Did I say black? See, I don't have to say black to know about black crime. Oh, yeah. If you don't say black, that means your point is not racist. Gotcha.
No. You just Google a headline and it comes up black people doing it. This guy's acting like it's people's imagination. And it's like they're developing their algorithm to suit their, what do they call it? Bias. I can't think of what it's called.
Yeah, I can't think of the word.
But no, I mean it's ridiculous.
I can Google a crime, but I can't Google a word. Oh Lord, this is hilarious.
Affirmation, bias affirmation. What's it called? I can't think of it. Anyway, it's just no. I'm not Googling. I'm not saying blacks anything. But when I Google these headlines, it's blacks doing it. This guy's acting like it's everybody's imagination. Hey, I got black fatigue. It could be. It could be.
Don't act like it's out of the blue. That's not how the algorithms work.
It's out of the blue if you don't put in a race, Tim Black. It's goddamn out of the blue if you Google this and it comes up black people doing it. If you don't put in that Google reference or that Google inquiry, if you don't put anything, any race in there,
absolutely,
sir,
Luke.
it's out of the blue. That's what I'm saying. These people are pathological liars. I'm not saying that lightly. You think I'm just throwing that out there? No.
Liars.
70% of black Americans are fucking nuts.
Okay, now this motherfucker literally said 70% of black people are nuts or whatever. Literally, after calling black people liars, there is no underlying data to support his 70% claim. So this motherfucker literally will say something just made up in his head, but call other people liars. This is why I shit on idiots like Be Brave, and I mock their total lack of critical thinking. This motherfucker is a pure racist. He will literally sit there and make shit up about black people and then call other black people liars. This is the substance of his argument. And I'm sorry if Kelvin and Dan get offended when I point out the racist behaviors and the racist logic. But you know what? Y'all are proud. Be Brave is proud. Really, I'm just pointing out the pride. The pride in being a bottom feeder. That's literally Be Brave shtick.
Pathological fucking liars. That's why I stretch that into psychopath. Once a pathological liar is intense enough, that goes into psychopathy. That goes into being a psychopath. I'm not talking about compulsive liars. We know they exist. They're sick. They can't help it. And I still think I don't think the two is as separate as they try to make.
Well, I'm going to jump ahead. This is like a few minutes ago. I'm going to go ahead and bring this live to see what he's talking about now. Oh, wait, this motherfucker's not even there. Where did he go? So I typed in the chat, where did the racist go? So I'm going to drop the link in the John Galt. Well, I guess I have to kind of drop it in both chats, don't I? So y'all can join the panel and help me either roast Be Brave or come up and defend him. That's even more fun, in my opinion. But Be Brave is a character. And you know what? I actually like Be Brave. Even racists can be good guys, or well, not good guys, but they can be pleasant to talk to, you know. And he is 70. So, I mean, you're not going to change a 70-year-old's, opinions. At least one should not try to. So I dropped the link. Come on up and defend this behavior, and we can go from there. I actually don't know why, where he went. Let's go back a little bit. There we go.
Black Truth on Stanley Plays Him, Jason Blacks. You get Larry Elder, the conservative, a sick, stupid conservative black man, but at least he understands that it's a white culture and doesn't run from the reality. No, he doesn't say that, but you can tell he's okay with white culture. He's probably okay with being in on it. Probably appreciative.
Yeah. That's what these motherfuckers want. And this actually was a video I was going to play, integration versus assimilation. Be Brave. And I would say a large part of the population, kind of like the Thomas Sowell brothers, they want black people to stop being black. They want black people to pretend to be white, to be whatever it is, to adopt a whole new way of being and still be not quite white, but at least you're acting white, therefore you are tolerable. That is the racial grift of this black fatigue. We're tired of black people being black people. Now, a lot of these people like Be Brave think that being black means a tacit acceptance of aberrant behavior. Be Brave thinks that to be black means to either commit violent crimes or make excuses for the people who commit violent crimes. That's literally his argument boiled down. He's not smart enough to understand what his argument is, but I am. Bottom line is, a person like me who is not inclined to crime, we are not interested in anything other than living our lives according to the law of the land, making sure our kids are raised to survive with the obstacles that are inherent to a race-based culture. We want our kids to thrive in a culture that is obsessed with race. However, if black people commit crime, racists, black and white, and other races too, want to define individuals by what they think the group does, and that's unacceptable. The other thing is, a person like me, I want to be myself. And, conforming to like the idea that Be Brave and John Galt and Ock Nation and CT want to propagate about black culture being separate from American culture, or blacks being, genetically predisposed to violent crime. It's all bullshit. It's unsubstantiated. And you know what? I, as a black man, know better. And I, as a black man, have no compunction about saying I am a better thinker, better educated, better whatever you want to say than Be Brave. It's the Be Braves of the world who can't accept that fact. He needs to. It is literally some of the anti-black blacks who cannot fucking accept that fact. I simply know more. I know more about American history. I know more about American politics. I know more about race in America than a motherfucking 70-year-old bottom feeder philosopher wannabe. Y'all need to accept that. If you can't, that's fine. I know the fact. It is no doubt in my mind that I know more about white America than Be Brave does, because I was raised with them. So Be Brave is entertaining, and those who think he is prescient or a sage, more power to you. But don't get your feelings hurt. And Be Brave shouldn't be waking up earlier in the morning. I think the logic, I think the point of view is a piece of shit. It is an uneducated piece of shit. And I'm free to say just that. Don't get all in your fee-fees when I fucking mock your dumbasses.
Just so predominantly in an absurd level, one group and one group only tearing this shit up. Why would you not focus on the group and bring guilt upon
that's
that
exactly it. Why would you not focus on the group? Now, this motherfucker will literally quote Martin Luther King, content of character, not color of skin, and then ask the question, why can't you judge people on the group? The group has dark skin, therefore, why can't you judge by the group? The motherfucker is literally defining how he is racist. And the people in his audience are eating it up. If you are judging individuals by the group they belong to, that is textbook racism. And he's not smart enough to even understand his own argument. Why can't I be a racist is what he's saying. And my response is being a racist is evil.
In this country. Do you think this guy would have a problem if Orientals were doing all this shit and we focused on Orientals?
This motherfucker is still saying Oriental.
No, you'd be saying, well, I understand
He's
why
definitely
you're
not
focusing on
woke.
Orientals. They're the ones doing it all. But see, the black sociopath, the black psychopaths, and the black pathological liars, no. It all goes according to their own little putrid fucking worlds. Oh, Stanley's reacting to my stream? I'll be there. Hey, Stanley, how you doing? Stanley, there's no reaction to it. You need to just let this silly old white man get it out of his system and try not to confront it, because I am so thoroughly dissecting the nonsense of this that it's not very becoming to try to deny what I'm saying. Because here's this little thing. Everybody knows I'm just stating the obvious.
Listen to this motherfucker. This motherfucker is a tough old rooster.
But this is amazing to me that he wants to just focus, because he's all for focus. He's all for talking about the problems. Let's go over the list again.
It made that the culprit. Fatigue, fighting fatigue. He fights perfectly. Listen. If you focus on the activity that you don't like, fine. Why come it can't be?
Oh, you must have given us permission there. Oh, you can focus on the activity that you don't like. That's fine. And then he asks, why come it can't be? Are fucking blacks fucking incapable of speaking proper fucking English? I've got a quote.
Oh yeah. Be brave.
CKJ3.
Be
sounds
brave.
Like a goddamn fucking mildly retarded person wrote the.
Be brave speaks proper English.
Statement. It's
I'm sorry,
words.
English
sounds
properly.
Sounds like it was written
this
by a mildly
motherfucker will
retarded
split
person.
in an
CKJ3
oh wait, hold on. I gotta.
This guy says, "Why? Let's go."
This Be Brave will split an infinitive while criticizing how black people speak English. This is fucking rich. This motherfucker thinks he's speaking English properly. I love it.
It doesn't sink into them that they're fucking fools. That's the danger of these people. Brave, can you check the back? Yeah, I can. Oh, somebody's over here? Ivan. Hold on, Ivan. I gotta roll through this stream a little bit, old
it's
buddy.
Ivan, the motherfucking
Gonna be
Eastern
about 10
European
minutes,
racist.
10, 15 minutes, Ivan. If you want to come back.
Come on, let him up. Be brave.
I got. I think I used part of something you sent me in an email too this morning. I'm not sure. Here's Stanley. I am dissecting your abortion of dissection. Stanley, you can call it whatever you want with all your fancy, well-educated language, sir. But you ain't gonna this thing called truth. Thanks, Ivan.
This thing called truth.
Yeah, you look really foolish trying to deny it.
Yeah, I'm not denying you're a racist.
Fatigue. Crime fatigue. Wilding out fatigue.
Well, I don't know.
Fatigue.
You know, when you start throwing words like banality around there, Yeti, it sounds suspiciously like me. I am very banal. I was called warm milk.
Brown and long fatigue. Get where I'm going? If you focus on the activity that you did not like and made that the culprit, not the people, fine.
Oh, we got his permission. Long as we leave out the goddamn perpetrators and the one group of people that but they never will because they're using inner city crime as a destabilizing factor of our culture.
Okay, this dumb motherfucker literally thinks that inner city crime is destabilizing American culture. Dude, most black people do not live in the inner city. Culture is not made just in the inner city. Damn, be brave. This is just like fucking first grade.
So people are not taking part in this to any numbers at all. I don't care about all the whites that murdered each other. This domestic in the house. They shoot each other in the house.
Yeah. White murders are better because they shoot people in the house. What kind of motherfucker makes that sort of logic? White murders are domestic. Therefore, they're not as bad as shooting people in the streets. This is the kind of depraved fucking racist logic that just confounds me. So if a white person kills a white person in their house, that is a better quality of murder than some black kid who goes and sprays a street and kills people in the street. This motherfucker is literally saying this. Oh my Lord. It is depravity.
And you're destroying the public. I'm amazed that people can't tell the difference between the difference in the intensity of the destruction when it comes to tearing up the public, as opposed to tearing up just your own house.
Listen to this dude. So tearing up your own house is better than tearing up the streets. I'm sorry. The comparative homicide, essentially what he's saying. This motherfucker is literally racializing homicide. The way white people kill white people is better than the way black people kill black people. This motherfucker is literally making a whole show out of this. What the fuck?
But again, pathological liars. That's what they are. Psychopaths. That's what they are. Both of them. I say psychopaths. 70% of black Americans are psychopaths. Nothing matters other than what goes on in their own fucking head. That's psychopath, man. You got nonviolent psychopaths, folks. Psychopaths don't have to be violent. They can just be destructive and conniving and no good for nothing pieces of shit humans. 70% of black Americans are conniving, no pieces of good for stupid shit for shit humans. 70% of black Americans. Or you could call them pathological liars. They spit out a lie to serve their purpose with no shame, no guilt.
I'd be okay with that. I think most of us would be okay with you saying, I don't like people that steal, particularly when it makes my prices of my goods go up.
What about saying, I don't like people that shoot up the streets? You notice how he went to stealing as a more modest. See, this is what I'm saying. These conniving bastards thinks everybody's stupid, but fucking them. I don't mind if everybody steals. No, we ain't talking about stealing, motherfucker. Even though blacks are doing that, they run that. You know, there's this thing called markets that have to have fucking security guards in them, or chain link.
Look at him getting all upset. Is he spitting on his mic or what?
But the stealing part is the mild part. How about saying, even though they're shooting up the streets, even though 6 teenagers, 3 against 3, are emptying magazines up and down residential streets? How about saying that as an example, if you want to? How about driveway robberies? How about carjackings? No, he jumps into stealing. You see, everybody's stupid but them. This mofo is so racist, he racialized homicide. Sure did, Stanley. Sure did. Blacks kill each other in the homes too. It's just that my point is
this
the blacks are the ones when
dude
it's
is
happening in the
proud
streets.
of
They're the ones tearing
racializing
up the streets.
homicide.
The
Why
whites
am
are
I
tearing
not
up their homes.
surprised?
That's a little too much for your simple mind to handle, isn't it, Stanley? When you're really investigating social occurrences for the sake of really honestly getting to the bottom of them, you see, Stanley wants to keep it all sanitary. So it protects his little mind so he don't have to think about the realities. Yes, white people don't shoot up the streets, Stanley. They shoot up their loved ones in their homes. Black people are the ones shooting up the streets. I sure did. This mofo is so racist, he racialized homicide. He could have said, but he won't. This motherfucker is so culturalist, he culturalized homicide. But see, you can't do that. Blacks have to run behind the poor me. It's my black skin. Oh, I have no control. It's my black skin that you're judging me on. Well, you see, if it was cultural, it would be behavior. That's something you can change. That's why the culturalists will not catch on, but I think it will. I think it's unstoppable. I'm always ahead of my time on this shit. Culturalism replacing racism. Culturalist replacing racist. It will. As soon as it gets out there, the whites realize that, wait a minute, to hell with this racist shit. This has been hung around our necks for the sake of shutting us up, because you can't judge a person by something they're born, if they're born as. You don't get to do that. If all black people, if in black neighborhoods you had the equivalent of all of these white areas there were no street crimes.
Be Brave thinks black
have no right
people
to
don't
say
know
it's a
how
black
to
person, so I
even
don't want to live
express their
around them.
thoughts.
I mean, you got the right, but you shouldn't. This is fine, upstanding black people, man. Yeah, go where they live, man. There's no street crime or nothing. Everything's hunky-dory, real quiet. What's the problem? But nobody's doing that. The word racist is attached to somebody so that they don't dare speak of the absurd, disproportionate, violent, stupid fucking behavior that blacks do. That's why the race, the skin is attached to it. It shuts it down. Well, whites need to get tired of that shit. Say, fuck you, it's your behavior. You stupid son of a bitches. Try that shit on somebody else. The more whites that say that, the better it will get.
Be
Jenny Life says
brave,
he
the
envies the
racist.
people who don't know of my existence.
Oh, wow. Let me come up to date here.
He's the
I'm
norm.
lagging a little bit.
I call them psychopaths. They have no guilt. Yeah, that's what we're worried about, paying more. When you're in the inner city on a city bus or on a subway and you can't stand to the edge of the subway tracks anymore and you got to stand back against the wall for the sake of saving your life. Or when you get out of your car in a driveway, they have public service announcements. Get your packages in your house as soon as you can, please, from the local news. Yeah, that's what people are worried about, is the price they're paying for things, not the fucking fact of a gun barrel being put up the side of your head and removing you from your belongings. Fucking amazing, man.
Yeah, I don't know. This is getting kind of boring. Be Brave is consistently racist, if
Here's
nothing
the thing.
else.
Some people are not smart enough to understand that what I'm saying makes sense.
And again, blacks, they do it. They're not smart enough to understand that what I'm saying makes sense, because
They're not
what he's
smart
saying
enough.
makes no sense at all.
We
He's
aren't
talking
smart
about
enough
extremely
to
disruptive
understand.
and many times deadly behavior.
We
And
aren't
he's trying to soft
smart
soap it into, like,
enough
let's just
to
look at this. Let's look at stealing.
understand what Be Brave is
No, I know
saying
he's focused on stealing
from
as a
his
diversion,
racist
and he understands the other
spout.
crime. He listed the other crimes, but he's using stealing because that's his straw man. He hands the straw man to us. Here, this is what you're saying. This is what we're talking about. So let me respond to that. Considering your intelligence, what you said makes sense. Hey, thank you, Yeti. You can learn a lot from a dummy.
Oh, Yeti,
As the
don't
old
fuck with
commercial
that old
goes.
man. Let an old man fuck with the
Oh,
old man,
shit.
Yeti. You're young. Save yourself.
And that's actually the unbiased.
Save
to go.
yourself,
The
Yeti.
reason
This
why
old man will
that is not
poison
getting
your
traction-
personal
Oh,
well.
unbiased now. See how they throw these keywords out? Guilt trip words. Oh, it's unbiased. What are you being biased for?
No,
Because
he's not biased.
everywhere I
He's a
fucking go to
racist.
people that when I fucking
If
hear
you call him a
gunshots in the
racist,
fucking
it pretty
streets,
much
and there's fucking
encompasses
three kids
all
down there and
his
three kids
bad
down there
ideas.
shooting at each other, and I'm in the crossfire. It's three black kids versus three black kids every single fucking time.
Listen to this motherfucker. He is
And you're-
starting to
and
sound
you're
like Trump
criticizing
now.
biases or biases or whatever. Help me, Stanley. How do you say biases plural? Bias plural.
Oh man, this dude. How do you say bias
Oh,
is
Brian Nichols,
plural?
I didn't notice that. It's not a Puritan hat. That's a playa hat. I think if you look back in the old black exploitation movies, it looks more like a playa hat.
Now listen to
Pimp
this
hat,
motherfucker
drug
talking
dealing
about
hat.
blaxploitation,
Which makes sense.
blaxploitation movies.
He's pimping fucking nonsense to stupid fucking black people that he wants to get
Listen
views
to this
from and money from.
motherfucker.
Because I
Stupid
know
fucking black
this son
people.
of a bitch is not stupid enough to believe what he's saying.
Stupid
When he's
fucking
trying
black
to deny
people.
the value of
Stupid
focusing
fucking
on a
black
group
people.
of people when that one group is doing all of this
No, I'm not a
damage.
racist.
It's
Oh,
because
this
when you
is
put
just-
black on
this
something,
is a
it
beaut,
sells.
folks.
Because America's so
This is
Oh,
a
when you
beaut.
put black on something, it sells. Oh, I get it. We just use poor blacks as victims again. Oh, God, this is the horror.
Now listen,
When will
Be
blacks ever
Brave.
get a
Now
break?
Be Brave is going to go into the
Maybe
white
people put
people are
black on it, you
victims phase.
stupid fucking bastard, because blacks are fucking doing it by the tune of 90% of the time, dumbass.
Yeah, all these black people who disagree with Be Brave are dumbasses.
Black cells. They say
Let's-
anything they want.
Hey,
And these
Blue
other
Jay, how you
fucking
doing?
stupid black people listening to him. Stanley's
Hit
over
the
there
link if
agreeing
you
with this
want.
fucking guy. Stanley
Where
has proved
are
my
you?
point.
Which-
Stanley's a
Oh,
smart
you're in
fucking-
John Galt's chat. Here's
Look at this shit that he's trying to knock me down for pointing out the reality of. Folks, we're
Dude,
up against it
you
when it
know
comes to
what?
black people.
See,
this
this
ain't
is
kid
this
stuff.
dumb. This is Be Brave, okay, and this is John Galt. This is CT. There's only one reality. There's only one reality, motherfucker. That is what an education is for. What do you think critical thinking is for? It's to learn how to evaluate reality in a very consistent manner. So, if you got a bunch of people who can actually think critically, now everybody's going to have their own perception. That's why there's debate. But Be Brave actually thinks that he can assess reality just because he's white. He literally will tell you he's a bottom feeder who left school in 6th grade and all this shit, but yet he motherfucking thinks he has the true way of assessing reality. That's fucking crazy. Dude, I literally think it, yet I don't think Be Brave is like the biggest problem in black culture. White racists are not the biggest problem black Americans, legacy black Americans face. The biggest problem to quote black culture is literally the John Galts, the CTs, the Oc Nations. They are the biggest problem because they, being black themselves, hold a little bit more authenticity when they talk to a black audience. In short, people are going to be more inclined to listen to John Galt than they would be to Be Brave. And I think that Be Brave's logic packaged in John Galt's cool is way more persuasive. Okay, anytime you want, Blue Jay, there's no rush. It's early for you, actually. It's getting on after 8:30 here. I'm on the East Coast. So let's listen to more of this foolishness while I find something better to watch.
Yeah, bigots lurking around the ATM. Good one, Chris. Yeah, that's
Yeah. All black people are fucking lurking around the ATM. We're not there to use the ATM. We're there to lurk.
Damn.
Oh, it's
If
real
you
sound.
sellouts really weren't sellouts, you'd be like, let's focus on the action. Let's focus on the thing we.
He's calling black sellouts when they want to focus on black fucking destructive culture. He's calling them sellouts. This is what I'm saying.
To be
folks. I
honest,
don't know
he
how
should
the
have just called them
30%
white
are gonna do it.
supremacists.
They're not gonna achieve escape velocity from the gravitational filth of black culture, man. They're not gonna do it. I feel so sorry for
Hey,
well-reasoned
thanks,
black people.
Yeti. I'm just checking
All I'm
my
saying is, look, well-reasoned black people, don't hold it against Whitey.
Discord here.
If you come into our neighborhoods, we're going, oh shit. Ain't no fucking whites going to allow somebody to mess with your home or your goddamn shit like that. But they're still
What
going
have
in
you
their homes.
done
They're
to be
going,
brave?
motherfucker, we just paid $800,000 for this home, and you got a fucking black man moving in. Now, if it's a black man with a family and kids and a black wife, or better yet, with a white wife and their kids, not so much worry.
Yeah, I will definitely look over this,
Say you spent
Yeti.
and you're in an inner city
I
and you
should be a
just
little
spent
bit more clever,
600,000
but
for a home,
you
and
know,
some Section 8 black
Be
man
Brave
moves
is an
around you.
old man.
I'm sorry, well,
Calling,
reason black
just
women.
coming out and calling
If
him
you're a single
stupid
black
kind of
woman,
saves time in a way.
I apologize, but there's nothing whiteys can do other than go, oh shit. There goes my fucking property values and perhaps my very fucking tranquil existence
yes,
in the
he
public
does.
when I go out
Actually,
in the
Blue
streets.
Jay. Excuse me. And Blue Jay, actually, Be Brave's brand, of I guess racist logic, if you can call it that, is truly truly colorblind. Now, if I had to actually go in and make a guess, I'd say his audience is probably maybe slightly more black, but it's roughly 50-50. So, and he's a pretty good wordsmith. I mean, he's got the gift of gab. He's like, if anybody's ever seen The Music Man, the musical, Be Brave is like the Music Man of racist behaviors and attitudes. He's the Pied Piper. He's like, if you cross the Pied Piper with the Klan, you would get Be Brave. Who's the blonde?
Ignorance can't. He sounds like he at least has an average.
Why, her name is Blue Jay. Say hi, Kelvin. You know what, Blue Jay? I kind of disagree with that.
Blue Jay is no am I reading?
I honestly think Be Brave is a very credible source of a larger chunk of American culture than most Americans would be willing to admit. Be Brave is out loud and proud with his very skewed view of race in America. There are a lot of people like him. Be Brave is kind of like the representative of a silent majority. So I don't think Be Brave is an aberration. I think he's a very credible source of racial, of racist and racism. He's almost like an embodiment of it. He's a poster boy for it. So anyway, while he's spewing, I swear I'm trying to find something better, but he is entertaining if nothing else. If you have to listen to racist to a racist rant, at least let it be entertaining.
I was going to write a book. Would you please go delete yourself? Only you know what I was going to call it. Instead of delete, I was going to put the real K word in there. Would you please go K word yourself? You piece of human shit. If you're so wrapped up in your putrid fucking self-pity, please go K yourself. I was going to write that book 10 years ago, and I should. Just a 50-page coffee table book. Who gives a fuck about suicide? Oh, why is there doing more suicide? And plus, the suicide rate among blacks is growing dramatically. And I don't even care about suicides. I don't care who kills themselves.
Yeah,
I worry about people.
This is where people like Be Brave will go. Suicide among blacks is climbing dramatically. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. What he avoids telling you is that white males have the highest suicide rate. And there's theories about why that is so. There is a theory that I buy into, which I'm not going to get into now, but he is so racist, he isn't going to concentrate on the news It's got to be focused on what is bad in the Black community while ignoring what is bad, quote, bad, in the 62% majority. Okay, he has to focus on 14% of the American demographic because he is a racist. He is fucking hyper focused on what the Black community does wrong while forgiving or excusing. He accuses 70% of the Black community for making excuses for crime and all that stuff, while he is doing the same thing. This is the problem with these fucking anti-Black blacks and the white shades, is they are accusing the focus of their racist commentary on the focus of their racist attitudes while ignoring the same shit happening within their virtual four walls. This is why I find people like Be Brave low intelligence. They're going for the low hanging fruit instead of actually doing work, the hard work of critical thinking. Can you be credible talking about violent crime in the Black community while ignoring the violent crime in your own quote community, and then you hide behind the rate of increase or the rate per capita? Okay, so there's not a high crime rate in the white community, but more of the same crimes are committed in the white community. You want to hide behind there's a high crime rate for the percentage of the Black demographic versus the whole. That is valid, but you cannot say that it's better to murder. It's better for white people to murder folks in their own house, kill their own families, than it is for some Black kid on the streets killing strangers, often by accident. Killing your own fucking family is a better sort of murder? What kind of fucking depravity did this man grow up with? It's okay to kill your kids as long as it happens in the house. What kind of fucking where have we come to when there are people that buy into this argument? We have a problem, and it's not just a Black-white problem. We have a critical thinking problem, and Be Brave is a 70-year-old example of how long America has been botching its education system. This motherfucker's 70 years old and saying it's better for white crime, white domestic murder, white domestic violence is better than street violence. This motherfucker is warped.
Ass kicked by other Asians.
He went into the other groups. Folks, why is it? Why?
Well, Dirty Dude, Be Brave started early.
You can find them all doing what he's implying is that you can find white people doing the filth that Black.
Be Brave started early this morning, like 6:30 his local time, because apparently how I started off the show just fucking so upset him that he woke his old tired ass up early. to beef. I didn't see the hearing, but I kind of heard about it. I thought they were trying to kill the education department, and all of a sudden they resurrected. They resurrected when they need it. So let's see, Blue Jay, what are you saying? The bottom line is, what the hell are any of us normal people supposed to do about crime? You know what? That's kind of a separate question from Be Brave's point of view about crime. Crime, like policing, is very local. There should be no we. Okay, what are we gonna do about crime in Chicago is not something I need worry about in Georgia. I worry about crime in Georgia. I don't worry about crime in Chicago. Otherwise, you will drive yourself as crazy as a Be Brave. Oh, really? Be Brave? I'm sorry. Do you think, well, maybe I'll have to go back and watch that hearing if it was that good. if Dirty Dude, if you are recommending it because of how bad it was, then I will have to go back. Maybe I'll show it on the show if I do a show in the morning. Thank you for the recommendation. What's up, Blue Jay?
Hey, good morning.
Hey there.
Sorry, it took me a minute. So I missed like the last few minutes on what you said, but
Nothing that important.
I when I heard Be Brave's stats, like way back on because I used to come around CT show, like, and then I think you and John started coming around, and I was gone for a while, so I think we like crossed paths a little bit. But he used to be on there all the time, so he would say
on T's show?
No, on CT's.
Oh yeah, well he's still over there. He's probably a little bit busier now that he's doing his own show.
Yeah, so I've known about his. Oh, go ahead.
No, I first became aware. My entry point into this anti-black universe was through CT's show, because I watch a lot of politics, and he wound up in my algorithm. This is like 2 years ago, and I listened to the show, and what CT was saying, was so messed up that I'm like, I better call into the show. So,
I actually remember that when you first started calling in, I was like,
and you know what? I actually, CT, I like CT personally, but some of the stuff he says is, and some of what his panel says is so egregious. So, I heard Imperious the other night. I was in the chat and my name came up, and he and CT kind of say the same thing. Well, Stanley's okay for a liberal. What he believes, at least he's genuine. And you know what? That's a grudging respect, at least. And I kind of feel the same way. Look, if you honestly believe this, we can debate it back and forth. But in the end, I have to respect that you believe it. And, if you can explain why you believe it, I have to accept it. I have to accept it as a debatable point. But I think sometimes
like a credible.
Brave, well, I mean, you're not lying when you say you believe it. It's not a pose. And, you kind of have to grudgingly respect that.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's usually what I ask people for is, just some kind of a credible backing, and especially when it's number based. And I just remember, because I think I was going to CT's channel about 4 years maybe, and I think he was around as long as me, or maybe not quite, but he's been around for a while. So I'd hear him here and there, pick up bits and pieces, and he would say, well, when he'd name like the 50% of unsolved crimes that were violent, he'd be like, we all know that's black people. It's like, that is the most ridiculous statement. And so all his numbers are based on his assumptions, and it's like, it's already racist, but in my opinion, but then it just becomes so ridiculous. So I mean, but I do respect his right to have his own opinion, right? But
Well, here is where, that respect kind of goes off the rails with Be Brave. Okay, no one can dispute that, there are high crime rates in the black community, but and this is why I don't, even if you quote the numbers, you actually have to be able to know what the numbers mean. Okay, if you isolate the black community, that crime rate is mostly generated in small geographic areas. Most of that crime happens in the inner city.
Right.
Most black people do not live in the inner city. So that means two things, actually. It means that if you judge a group by the numbers, you should not be judging a whole group by something that happens in a very localized area. Now, the other problem is that if you actually look at the inner city with an extremely high crime rate, it's a bigger problem than even someone like Be Brave understands. It's a huge problem, but it's a huge localized problem. And racializing the problem is part of why it persists. That's just my opinion. Now, I'm not a criminologist or an expert, but I think if you basically racialize it as black crime, you're tacitly saying, hey, it's black people's problem. They need to fix it. And not all black people are cops. Or not all black people even care enough to fix it, to be honest.
Well, there's a lot more to it, I think.
Well, hold on. Actually, there's not. There's actually not a whole lot more to it. The next problem I have with Be Brave, and again, if he believes that it is this type of problem or this bigger problem, that's fine. What I can't accept is when he starts saying some violent crime, some murders are better than others. And I literally heard him say that at least when white people kill, it's in their house.
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck is that? That is so fucked up. Like, so killing your own family is better.
Even regardless,
hold on one sec. Okay. Killing your own family is not any less of a problem than, catching a stray bullet out on the streets, because some kid wanted to shoot up a gang and hit some innocent people. Comparing the two is problematic. Murder is murder. And I would actually argue if you're killing your own family, that's kind of more depraved than, an accidental killing out on the streets. And I'm depraved in making the comparison. I don't want to make the comparison. Crime is crime. Murder is murder. Evil is evil. And when you start wanting to assign grades to an evil act, you're fucked up. And Be Brave is not smart enough or trained enough or good enough at self-examining his own arguments to understand how fucked up his logic is. And I'm not going to even bother with the well but statements. It's fucked up. Be Brave is not smart enough to realize he's fucked up in his argument.
I don't think you realized what I was saying.
Well, no, I
don't even listen to him that far to compare crimes. Like, I don't even get that far because he doesn't even understand statistics at all. And he assumes if there's not a suspect, they must be black. So to me, I don't even listen to him after that point.
What he's saying, his argument is that he's not saying it is black. What he's really saying is it's probably black based on, blacks commit more murders. So that's literally, which to me is kind of flippant.
Well, that's how he calculates his mass shootings. The ones that don't have a suspect, he assumes they're black.
Oh, yeah.
So to me, that like what he's saying is so silly and like so made up that there's no.
Well, no. It's not silly. It's literally racist. So,
Well, I know. I
making
agree
that
he's racist, but I'm just saying he's also not even like worth listening to because his stats are based on nothing.
Well, I mean, now, right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm kind of, jealous that people actually listen to it. And, a lot of folks will say, well, hey, he's so entertaining, but goddamn, entertained by this sort of virulent racist, chatter, they're
Well, and he doesn't
there
even
are things.
understand. Like one of the basics of statistics is that if you have a minority, it's going to be skewed very like much more exaggerated, whether that's up or down, because there's just not as many sample. So you always have to take a minority statistics with a grain of salt anyway. But I just think,
Well, look, you know what? Like I said, his base assumptions, his base racist behaviors, if you actually believe that, I will mock you for your beliefs. But the one thing I can't say is you're not being genuine. But when you start saying white people murdering is better than black people murdering, that's just a little bit too far.
yeah, I don't
Even for a
disagree that it's
racist.
racist. I mean, I totally agree with that. I just wonder why anyone even like takes it serious or gets offended because it's like it's obviously so made up. I mean, why I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if
Right.
that makes sense, but
What's up, AAE? Or should I call you questions to ponder
Thanks,
now?
Stanley's questions to ponder. I put a link in your chat, in the back chat.
Yeah, I see it.
It's very sad.
You're a fan of Tim Tebow, are you?
Well, I definitely remember him when he was playing. And I do remember Kardashian was trying to date him. It's very sad.
Really? Now that I didn't know. Which Kardashian, Kim?
Of course, he tried. He tried hard, but he shut that down. This was years ago, before Kanye, after Reggie. She tried, but he's a very, very, very devout Christian man.
Right. Well, you know what? That's the one thing people have never. He's always been very consistent and very devout. So guys like that, you may, kind of be, you might get an ick factor from his devotion. However, it's not a bad thing to be devoted to, and he's consistent. So he's good in my book. I'm just not going to invite him out to have a beer because I don't like old duels. So let's see. So what's your comment on this?
I'm sure he drinks Heineken. A lot of people like.
Oh,
Heineken.
come on now.
Or Stella.
Don't. I hope he doesn't. I hope he drinks O'Doul's.
O'Doul's. Oh.
He'll have a glass of champagne on his birthday.
A lot of Catholics do drink. Well, actually, I don't even know. I don't think he's.
Is
Catholic.
Tim Tebow
Yeah,
Catholic? He's not Catholic, is he?
Yeah, I don't think he's Catholic, but he's
Okay.
he's a very Christian man. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm literally a cradle Catholic, and went first through 12th to Catholic schools, and I almost went to Loyola, and I kind of said, nah, I'm good, with all that. But the joke was back in my day is, I'm not even Catholic, I'm a Jesuit, or I'm not a Christian, I'm a Jesuit. So there are people who don't think Catholics are Christians, is my point.
Yeah, I hear that, but of course that is wholly incorrect. We all know the history. We all know who started the church. We all know who has the keys.
Yeah, who do you think you were protesting?
Right, exactly. Who was
So what does Mr. Tebow have to say? This is our backyard. Tim Tebow says most child sexual abusers are trusted family members. That's
if you
probably
scroll
true.
down, he tells you who it is. He speaks directly, and he says who it is. Stanley. It's very
Okay, well, let's read through a little bit of it. I don't know that I want to do the whole thing.
No,
Funny you mentioned that though.
Caucasian males with good jobs. That these are known family members, white Caucasian
Right.
males with good jobs and
Right.
college degrees, and he says it directly. It's quoted in this article, and if you watch
Mhm.
the actual interview, he says the exact same thing again.
Well, it's funny because there's a video I may or may not get to show this morning that's roughly on the same topic. It covers the Duggars, for instance. They were
Yeah, that
they were
despicable
like
son of theirs.
14
And they
kids.
kept covering up for
Not,
him for years, Stanley.
yes, yes.
Disgusting. And there were so many complaints. The family kept covering up for him until they could not cover up anymore.
Hmm.
So it's not just him, it's their whole family. And that's what they do.
No, that's not true. That's
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to say they.
you have
'Cause,
to remember.
that
There's
winds
also some well maybe on the stats, but they're more likely to tell on a family member too, if in some cultures, than hide it. So then you gotta take that into mind too.
Blue Jay, just to specify, I'm just speaking about the Duggars, respectfully. I'm not like a whole group or race or whatever in totality, just this family. So I should
That's
clarify
what they
that.
do. You meant just that's what the
I
Duggars
meant
do.
I meant the Duggars.
Oh, okay.
I kept this up, yeah. So I should be more clear.
So let me read through it. Let me magnify it for my old 60-year-old eyes. If you know where the interview is, put it in the back too. Is it at this link? Maybe it's there. Oh my Lord, it's like 3 hours.
It's
I may just watch it in the off time. Because I don't want to do 3 hours now. But let's go ahead and read this. Let's see. It says here, Tim Tebow got emotional while urging Americans to confront child sexual abuse, revealing that exploitation is not just a foreign crisis, but a widespread problem occurring within the United States, often at the hands of family members. This is happening in our backyard, Tebow said during a recent appearance on the Sean Ryan Show. It's overwhelming when you think how much is done by families, by friends, by those in the trusted circle. Tebow, an outspoken Christian, former Heisman Trophy winner, and founder of the Tim Tebow Foundation, appeared on the nearly 3.5-hour podcast episode to discuss his faith, family, and the work his foundation is doing to combat human trafficking and child abuse, calling the trafficking and exploitation of children one of the worst evils in the world. Tebow said, while criminal gangs are often blamed, the majority of abuse happens closer to home. It's off the charts of what is being done in the families, he said. One of the most heartbreaking things is that the number one offender is biological fathers. Oh, wow. Tebow said most perpetrators are middle-aged Caucasian men, many of them college graduates with good jobs. Founded in 2010, the Tim Tebow Foundation aims to bring faith, hope, and love to those needing a brighter day in their darkest hour of need. The foundation addresses child sex trafficking, medical care for vulnerable populations, and support for individuals with special needs. Tebow and Ryan, a former Navy SEAL and CIA contractor, discussed the foundation's involvement in Operation Renewed Hope, partnership with Homeland Security investigations, Interpol, Europol, Google, and other organizations to identify children in a database containing more than 50,000 images of abuse. Let's see. Let me scan through the rest of it. And I'll drop the link for the actual podcast in the chat. And I may get a chance to watch some of it today, but I'm actually glad you brought this to our attention.
I mean, they're all pigs. Like, they all should just be not given another chance, in my opinion, because they don't recover. But I just think sometimes people have to run with these articles when it says most, because, like, well, there's more white men. So, like, that just makes sense. But, I mean, it's whatever. I just think it's disgusting regardless. I don't think it needs to be made, like, into some, this group of people are perverts and these people aren't, because that's not protecting children like they need to be protected by denying that some people are even capable of such a thing.
Well, here's the deal. I would actually, we have a myriad of problems with different types of crime in the U.S., and I just find it hard to basically racialize these crimes. I would venture to say that this is as big a problem as inner city crime. And not only that, but it is crime that kind of manifests or festers into that child's adulthood, making it putting more children in the future at risk. So why you would
Stanley,
want
you're really
now,
correct.
what if I went and I racialized this?
Yeah.
It would be horrible, much like Be Brave does.
It's selfish.
Yeah, and it
Well,
is selfish, and it takes away from the crime itself. If there's any one
Exactly.
crime that should not be racialized, I don't believe that Tim Tebow was trying to racialize this. He's speaking from his own experience.
No, I don't.
And the data does support what he's saying, because they
Right.
they will
Because
continue
they don't do
to-
per capita. They just
Like-
say the most, and then that's fine. But I'm just saying, some people are like so happy to hear that because
Yeah,
they
like,
want it to be true.
Well, it's white men. No. It's black men. No, the fact that it's even occurring. It's the fact that a
Right.
lot of these crimes that we do have is because you have people as children, and I want to also include LGBT as well. You're abusing someone as a child, under 7, under 14. You have warped their reality permanently, and they're carrying this into adulthood.
Exactly.
And you never quite get over it. And you have everyone telling you to either get over it, or most of the time, you have your own family who knows. Everybody knows what's going on. I think that's the most important thing that needs to be discussed, is that other adults know exactly what's going on. They know who these perpetrators are, and they say and they do nothing.
They blame the victim sometimes and accuse them of lying.
Look at these older generation, especially these boomers, and in large part Gen X too, where you're living in a world before social media, basically before the internet as we know it. Because even the 90s, that's not the internet that we have now, where you have an ability where information is so available immediately at any time. So we're able to communicate with each other, these shared experiences, so people can know that, number one, I'm not alone. Number two, I'm not lying. And that, yes, this really did happen to me. Like, we all cannot be living this shared reality, having these same experiences, and nobody says anything. But now, the internet has really surfaced and made transparent truth and fact that cannot be ignored, that you were ignoring 10, 15, 20 years ago, 30 years ago in the 90s. And
and now women have protection. There's tons of shelters that women can leave their husbands. Before they didn't have a job, they didn't have anywhere to go.
Well,
I'm just
what?
saying,
It's
women
funny.
wouldn't protect their children back then because they were kind of helpless. But now they have no excuse, and women are still protecting these men, knowing what's being done to these children.
100%.
Well, you know what? I'm
Bringing
actually
men that's
glad.
not even your child's father into your home. Because
I'm actually glad that this is
who also brought
drifting
up
in that
stepfathers as well.
direction. I actually have a video that covers actually both topics, if I can find it. What on earth did I do with that? This is actually, believe this or not, drifting into something that I was gonna show. And since you two are
While you're pulling
here-
that up, did you know the average sex offender has like over 76 victims or something like that? It's like it's between 50 and 100. It's high up to 67, 76. So that's how many times these women are like, they're not that sneaky. They're not just undetected. Someone knows.
Oh, they know. They know. You're absolutely correct. They know. They know. They always know. You're going to tell me you're a grown woman and that you don't see the way that a man looks at a child. You don't, you just don't care, because you're going to use this child to act as an object so you can obtain favor from a man.
Well, a lot of times they blame
Women do not care.
the
Other
girl, or
people don't
for
care.
being
Other
either
adults
lying
don't care. And
or
Blue,
being
let's not forget,
sexual to their
you gotta
man.
discount teenagers as well. You're 14. Why is a grown man coming after you? You're and it's not the teenager's fault, of course not. But you
No,
as an
but
adult,
that's what they'll be
you
told. Yeah.
purposely set up a teenager, a child, a minor to fail, to be
Hey,
abused. And they all
hey,
No, there's
Lou,
a lot
come
of that.
on up
Well,
and
what were
find
you
out.
doing? There's a lot of that. Well, what did you do mentality in those situations? And then the
it's
girls are
always
shamed into not saying another
call the
word.
girl fast. Well, it's your fault. You have grown men going to high schools, grown men and college dorms, grown men hanging around elementary schools. Nobody says anything. They let this just occur. They turn a blind eye. And
Well,
a
it's
lot
usually in
of
the family,
let's be
like
honest,
you said,
these women put these
like an
children
uncle
in a
or.
position to be abused. There needs to be further action against mothers, against educators, where you have a child, and I'm going to say teenager as well, who's in your care and you are not doing anything about it. Everybody needs to be criminally charged. Also, Blue Jay, they've now extended the statute of limitations. It needs to be increased from 18 to 21. Anything that happened to you under the age of 21, it
Well,
needs to be
I don't know about that.
because you're under 21. No, you can't drink under 21. Trump already put smoking and vaping at 21. For your
But people aren't going to wait till they're 21. Like, then what do you make it so they can't buy condoms or something? I mean, what do you do? How do you control that?
When I'm
Well,
referring to
here
it comes
let's
to- when it comes to abuse,
let's welcome John Galt to the chat.
They have the law
Whoa,
under 18.
ma'am,
There's no
ma'am.
limitations.
Let's let John Galt, who is the proprietor of this channel, say hello and give his opinions. We were just I don't know if you caught the part about the Tim Tebow article talking about child abuse, basically, that occurs in the home. Any thoughts on that, John?
Yeah. I heard y'all talking about that. Yeah, he's been outspoken. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hey, John. Good morning.
Oh, yeah. I heard y'all talking about that. Hey, good morning. You know what's interesting last night as I was thinking about this, you guys were talking about adults and all that kind of stuff. Last night, after the street interviews ended, I just put my phone up just to look at the crowd as they were leaving. So it's live. And so there was a guy walking down the street. I don't know if he was pushing a stroller or not, but he had, I can't remember what he said, but children for LGBT. I support children of LGBT. And I don't not support them, but he's clearly passionate about supporting. It just seemed weird to me.
Why?
Like that the parents are gay, or that the kids are gay?
Why did it seem weird?
Well, he wasn't a parent. Well, he didn't say he was a parent of an LGBT child, but he said he supported LGBT children. He had a shirt on about it.
See, that's too much. He doesn't even have kids. That's
Okay,
weird.
hold on. Before we get too
just,
far, let's let John tell us why he
the
thinks
parents
it's weird.
should support the LGBT children. I agree.
Okay, so someone who's not a parent, it's weird that they would support it. Hey,
Yeah.
How do you know this? How do you know he wasn't a parent? I guess.
It's something weird.
How do you know he was not a
because I asked him
parent
about the
or a
shirt,
sibling?
How are you going to tell other parents what to do?
Again, he was
Okay,
a grown.
Blue Jay, please let me finish first.
Well, he's a grown man. It's just imagine the opposite of I support the heterosexuality in
Okay,
children.
John, you're scooting away from my question. How do you know he wasn't a parent, a sibling, or somehow related to the situation?
We don't know. if
Did
he's
you know the
related.
guy? Did you talk to the guy?
Well, I did talk to him, yeah, and I didn't ask him if he had. a
Oh,
show.
okay. That part I didn't get. I didn't see that interview.
Right. But I didn't ask him if he had children. I just say, hey, can I take a picture of your T-shirt? I said, why are you wearing it?
So you didn't interview him?
Not like our normal interviews. He was just walking out talking to me.
Okay.
But,
you answered my question.
I found it kind of, you just, you be for what you like, but for a seemingly straight man to be advocating for LGBT.
Well, you don't even know that he was straight, do you?
Well, he looks straight. That's true. You don't know if he's straight. But even for an adult, let's say LGBT man, advocating for sexuality in children, it's just kind of weird, to me.
Okay, well, does gay have to be sexuality, or can it just be sexual orientation? You do realize that even straight children have a sexual orientation. Right. So I don't really get your argument here.
So that was the point. Like straight people aren't talking about it.
One sec, ma'am. Gay does not have to be sexuality. It can also be sexual orientation in all kids, even before puberty, but definitely once they've hit puberty and they start having the urges, there are sexual orientations that are straight. Do you have a problem with that?
I got a problem with a grown man walking around advocating child orientation.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I will acknowledge your I will acknowledge that you have a problem with it.
It just seems weird to me.
Even my gay friends think that kind of thing's weird.
It seems weird to you, but what I want to point out to you is that there are people who don't really have those sorts of hang-ups or would have even noticed it enough to take a picture. It seems weird to me that you would want to take a picture of that.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick? So I have two gay friends that are married, and they were married for quite a while, even before they adopted a son. I support them 100%. They're full-on married. They're amazing parents. They would not be going around advocating for children to be gay. They're not even trying to make their own son gay. Like, whatever he is, but they talk to him about kid things. They don't talk to him about sexuality. So I totally get John's point. It's just inappropriate.
Okay, well, I'm glad you get John's point, because I think America would be no, I want to say what I want to say. Please wait. I think America has a huge problem with poking its nose into other people's business and then getting on a panel talking about it's weird. I think it's weird to take an interest in what another grown adult does or wears, and then you extrapolate all this stuff without even doing an interview, getting to know why. Ask the person why you're wearing it. I think it's weird. I think it's weird to poke your nose into another person's business.
They should just support their family members.
Blue Jay, I'm gonna finish. Blue Jay, I'm gonna finish, and then you can go. I think it's weird to be so nosy. I think it's weird to take the time to take a photograph, not talk to the person, not ask the whys, but yet come on a panel and extrapolate from it. That to me is weird.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, can I just make a comment real quick? I was just going to say, I kind of feel the opposite. I feel like it's weird for someone to try to publicly push parenting agendas on other parents. They can support their family member privately.
Weird.
I'm lagging. Hold on. Sorry, one sec. Am I can you guys hear me at all?
You sound fine to me.
Was John lagging maybe then, or was I just okay? He was just slowed down for a minute for me, so I didn't hear what he said.
That's too easy a joke, so I'm just going to say no. He's not lagging.
Okay, I think it was my internet cut out. So sorry, John. Go ahead and finish. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, no, you were talking. You had a point to make, I thought.
Oh, I must have been lagging then because I heard John last. Okay. No, I was just saying I think that it's the other way around. I think they're nosy for worrying about what other people are doing with their kids to go on like a public, rant and try to convince other parents what to do, where they could support their nephew, their son, their whoever privately and within small groups. I feel like they're overstepping their boundaries.
No idea what that means.
It just means that I feel like people have a right to parent their children, especially when it comes to sexuality, on their own terms and on their own timeline.
Correct, Boujay. I think you all can hear me. You're 100% correct.
The point, I think in John's defense, if someone's going to wear a t-shirt like that, it's definitely going to attract attention. However, I still say if it attracts this kind of attention, it's definitely worth going, hey, that's an interesting t-shirt. Tell me the story behind it. Because obviously,
Stanley,
he wants attention.
Well, that's what I did, Stanley, so I asked him.
Oh, sorry. I'm lagging. I'll just stay muted.
I'm sorry, you what?
No, she said she's lagging. I don't know if she's lagging. Maybe me lagging. I don't know.
No, you're fine.
And I asked him the question. He was walking, so I didn't get a chance to have a longer interview typically. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, you can wear what you like. I'm not judging. But we've gotten to a point where you have grown men, and maybe it's a woman, I don't know, but, advocating for a lifestyle choice of children. That's new for me. Right.
And we will circle back to my point. You don't know what he might have been a grown man. He might have been an abused child. Maybe he was one of those children Tim Tebow was talking about, but we will never know. We just have John Galt's extrapolations.
Yeah, that's all we have. That's why I see it's kind of weird to me, but there could be some.
Well, if we acknowledge that you're weirded out.
Well, either way, why does he need to push it on other people?
That part we have no doubt about. I'm just curious to know, well, hell, I'm curious to know why he would wear the t-shirt. We'll never know now.
Would you wear that t-shirt?
Okay, John Galt, your concern is correct.
It is not. It is the whether I would wear the t-shirt. No, because I obviously didn't have the experience that gentleman did. So,
but you don't know what experience he had.
I would have no reason to wear a t-shirt. Okay. I'm guessing he had a reason to wear it. We'll never know why.
Well, the thing is, in this town, Stanley, and you're somewhat familiar with DC, like he very well could work in an industry that promotes that shit. He
wasn't at work though, was he?
No, but I mean, shit. They may give out those t-shirts at work. You just threw one on, and maybe he's an advocate for it. You never know. But
again, that's an extrapolation. That's an extrapolation, but we'll never know the true story.
And that's one that you didn't. That's one that you didn't consider. Is that that's just a big
John.
Hold on, let me finish.
It's one that I wouldn't even think. I wouldn't, dude. Some of the things that you think of. No, I don't need to let you finish, John. John, I can say the same thing. I'm trying to make a point as host, and you won't let me finish.
Well, because you keep cutting me off. I said one thing, and then you cut me off.
It doesn't matter if I keep cutting you off.
Right. It doesn't matter.
I'm trying to make a point. May I make my point, John? May I make my point, John?
A long-winded point here. Go ahead.
It is very long-winded. Sometimes I do that. You've known me long enough. Sometimes I go on forever. I would never think to wear the t-shirt. I would also never think to extrapolate. I would see it and go, that's odd. And that would pretty much be the end of it.
Well, what would you find odd about it?
You know what? That anyone would wear the t-shirt.
Okay, so that's what I said. I said that's
And if I was super interested and took the time to take a picture of the T-shirt,
No, I didn't take a picture.
I
actually
would
talked.
be asking, asking questions like, "Why are you wearing that T-shirt?"
And I did. See, these are things I guess you didn't want to see.
And his response was what, John?
I forget exactly, so I don't want to misquote him. And then you go back and well, he said exactly this. He said, but basically, he said he supports trans children. He didn't go into anything about his family and he was mistreated. And again, he could be very well in the lifestyle, or he could be.
He could have a child, right? Who's trans, right?
Or
do you know whether he does? Do you know whether he does or doesn't, John?
No, he didn't say. But
that would be inappropriate for John.
No,
John. What gay kids do you know?
Hold on, Blue Jay. John, he didn't say because you didn't ask, right?
Well, I asked him. Yeah, I said yeah.
You asked him if he had a trans child.
Oh,
inappropriate.
You asked. Okay, Blue Jay, this is not teasing.
You would ask that kind of question. It's like on the stupid ass nigga would say, "Did you ask him if he had a trans child?" Man, what kind of
that'd be creepy.
That'd be crazy as fuck.
Let me tell you what we're not going to do.
Have you ever interviewed anyone before? You can't ask somebody some stupid ass question like that.
Blue Jay, John, don't tell me what I think of your interview style. We don't want to go there. I will say your interview style is entertaining. I wouldn't say it's informational.
And that's why
you want to tell the world that you were creeped out by something, and when the world asks you, well, John, did you interview and ask the why and wheretofores? You just took a picture, moved on, and now you want to sit here and extrapolate and tell the world how weirded out you were. Well, that is entertainment, but it is not informational. You're giving the heat, but you're not bringing the light.
Stanley, I've told you over and over that I did talk to him, and he told me why.
And you have not told me what questions you asked and what the answers were.
I didn't have an in-depth conversation with him because it was in passing, so we talked briefly.
Okay, if it's in passing, it's not much.
So I asked him, why did you wear, what prompted you to wear the shirt? And he gave me
what was
the
his answer?
He said he supports, I'm paraphrasing. He said he supports transgender children. He didn't say anything.
Hey, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. So that was his answer. He supports transgender children.
Yeah.
Now, that was that. There was no more that transpired.
No, he was walking past me, so we was a brief conversation.
Okay. So now is where you start extrapolating about weird and why he was doing it, a grown man. So I did hear everything you had to say about it. The rest you're just hypothesizing.
I know you like to just talk and try to overtalk.
No, what I like to do is basically take bullshit and expose it.
You're the one that said maybe he has a brother.
Get that you were creeped out. That is the truth. But your extrapolations are just John Galt saying what he thinks or believes. It is non-factual. It would be interesting to know why he was wearing the shirt. Supporting transgender children is as deep as you got. Cool.
People get offended, though. You got to be careful.
Who gives a fuck if they get offended, Blue Jay?
Well, that's your whole point. If he didn't offer the information, he doesn't maybe want to share.
Okay, he wasn't. Why would he offer it? How about ask the information? He doesn't know John from Adam. Why would he just be spouting the information without being asked? What's wrong with asking if you want to know?
John asked him.
No, John asked him, and the answer he gave was he supports transgender children. It should stop there. Anything after that is John's guessing, which is not informational. It is John guessing. Now, if you're inclined to be weirded out like John was, that's fine. I'm not.
So you think?
No, I don't.
No, I'm just wondering under what circumstances
I don't
would
think
you think
about
he
it
had
at all. I think John comes off weirder than the guy wearing the T-shirt.
So if John asked him and he was offended, but say he wasn't, But do you think he's only like he can
I
say
don't know what
how
to
he
think.
feels
I
regardless
have
of
no
whether he
clue.
has a transgender child or not? Or do you
I
think
have
he should be
no clue.
limited?
I have
Then why does
no
it matter?
clue. It doesn't matter. But John brought it up. If John hadn't brought it up, we'd be talking about something else. It actually doesn't matter because, John is guessing.
Honestly, either way, he's
Yes,
publicly
he is.
He's not
trying to
guessing.
persuade the
Okay,
public.
ma'am.
John Gall is not
Apparently,
guessing.
apparently,
You wore
all
the
that
shirt.
Catholic,
It's
all that
me.
Catholic
You made it
education
clear.
did not teach you how to think.
Sir, you don't know how to think. Stanley, it's your channel or John's
Ma'am,
channel. Do whatever
you
you want to
be
say.
on this
You're
panel.
moving in a different. You're moving
No,
in a million
I
different
will
circles
move. I
to
will move in a
completely
direction.
disregard
I
what
think.
John told
I
you.
think
You want to bring
taking
up
a
Catholic
picture.
education.
I think
I'm
taking
gonna
a
take
picture
them
of
at
something.
face value.
I think taking a picture of something and then coming up the next morning telling us how weirded out you were is not that interesting, certainly not informational. We know John gets weirded out at anything that isn't ghetto or very easily explainable by hypotheses. Getting at the truth is not something the anti-black blacks are good at.
I wore a shirt and made it clear where he stood. John had his opinion or he opined, whatever.
And
The
you know
shirt
what?
still
Yes.
stands.
Hey,
Freedom of speech,
John.
right? The guy,
Hey,
the guy expressed his
question.
speech. He supports
Ms.
trans
Ponder. Okay. John made his opinion known and I shat on his opinion. That's what happened. Deal with it.
Okay, whatever, Stanley. He said the guy wore a shirt. We all know what the shirt
Okay,
says.
I don't
John
know.
just said
It's
it.
weird.
So what
It
is
is
it?
weird that you're defending John. Would you like to tell us why you're defending John?
Defend John with what? John saw a shirt. John saw a shirt. He stated to the panel what the shirt said. He opined on the shirt.
Yes,
John's
and
opinion on
I
the shirt
shit.
is irrelevant
I shit
to
on
what the
his.
shirt said.
I
Stanley,
shit
you
on
didn't
his
shit on
confusion.
anything.
Thank you for telling
Stanley,
us
you
what
didn't shit
happened.
on
We were here.
anything. You didn't shit on anything, Stanley.
Yes,
you
I
just went
did.
in no, you did
I
not.
think.
Wishful thinking. Your debate skills are kind of poor.
Okay, you know what?
respectfully.
I'm just going to wait till you're done, and then I'm still going to make my point.
Okay, make your point. It's your
My
channel or John's
point
channel.
is that I think
And you
it's
just said you
very
wanted me
weird.
to make
Apparently,
your
I'm
point.
just going to
Okay,
be
whatever.
overtalked.
You just told me I will wait and you can make your point. You just said that right now.
Okay,
And
well
I
then
said
you're right. You're right. Thank you for
interrupt me in
pointing
a
out my flaw.
again, do whatever you want to do. It's your channel. I don't know
I
why
will
you're
do
going.
whatever I
you're
want to
trying
do.
shit
It
on
is
John.
my panel,
Why would you
ma'am.
want
I
to
will
even
do what I
shit
want to
on
do.
John for?
Thank
Why would
you
even
for the
wanna say that?
confirmation.
Why would you want to shit on John? He's telling you
Because
about a shirt.
well, see,
The shirt in and
okay.
of itself is very concerning. That shirt in and of
Why
itself
is it
very
concerning? Tell me
John-
why it's concerning. Okay, God damn it. You're just going to motherfucking talk all morning instead of answering questions. That is not productive. Tell me why what that man was wearing was concerning. Start with that, please. Well, apparently you don't know why it's concerning. We can
face
move on.
value. If the statement on the shirt, if you had to ask a question, he just said it was on that shirt. If you had to ask, what is that concerning? There's nothing more that needs to be said, and explains more than enough about you. John
About
just said
me?
what was on that
Wait, hold it.
shirt.
I'm not wearing this
You
shirt.
don't. He just said it was on that shirt. Well, what was concerning
Hey,
about that
let me
shirt?
tell you
You
something.
need an explanation,
Let me tell you
Stanley.
something.
Stanley, that says more than enough about you. There's more than enough.
Well,
What's
you know
understood
what?
need
You know
not
what?
be. What's
You know what?
understood need not
If
be
it says more than enough about me, apparently you haven't said enough about me.
Well, Stanley, and what would qualify him to wear that shirt then, in your opinion?
Oh,
What
I
it would
don't
be
give a-
acceptable and what
See,
would not?
Again, I don't care. Okay, I'm just commenting on John's behavior. I didn't see the man with the shirt. I didn't take a picture of the man with the shirt. I literally made the point that people need to learn to mind their own business. Okay,
You wanted them to ask more questions.
I don't seem to be able to finish my thought.
You just said you went into the diatribe about him asking questions.
I think him wearing that shirt is his business. If I want to know enough to take a picture of it, I'm going to be engaging and asking questions. I probably would have seen the shirt and walked right past it. Nothing to do with me would have been my attitude.
Well, he's wearing it in public.
It is not, hey, in public, it is not the public's concern what that man is wearing. It's within the law.
Right. But he probably wants John to
So
publicize
therefore,
it. He's
why
wearing
get
it in
wrapped
public.
around the axle? If what he's wearing is legal, why get all wrapped around the axle?
I'm saying
what
he
he's
would
wearing is
probably be-
legal. The commentary on the shirt is 100% concerning. I don't know what it has to do with legal or not, especially when we just you were just discussing Tim Tebow and the situation regarding child abuse. Stanley, like I said, what's understood does not need to be explained. If you really want to go back and forth in regards to that type of commentary on that shirt that John Galt just said,
oh no, I don't want to
ask questions and go around. Well, what is concerning? If that
okay, well, I understand.
There's nothing more that needs to be explained.
I understand
about where
your
you stand on these types of issues. Good day.
I understand that your cup of religious fervor runneth over.
What the hell are you talking about? Stanley, you have your way of
This is not about
deflecting.
religion. It's about
Stanley,
parents' rights due to the Constitution.
Stanley,
we have a right to raise our own children how we see fit.
You go in a million different directions.
That could be
You
any
really do
religion.
deflect. Just stay at the topic at hand. John Galt came onto this channel. He told a story. He made his commentary.
And I shit on the story.
You didn't shit
So
on
what?
anything.
So
Stanley.
if it is
You're not
religion, what if it's against your religion
it's
to have
religion.
that shown to your
Stanley,
children? What
learn
if that's
to
against your
focus
religion?
on
Don't
Wait,
you have
hold
that
it. I
right?
can only hear one woman at a time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
One
sorry.
woman
I had
at
to
a
cut
time.
in
Yeah,
because it was
whatever.
going.
Blue Jay,
But
please excuse me.
No, you're fine. I'm just asking even if it was religion, don't we have freedom of religion? Therefore, we have a right to teach our children our beliefs.
Okay. Did you hear what you just said?
Yes.
Okay, you do not have the right to be concerned about what a grown ass man is wearing. What is
I have the right to be
what is
concerned.
what is that T-shirt? What does that T-shirt?
That is
Hold on, let me talk to Blue Jay, please. May I talk to Blue Jay, please?
What John Galt. Learn to stop
Okay.
deflecting, Stanley.
Apparently, Blue Jay, let me respond. What does what that man's wearing have to do with you raising your children?
Well, because it's a big movement that is trying to normalize transgender, and very few
So
people
what?
are actually gay, and I support LGBTQ rights. I don't believe that it has anything to do with children.
Okay, my question was, what does that man's wearing a T-shirt have to do with you or anyone raising their kids?
I can't see the teacher. I'm talking about where he said he supports transgender children.
Okay, you mentioned kids.
Exactly, Blue
You
Jay.
mentioned kids
Okay,
and raising
Stanley
kids.
is
Now you want to run away from the point.
What John,
Yeah, because
here's
he's
the
going
point.
out to
John,
publicize and
what John
declare.
Galt
Okay,
said,
well, hold
what
on.
you're
Let me
pushing,
finish
Blue
with Blue Jay.
correct.
Then, hey,
You can't even stay
let me deal with
focused,
Blue Jay.
Stanley.
Then I'm gonna deal
Shit
with
on
your
John.
major.
You didn't shit on John.
Okay,
anything.
ma'am,
You can't even stay
ma'am,
focused on
ma'am.
yourself.
Can I finish up with Blue Jay? Then I'll deal with your major malfunction. Well, Blue Jay, apparently you're done. I don't see the connection.
No, I just
between
muted. I was listening.
Okay, I don't see the connection with your point about free to raise your kids and this guy wearing a T-shirt you disagree with. I don't see the
I can't
connection.
see the T-shirt, and again, I'm not against homosexuals whatsoever. I fully support it.
Well, how do you even know he was
My
homosexual?
point, I don't. What I'm saying is, if
Well,
his
the reason
stance
you
is
don't is
speak, I
John
can't even
Galt.
speak.
John Galt did not take the time to ask him. That's why you
I would
don't
just
know.
like to clarify my stance.
Gotcha.
My point is, if his stance is supporting transgender children, then he's in a way trying to influence either parents or children towards that normalcy. And maybe some people don't. I'm taking myself out of it. if they don't believe that, whether that's just their own beliefs or it's a religious belief, whatever reason, they have a right to dictate what their kids see and what they're exposed to. And a lot of people would consider sexuality about children inappropriate, even in public.
So you think people would be convinced by the T-shirt?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of kids are very easily influenced, and that's why 40% of kids identify as LGBTQ now. 40%. No, the whole movement in general. That's a microcosm in the big picture.
As a father of a recently turned 18, actually it will be 19 this week, as a matter of fact, I raised my son better than to be influenced by T-shirts.
It's not about that. They have pride clubs in schools.
Well, you literally said that
it's part of a bigger movement.
Okay, so what?
A bigger movement is just
They're all kinds
that gather together and make a big movement.
Okay, there are all
I disagree with the pushing any sexual thing at all on kids. That's my
disagreement. Your disagreement is noted. Where you and I disagree is I don't think T-shirts or even this guy's opinion, or the T-shirt expressing his opinion, is dangerous. I don't think it's even concerning.
I know that you're right.
And looks like Questions to Ponder has exited. Come back. Oh, she said she'd be right back. All right. Well, we'll be looking forward to that. And it's kind of a shame because this video, since you two are up here, I definitely want your opinion on this. And I wasn't even going to show the video, but I definitely want your opinion. And I promise I won't be so disruptive. But I literally, John Galt and I, we've known each other a bit. So this sort of, hey, you want to come up here and tell us that you're weirded out. But when you start, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Just say you're weirded out. But when you
I'm not weirded out though.
Not it's you. Not I'm talking. Okay. I'm talking about John. If you want to come up here and talk about the T-shirt, that's fine. But then when you start projecting like he was probably this or he was obviously that, you have no clue what you're talking about. It's the same shit Be Brave does. He wants to talk about shit he doesn't know based on his assumptions or guessing or whatever. And I'm done with that. I'm done with people coming up here or into forums talking about this person this person that, and then when you start interrogating it, it's like, well, you're guessing. You have no clue what this guy represents or talks about. You took a picture and that's as deep as you got. Well, John, you bore easily. This isn't a street interview, so I guess I don't measure up.
John abandoned me. No, my point is, although it's not about whether you're for or against, gay people. Same reason, like my gay friends, they don't even go to the pride parades and stuff. They're like, it's just turned into like a sexual deviancy. They don't even want anything to do with it. It doesn't mean they don't support.
Well, I'm
obviously their own right. It's the public. Like even if I had a transgender child, I would not be out there trying to promote other transgender children because I know it's going to be a difficult life and it's not ideal in my opinion. And most gay people don't want to be gay.
I would have to tell you saying the difficulties, I actually understand why you would not want to go out and promote, a life that's going to be difficult. I can understand that. At least you gave a reason. How can, even if I don't agree, which I happen to agree, at least in part, at least you gave a fucking reason. I can live with that.
Okay. Well, we agree.
My big deal is, if you're going to tell me you're creeped out about something, I'm a curious person. I would love to know why you're creeped out. We now know, even if you had a kid that was transgender, you would not go to a parade celebrating it or promoting it, and you gave a perfectly valid reason.
Right.
I'm good.
Okay.
As long, dude, if you come up to a platform that's more or less like an interview platform, and you propose something, and I'm going to ask questions. So this video here is what if I told you by a guy I know about, but I've never actually watched. And it's called The United States of Black Breeding. And it's not actually about that. It's not actually what I thought it was going to be about, to be honest. But it does wind up being about this natalist movement in part. And then it gets into race and mixed couples and stuff. So some of it I agree with, some of it I don't. But the part about the natalism part kind of interested me, especially in light of that Tim Tebow interview. The Duggars come up, and one other couple comes up. So, you know, it gets into kind of child abuse and, you know, some topics that were touched upon in that
Okay, can you explain
conversation we were
what?
having.
I'm guessing natalism has something to do with babies, but just from like
Well,
reading it,
it's
but I don't know
basically
what that
saying
is.
that, you know, the birth rate in America specifically is falling, and we need to encourage mothers and couples, married couples, to have more kids.
Okay.
And in particular, the white birth rate is falling. And, you know, it gets into some replacement theory and stuff like that as well. So
Okay, that's
I
interesting.
know right
I'll
off.
stay muted.
Hmm. Well, no, that's
Oh,
fine.
sorry. I think I'm still like, I just say, I'll stay muted. Sounds interesting. I'll watch it.
Okay. Well, it's fine if you're not, but it touches
No,
on some
I'm
stuff
cool. I'm
that
just
we
chilling.
talked
So I
about.
was, if you say anything to me and it takes me a minute to mute, I might have walked from my phone, but I'm listening the whole time. So I'll
That's
just wanted
fine.
to tell you that.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and begin here. And the guy's name is, well, his YouTube moniker is Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. He's from, I think he's from the Bahamas. So he will have an accent.
Alive by machines because she's pregnant. Georgia's abortion law demands that even in death, her womb must serve as an incubator.
Starts out like this.
Okay, guys, it's time for me to educate you. Having children isn't up to us. Guess what? So I have been saying for years that God provides for us after we have the baby, not before. And I finally found biblical evidence of it.
Do you want to form an alliance with me?
Absolutely, I do.
Good. Good.
Big man.
Yeah, and I'm
You
the
okay?
other thing I meant to
Listen to me,
mention is I'm going to be doing some jumping around because, you know, the way he did the video with all the extra production and overproducing, to me, it's just kind of more a distraction than adding to the video.
Carefully. Blink twice if you need help, because from where I'm standing.
Oh, and by the way, there is a case here in Georgia of a mother who I'm not exactly sure why, whether it was preeclampsia or something like that, but eventually, essentially, she is brain dead. But they're keeping her on life support because she's pregnant and they want the baby to come to term. And I think the family was like, no, we want to go ahead and pull the plug. And Georgia law basically prevents that from happening. Basically the baby will be born as long as it's viable, regardless of the mother's condition. So, the family doesn't get a say so. Law is basically superseding their authority.
Okay, so how far along
bovine on.
Sorry, I was just curious because I've never had preeclampsia, but it doesn't come like later in the pregnancy. So like, why? Do you know how far along she was when they wanted to stop supporting the wife? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're right here, Blue Jay.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear. I think something's going on. It says I have like I'm even on an extender part of my house, so it's weird. But did you guys hear me? How far along did it say? Or I guess it might say.
I believe this
Can you hear
woman was third
Stanley?
trimester. I believe this woman was third trimester, to answer your question, Blue Jay.
Okay, yeah. Well, they shouldn't be able to choose. I don't think at that point. But anyway, okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
Let's see. I'm actually looking for the exact time, her gestation right now. Okay, Newkirk says Smith, she's now 21 weeks pregnant. She's now 21 weeks pregnant as of May 15th.
Okay, so yeah.
What is that? What is that?
That's
second
halfway.
trimester? That's
I've
halfway.
had a
So
nephew that
second
was
trimester.
born at 20 weeks, and he's now in his 20s. So I mean, if they could do it back then, they can do it now.
Does it mention the cause? What put her in this state in the first place? Does anyone know? Does the article say?
Okay, I'll read
Hello?
the PBS article. A pregnant woman in Georgia was declared brain dead after a medical emergency and has been kept on life support for 3 months by doctors to allow enough time for the baby to be born and comply with Georgia's strict anti-abortion law. The case is the latest consequence of abortion bans introduced in some states since SCOTUS overturned Roe versus Wade 3 years ago. Adriana Smith, a 30-year-old mother and nurse, was declared brain dead, meaning she is legally dead, in February. Her mother, April Newkirk, told Atlanta TV station WXIA. Newkirk said her daughter had intense headaches more than 3 months ago and went to Atlanta's Northside Hospital, where she received medication and was released. The next morning, her boyfriend woke to her gasping for air and called 911. Emory University Hospital determined she had blood clots in her brain, and she was later declared brain dead. Oh my God, so sad.
Okay, I didn't hear that part.
Okay.
That changes
So essentially,
Smith is now 21 weeks pregnant as of this article, which is May 25th.
She was only first trimester.
She was only first trimester.
Oh, that's insane.
Removing breathing tubes and other life-saving devices would likely kill the fetus. Smith's family said Emory doctors have told them they are not allowed to stop or remove the devices that are keeping her breathing because of a provision in state law that bans abortion after cardiac activity can be detected, generally around 6 weeks into pregnancy.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
The law was adopted in 2019, but not enforced until after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade in 2022, opening the door to state abortion bans. Georgia's ban includes an exception if an abortion is necessary to maintain the life of the woman.
What?
Smith's family, including her 5-year-old son, still visit her in the hospital. Newkirk said doctors told the family that the fetus has fluid on the brain and that they're concerned about his health.
Wow.
He's pregnant with my grandson, but he may be blind, may not be able to walk, may not survive once he's born.
Who's supposed to take care of the baby? The mother.
Newkirk has not commented on whether the family wants Smith removed from life support.
That's ridiculous.
Monica Simpson, executive director of Sister Song, which is the lead plaintiff in a lawsuit challenging Georgia's strict abortion law, said the situation is problematic. Her family deserved the right to have decision-making power about her medical decisions, Simpson said in a statement.
Yeah.
They have endured over 90 days of re-traumatization, expensive medical costs, and the cruelty of being unable to resolve and move toward healing.
That's inhumane.
Lois Shepard,
Well,
a
that was-
bioethicist and law professor
that
at
was
the University
actually-
of Virginia, says she does not believe Georgia's law requires life support in this case. But she said whether a state could insist Smith remains on the breathing and other devices is uncertain since the 2022 ruling in Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization, which overturned all the parts of the Roe ruling, including the finding that fetuses do not have the rights of people. Pre-Dobbs, a fetus didn't have any rights, Shepard said. And the
Hold on,
state,
let me just say one thing real quick, and then I know you're going to keep reading it. But so basically, they're penalizing her for going to the hospital, because had she not gone to the hospital and seek care, she would just died along with the baby at home.
yeah.
So that's going to discourage women from going to the hospital if they think something. That is just
Okay,
horrible.
that makes absolutely no sense. My only concern is, if the cost. I mean, it doesn't really say whether the family would take her off life support or not.
Well, how does that not make sense?
How does what not make sense?
That if she hadn't sought care, that she still wouldn't be alive. She's on life support.
Okay, she went to the hospital with a headache and they didn't find anything wrong. So what she basically went back home, developed a breathing trouble or whatever the next morning, and wound up back in the hospital. What I don't see is how that discourages women from going to the hospital.
Because the fact that if she wouldn't have gone, they wouldn't be keeping her on life support half alive for 90 days just to grow a baby that's blind and has no mother.
Blue Jay,
I
you're
don't see
100% correct, because it's
okay. I think you're both
women of
100% connecting dots that don't connect.
Stripping women of autonomy.
If she had gone, if the hospital didn't see anything wrong, she went back to the hospital because she had an emergency.
Right.
So how is
that
going to discourage women from not going to the hospital is my question.
Because they can obviously force her to stay.
Yeah, again,
because they can what?
It's stripping of autonomy.
They can force her to stay there and stay on machines.
Right, correct.
Okay, well, they're not forcing her to do anything.
Yes, they are.
Whoa. They're not forcing her. She can't get up and leave. She's brain dead.
If she wasn't pregnant, then they would have been able to make a decision, though.
Exactly.
It's only because she's pregnant.
Okay. Now
you're
get
correct
the
on
point.
this.
The only reason they're keeping her alive is because the law is, in doubt. They think if they take her off life support, the baby's obviously going to die, and the law seemingly prevents that. I still don't know why that would prevent women from going to the hospital.
Well, the point is that the baby doesn't have a mother.
Dignity. She has dignity. This woman has dignity.
The baby's not going to have a mother.
They're stripping this woman of dignity.
No, it's not even just that.
Well,
it's not good for the baby. It doesn't have a mother. And
I agree with that, but I honestly don't think women go to. I mean, there's always a chance if you're sick and you go to the hospital, it could be a big enough problem. But I just don't think women are going to stop going to the hospital because they think they might wind up dead.
Okay, and maybe that was hyperbolic. But the point is,
no, it's not
that her family would have her family would have the decision to have taken her off long ago if they wanted to, if she wasn't pregnant. So basically, she's being penalized, even though it's not in the best interest of that baby whatsoever either.
This is terrible. This is terrible.
Well,
wow. It is. This is
excuse me. Let us encourage women.
If
you think you need to go to the hospital, go to the hospital.
This is really, really disturbing because this is clearly going to set precedent that you can just.
Well, I think Texas has already set that precedent. They've done a couple cases.
It
could extend way beyond
autonomy as a woman. So she's basically being used as an incubator, as a means to an end, as opposed to the woman being the end herself.
Right. What if you're having miscarriage symptoms at like 16 weeks and you go and they say you're about to miscarry, but we're not going to let you, you're staying. That's more common. That's common.
Actually happened, Blue Jay. Furthermore,
Blue Jay, happens all the time.
To add on to what you said, Blue Jay, they actually
25% of pregnancies end in miscarriage. So even a lot of the time they are.
Ladies, all I can say is welcome
Jay,
to
the Bible.
You
know that old saying that most women don't even say they're pregnant until they are in their second trimester, because anything can happen in your first trimester.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, either way,
it's just not viable. It happens. And that that absolutely, like many women, they won't even tell, like, people, the group, maybe their husband or their partner or a close person to them, like, hey, I'm pregnant. In first trimester, they may tell certain people, but just to go off and share that I'm pregnant, especially when you're not in at least second trimester, many women do not do that because it is so possible to miscarry within that first trimester. So you just don't want to go out and just start spreading this news. There's
and also, I mean, what if the woman gets there and they say she's miscarrying, but they feel like they can stop it, so they can what do they call that? Not red line.
Like Rick, I'm not sure I actually do.
Well, like say
All right,
someone threatens to take their life, they commit them, right?
Let's
Is that
get
what they
back
can do
to
to
the
pregnant
video.
women?
Basically, like, Blue Jay, you hear what you're saying? That's true. That the baby may miscarry, we're going to immediately commit you. And basically keep a woman, force a woman, remove her autonomy, and keep her in a hospital as an incubator.
Okay, you guys will never be good lawyers. The woman has no autonomy. This is a medical decision. The
Dignity.
family
You don't seem to understand
Okay,
the
ma'am,
precedent.
I'm
That's what
gonna
Blue Jay
have
and I are
to
trying
ask.
to show
Okay. I can't get a word in edgewise here. This is a problem because the family member who has power of attorney is being superseded by the law. This lady has no autonomy. She's an automaton.
She's not married.
Wait, they're not
That means it
allowing
goes back
whoever.
to her family. Her family, which is what
Correct.
you're touching on, Blue Jay, does not even have
No,
any
she's not
decision
touching on it.
support,
Y'all are
decision-making
still
power
talking about
to decide
the-
whether or not happens to their own daughter, to their family member. If this woman was married, her husband.
She was not married. She has a boyfriend. You literally read the story that said boyfriend.
Whoever would normally,
Okay,
without
now
the
it's
pregnancy,
whoever.
have sex.
She's not married.
Look,
I just said that
ma'ams,
poor listening skills.
ma'ams. You're literally mangling the story.
Sure, Stanley. Go back and go back.
You're
and
talking about
whoever would
husbands.
normally
You're
have
talking
the
about
woman is
husbands.
not married. Her family
You're
would be the
talking
ones who
about
have deciding
husbands
power.
that don't exist.
No, I had a friend that was brain dead. He wasn't married. His
Literally
children
just-
got to
Now
choose.
you have
and his
a friend?
children were minors.
Oh my God.
No, I had
Anyway,
my best friend
anyway,
was
Blue
brain
Jay.
dead. He
Blue
had a
Jay,
heart
as I
attack.
initially just
And his
said,
children got to be in deciding whether or not they took him off life support. So they always have somebody.
Right.
I'm
Either
saying the
your
only
family,
reason this
if you're
situation
not
is different
married.
is because she's pregnant.
She's not
And
married.
that's the problem.
This
It would be her
as you-
parents. It would be somebody. If she wasn't pregnant, somebody would be able to say, "Yeah, let's take her off the life support."
Right.
But because she's pregnant,
Her family, because she's not married. She has. We read the article. Her boyfriend. So it would be her mother or her father. Her parents. Furthermore, her mother is also detailed in this article. We just heard quotes from her mother, and her mother is upset because they're just removing decision-making power from the family. Her family, her immediate family, would be the ones to decide whether or not to take
Well,
her off
let
life
me,
support.
because you're fairly
If she
religious,
was-
right?
If she was married,
You're
it
fairly
would have been her
religious, right?
husband. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Stanley,
Okay,
stay
let
focused
me,
on the
if
article.
you would
What are you
give me
talking
time
about?
to
Stay
develop the
focused.
point, I will make it clear to you. This is the Bible Belt, ma'am. They basically think that a fetus is an unborn person. They would give, if they could, full rights to fetuses. As a religious person, surely you must see the Bible thumping point of view. They think that is a person in there, and they're going to do everything they can to keep it alive, even if the mother is dead. As a matter of fact, that article also says that this kid might not even survive because it's got fluid on the brain and will have all kinds of problems once it's born. They don't care.
that's not a Christian view. Because
Or the Bible tells them so.
no, it doesn't. The reason that Christians
Yes,
don't
it
believe in
does.
abortion is
They
because
think
it
it
requires.
does.
Let me just clarify. You'll understand what I'm saying. The reason Christians don't believe in abortion is because it interferes with God's natural process. You have to do something to stop that life. In this case, you have to do something to keep that life. So that's actually the opposite.
Georgia and Texas disagree, ma'am.
Well, that's fine, but I'm saying that is not a Christian view. They're skewing it so far that now they're taking it out of God's hands again.
Right, I see what you're saying. And Stanley brings up the religion and the Bible, then he jumps.
I'm just joking. Don't take it so seriously.
Make up your point.
Don't
First
take
you
it
just
so
said religion,
seriously.
Then you said
It's
Georgia.
a joke.
Like, make up your point. Make a clear point.
I made my point. The
Sure.
point is Georgia, there's a whole thing as a Bible Belt. They literally believe in fetal personhood. That's why they're doing this. That you are complaining about it as a religious person is actually
religion
concerning.
had to do with anything. Stanley, learn to
Religion is,
on the
God
matter.
damn it, I literally just told you what religion
consistently
has.
move in like
Ma'am, I will not be overtalked.
But that they're
Okay? I literally
misrepresenting religion.
explained what religion has to do with it. It's the Bible Belt. They believe that every sperm is sacred. They believe you are a person at conception, and that the mother is brain dead does not negate their belief that that person needs to be kept alive, regardless of dignity with death or any of that stuff. That's what religion has to do with it.
Well, they're
Damn.
bastardizing the natural law of God. So either
Hey,
way,
you
they're
know
not
what?
representing Christianity
They don't
well.
think they're bastardizing it.
again, why you're bringing up religion irrelevant. The George
Why?
article
No,
just
no.
stated
Ma'am,
the
I
law.
know how
You
to
cannot just
argue
stay
points
focused. No, you
obviously
don't
better
argue
than you
anything.
do. This is
Whatever,
all
whatever,
this
delusions of
lack
grandeur.
of
The
respect for
article
death with
literally
dignity
just
is
stated
literally
there
because
is
of
a
religion.
provision law in
This
Georgia.
is
That
literally
is what they're
because
using.
of religion. It is 100% because of religious beliefs that they're doing this.
So what? Can you not just stay focused on the article?
You know what? I was about to use the B word and I'm trying not to. It's because of religion is my point. Stop being upset. You are religious. They don't think they're misinterpreting. They think you're misinterpreting. Deal with it.
The law, Georgia law.
The law is because of their religious
You are
beliefs.
making a lot of
The
assumptions.
law is
Typical behavior.
because of their religious beliefs.
So you just know
yeah,
what
Stanley's
everybody
right
in
about
Georgia
that.
Yes,
thinks.
I know.
So what?
Not only am I a Georgia resident, born and raised in Georgia, I know these people. They are religious. That is why there is that law.
Super
Right.
duper. Great.
No,
The
their
law-
reasoning is
you
based
wanna
on
give
their
us some
faith.
reason for
I'm
that?
one of them.
The law is here. The law is here. And the law
And
is
they
further
are following the law. Stop
Right.
your whining.
Why? Who's
Stop
whining?
your whining. The
article.
law is the
one's
law.
whining. Exactly. That's what I'm saying right now. You, Stanley, does not listen. I'm detailing.
No,
the
I
law
don't listen
itself.
because you're
I'm detailing what
over-talking.
was in the law. The law states in Georgia, the law was further substantiated by the overturning of Roe versus Wade through Dobbs. That is what I'm
Yes,
focused on.
yes,
The law.
yes.
You're the one bringing up religion.
Tell us the
I care less
obvious,
about
ma'am.
that. No, you tell us.
All
the obvious.
I'm saying
You
is
bringing up
the
religion.
law is religiously
law.
based.
Who
I
cares
don't
whether it's
see how
religiously
you
based?
can
The law
dispute
is
that.
already here. So what?
Yes.
You're bringing up religion.
So the
No,
law is here,
listen,
so stop
who gives a
complaining
damn,
about it.
Stanley?
Death with dignity does
focused.
not matter under the
No
law.
one's complaining. You're the one bringing up religion. You're the one bringing up religion. There's no reason to even
Yes.
bring up the word religion.
Do you know why
You
I'm
just
bringing up
continue that.
religion?
Because
Do
you're
you know why I'm bringing up
You're
religion?
focused.
Ask me why I'm bringing up
I'm
religion.
not going to ask you. I don't care. I don't care.
All right, well,
Irrelevant.
let's get back to the video then.
On a breeding farm, my lord.
Free will simply means, do you trust God to know what's best, or do you think that you know better?
Wait.
I'm so interested in this video already because now you hitting the house now.
She says that God gives us free will, and I just feel like they would be very offended that she's using her free will to go to CVS and buy that hideous CoverGirl foundation in 2 shades darker than her skin tone.
This hit a little differently when you know slavery was legal in the Bible, but I getting ahead of myself. This woman babbling on about how free will works while she have her husband doing tricks on it like goddamn Shamu is Carissa Collins, viral momfluencer with 500,000 TikTok subscribers, anti-vaxxer, homeschooler, Yahweh worshipper, as well as, and let's not forget, a quiver for Christ. All of that to say, Carissa's main goal on earth is popping out enough kids to field a soccer team and convincing as many people to do so in the process. And I ain't even gonna lie, she really good at what she doing, like S-tier breeding. I'm talking the final boss of breeding. She had 11 children, yes, 11 children in her household. This woman been pregnant damn near every other year since I was a freshman in high school. And I just turned 30 years old. Lord, I never could get this blood clot video out because this woman can't stop having children for a second. Here she is announcing another one. Yes. While editing this video, she literally announced that she is pregnant with her 12th child.
Children didn't hear me. I said 12 children. Mom, you're pregnant! No, Mom, you're gonna have children. Wait, no! I don't know what I'm gonna have.
I agree, Kelvin. This is way over edited.
That's crazy. That's a football team.
That's the Wu-Tang Clan. All it takes is 5 excruciating minutes on this woman's account, and you'll quickly understand what she's all about. Get pregnant as many times as possible, as many times as God wants you to, by any means necessary. No matter the many ethical and practical concerns which you will shortly get into. But after consuming this woman's videos to the point of nausea, it is clear Carissa Collins believes a woman's place is a portal. To Carissa, a woman's sole value is to have children. So, of course, as you can see, that probably negates a lot of different experiences of women, which is pretty terrifying.
Why does he feel like he has any say on how she decides to use her womb and how many children she wants?
I'm sorry, you're a little muffled.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let me check something. Okay. Okay, does that make any difference?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So I'm just wondering why he's so opinionated on what she wants to do with her womb and how many children she wants. Like, back in the day, everybody had 10, 12, 14. So it's not like it's against God. I'm not saying people should do it, but to make it seem like she's so, weird for doing that, I don't really.
Wait. All your questions will be answered, and to Kelvin's point, he's over editing and inserting all the little cutesy stuff. It's a little overdone, and I will be skipping ahead. Maybe I ought to just skip ahead, but I've only watched it once. Basically, what you're going to see is this woman, I think she might be up to 12 or 14 kids now. She had some very odd opinions, and it's all having to do with the natalism thing. It's wrapped up in religion. Basically, she feels that women should be producing children until they can't. So
okay.
All that's you will see where this is going, and it is to use a John Galt term, concerning.
Even alarming, especially when you consider that Carissa has 7 daughters that she's raising. Who need groomers preening young flowers to be plucked by predators when you have parents like these?
There are people who can't have kids. Does that mean that God is not allowing them to have children? Is God punishing them for whatever reason? Also, some people who can have biological children who may not want to have biological children, is that also God's plan?
The erasure of so many different people in that very pregnant sentence, pun intended, bears so many different realities and excludes a lot of them. And besides the fact that Carissa's whole personality is churning out babies, there's something else that I noticed on Carissa's little page here too. Her husband's name isn't mentioned anywhere. Like anywhere. I mean, I literally had to go digging on her Facebook, and I hate the Blue app, to find out if this man even had a name. His name is Mandingo. Mandre. He's never given a line to say. All he does is stand there and look like someone's holding him at gunpoint. To the armheads watching, you probably thinking something like, Foreign, you gonna pull a muscle with that reach that you making right there, my guy. Locked up, they won't let me out. They won't let me out.
Yeah,
Locked
this.
up.
If your siblings
Like, wow,
just don't want another
was it
baby.
just me or did you guys
I'm
hear
sorry,
him say
what?
that? Did you guys hear that comment he made about insinuating predators? Did you guys hear that?
Insinuating predators?
Is that what he said? When he said who?
Yeah, I
he
heard
said
that.
7 daughters or something about
Yeah.
who needs to worry about predators when you have parents like me?
Yes, yeah.
That's
Yeah, that was-
extremely.
Well,
that was
maybe he read
inappropriate.
Maybe he read Tim Tebow's interview.
What does that mean? Was the black dad, right?
Well,
I mean, wasn't it-
Tim Tebow
Or
was
the white man
talking
the ones
about
doing it? That's why you're
Tim
Tim Tebow?
Tebow was talking about, child predation being
Right.
a big problem. So the joke, whether he was joking or not, 7 daughters, it was probably just
Oh
not
my
that
gosh,
great of.
that's foul.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. He could have gone a different place or just not gone at all. But the dude is injecting all these weird edits and he thinks it's
Yeah,
jokey.
he's a hater. Like,
It's probably too serious a subject to be so flippant about with his editing.
yeah, he could be a very loving father. He obviously loves kids. They seem happy, at least. I mean, as much as anyone.
Well, he has
Seen
comments
online.
about he has some comments about the fathers, and again, he will talk about the Duggars. So what he said is not too far afield. I've seen the video, the whole thing.
They don't have the same
which
father.
I'm sorry, what?
All the kids have just the same father, though, right?
Yes.
So why is that guy any more high risk than any other father? This is a very disgusting thing to accuse people of so
Okay,
lightly.
if
Like
you will allow,
I'll watch. Yeah, I'm
your
mute.
questions will be answered. And I understand why you're asking them. Maybe what I should have done is gone in and edited, and done jump cuts. But
No,
I
you're
just
good.
watched it
I'll stay
literally
muted.
at about 4 this morning. So
I'll just stay muted, and when
your
you're ready
questions
for us
will
to
be
come
answered.
back, just let us know when you're ready to come back, and then I won't interrupt you because
No,
I'm gonna be
it's fine. Like I said, I've seen this.
Arrow, I'm sorry I can't give you life because I just don't have enough time to give to all the other.
Now here, she is basically justifying why she thinks having 12 or 14 kids is good. In doing this, she is, let me back up a little bit because this little, the way she makes the point is odd.
I have an activity for y'all to do. To your youngest child, and say this to them. If you are considering not having any more children, or you have made the decision to stop having children, look at your youngest child and tell them why. So this is my youngest baby Arrow. He's the 11th child. I'm going to look at him and pretend like he's my 12th child, my future child, and tell him the reasons that I don't want to have any more children. Arrow, I'm sorry I can't give you life. Your siblings just don't want another baby. Arrow, I'm sorry I can't give you life because I just don't have enough time to give to all the other children. Arrow, I can't give you life because I'm too old and I don't want you to have an old mom. Arrow, I can't give you life because I have health issues.
To
those are all
make
valid
her
reasons
point,
to tell your child.
she is literally telling you to pretend your youngest child is your unborn child, and then you explain to your unborn child why you will not be having that unborn child.
Yeah.
Now, given that's weird in and of itself, but what's even weirder, you will find out later in the video, is that she, like on her 10th child, she started having near life-threatening complications. I think it was with her 10th child. So her 11th and 12th child, again, life-threatening complications. One of the babies wound up being in the NICU, the neonatal intensive care, for quite some time. Because of an infection. She started having complications with pregnancies at 10.
Well, even
Number 10, and then she kept on having them. And back around child number 7, maybe, her husband said, "Hey, we've had enough. I'm going to get a vasectomy." And she talked him out of having the vasectomy. And all of this is because all of this is based on a religious, her interpretation of, what the Bible is saying as far as fertility.
Because
So,
for me, I would think the opposite. I would tell my daughter, I don't care if she's my first, second, I have one daughter, but I tell her, you can have as many children or as little children as you want. That's your body. So I would never even
right.
think to guilt her and be like,
Unfortunately, you're not her mother, and it doesn't sound like she even
yeah,
listens to her husband.
okay, interesting.
It is the reason the video is being made is because this is kind of offbeat. Let's not use the word weird. We'll just say it's offbeat. She has a very interesting point of view, and all this is kind of under the umbrella of natalism. We want these people to have a bunch of kids.
Yeah, she's
And
like
I think
brainwashing her own kids into feeling guilty if they don't do what she's doing, right? Because she's like acting like she would lecture the newborn. You look at your newborn, you tell him why you didn't have more kids. In other words, that's a
Well,
really
she's some
selfish
sort
thing
of
to do, right? Not have
she's some sort of influencer, and then trad wives come into it. It's a lot of stuff that's kind of thrown into the mix.
Is she an influencer
It's kind
in
of
the
a
way that people are
sloppy
emulating
video,
her?
but it kind of makes sense.
But are people actually emulating her? Or is she influencing them in real life? Or is it just
Apparently,
a shit show?
she's an influencer, so somebody must be taking her
So,
seriously.
but we're not, and we're
I mean,
watching.
hell, she's on video, and there is a video about her, so she does have
Yeah.
some influence.
So some women are saying, okay, I'm going to do what she's doing.
Well, I don't know if they're doing exactly, but they are listening to her.
And what if I die? Arrow, I can't give you life because I just don't have enough money to provide you with food.
Man,
Yeah, and you know
I
what,
think your
Kelvin?
subconscious might be screaming at you with these questions,
hold on
but
one sec. Kelvin, your point is duly noted. They're encouraging people like her to have kids. The more kids she have, if this is actually some sort of mental illness, the higher chance one of those kids is going to pick up what she's got. So, it should be natalism for a few.
she thinks she's godly because she's producing more followers for Christ. But what if I told you that Carissa is symptomatic of a much deadlier disease that has infected the United States as well as the world?
Having a kid is a vote for the future. Of course I'm going to have a big family. That's what I'm going to spend my time doing. I'll just raise great kids. It's important to have children and to
What's up, Latino?
create the new generation.
We believe God says that children are a gift and a blessing and a reward from Him.
God's commandment
So
for
that's
His
the
children
Guggers, I
to
think.
multiply and replenish the earth
Well, that's
remains
different.
in force. The decision of how many children to
He has
have
different mothers,
and when to have them
and they're all very willing.
is between
Wait, say that again?
I said Elon Musk's situation is different because it's not the same mother being forced to be pregnant 10, 14 times, again, just because of their belief. He's actually choosing very willing mothers. Like, they're agreeing in advance. It's not like
So you
he's
think
just making a
it's-
woman keep having
So
the
you
same
think
woman.
Elon is less of a problem than this woman?
I think the mindset is less problematic. I don't know what he's doing is great, but I don't think it's as bad as making women feel like they aren't in God's grace if they don't have 14 kids. At least he has the means, and he has willing women that want to have his baby, and they have good medical care and everything else.
Well, apparently this woman has good medical care too.
But
I think
she's dying. You said.
I think that, well, my theory, because I don't know for sure, Elon, women discover who Elon is and then don't want to have any more kids with him. I think that's got to have something to do with
One
it.
was a coworker, and it was like
That's
they were
why he
business
has so many
partners.
mothers.
Yeah, he
You know,
had
he-
twins with
he's
a
great in the
coworker.
beginning.
No, he believes the world's underpopulated. So
Yeah, he
he's
does.
actually making contracts with these women. Yes, some of them he knows. Like one was his business partner or something. They had in vitro. They didn't even actually have like intercourse to get pregnant. They were never in a relationship. But these people are like, hey, we both have the same belief that there should be more children. We're capable of taking care of them. I trust you, you trust me, blah, blah, blah. And then they have the kids. So it's like, it's pre-planned. It may not be religious based or traditional, but I don't think it's the same as making a woman who's having life-threatening complications on her 10th pregnancy continue having them out of guilt. I think that's very different.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like be brave. One type of murder might be, better than
Well,
another
it's
type of
consenting
murder.
adults versus not consenting adults, or
Well,
not
I think that woman is consenting as well. I mean,
yes, she is.
her
but she's
husband was
brainwashed.
gonna have a vasectomy, and he consented to having more children.
Well, I'm just conceding your point that it's based on religion, even if it's absolutely like illogical and actually not even necessarily natural, but it's a religious base. So I'm agreeing with you there. But I'm saying
What's
in
Elon's
this
religion?
in this case, Elon is different.
Well, no, she's saying the lady, the subject of the beginning portion of this video. There's a lady who I can't remember whether it's 12 or 14. I think maybe she's only at 12, but she is basically her interpretation of the Bible basically comes down to women should have kids as long as they can have kids.
No.
So
If they agree
if
to
you can have them, have them.
Yeah.
Well, I know Elon Musk had 7 kids with his first wife.
And the same
And
thing
then
with
he had
the
Does he
like,
really?
like
I didn't
3.
think.
Yeah, he
Wow,
was
she's a
married.
saint. Now she ought to
And
get. She ought to
they were
get that motherhood medal that Trump is talking about.
They're both like,
In
they
a
wanted
check.
a big family. It was agreed upon. So, but then he had a second
I mean,
wife, he had,
7
like, 3
kids with Elon Musk.
Jesus.
But he has
Wow.
a couple of sets of twins, and then the last one was the one he set up the contract with his business partner,
So how
and
many?
they were never in a relationship, and
So
never
how many kids does
intended
he
to
have
be.
with that one woman? 7 kids?
7 was the first, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
he's
think
got a
altogether
total.
he has
He's got a
11. One
total
died.
of 14.
He had
Jesus
one
Christ!
son
How
that
many
died.
baby mothers?
3, I think.
He's got several.
Yeah, I think it's 3. It might be 4, but I know of 3. But yeah, he had a couple sets of twins because some of it was
But here's the rub. There are people that are saying, "Hey, as long as he can afford it."
Nah, see, I
So
disagree with
basically, if you're a
co-parenting.
baby daddy, it doesn't
Nah,
matter
yeah,
if
he's a
you're
baby daddy,
2
bro.
of them were his wives, though.
Like,
You
listen.
gotta, I mean, he only had
right. Well,
one.
they're
Like,
basically saying you're not a baby daddy
No, he is a baby
if you're
daddy.
rich.
He is a baby daddy. Like, what are we talking about? Like, literally,
well,
that's all the
he
traits.
was
of a
Well,
married,
baby
though.
daddy.
you and
So are people
I,
just supposed to
you
not
and
take any
I,
case to get divorced?
Latino, will agree on that. But
Like,
there are
are we
people
crazy
who
now,
think
dude?
what he's doing is fine.
Like, dude, like,
He wasn't a baby daddy when
listen.
he was having the
Let me get in
babies,
real quick,
though.
right?
Except for one of them.
Future, he's a rapper, and he's in the same situation. He also has money, and he
Did he
also
marry
has
the
multiple
women?
women that have his kids. But he's a baby daddy. So
He
what's
didn't
the
marry
difference
them.
between him
Cannon.
and Elon Musk?
Or
Well, Elon
he's just
hasn't
going around
married all
irresponsibly
his
getting women
mothers.
pregnant.
Look at Nick
That's not the
Cannon.
same.
Nick
Nick
Cannon
Cannon's
only
same way.
married
He's being
Mariah Carey, had
irresponsible.
twins with
Well,
her.
Nick Cannon
All
Cannon
over the
comes
place
up
with
in this
children.
video also.
Nick Cannon, Future, Elon. I mean,
Nick Cannon said
arguably
he's
these
gonna
are
have
all
as many
poopies.
kids
I
as
don't
God
think
will give
Future
him. Think how
comes up.
stupid it is for a man to say that. You could have thousands of kids. You think that's what God wants?
Yeah,
Hey,
I
and you
Serious
know what?
women.
There
I
are
Nick
there
Cannon
are
was, I saw his quote. I saw an interview of him. He said, "I'm gonna have as
you
many
gotta
kids
make
as
an
God,
emotional
as God will
connection with
give
these
me."
kids, man.
And he's
You
just
got
having
to.
unprotected sex with random women. He's not even married. Like
It's not
that's
about
not
just
Hey,
what
that.
well,
God said
that's
to
why.
do.
Why do you
He's an
think?
idiot.
Why do you think Elon is developing AI?
No, I said that's what
so he
Nick
can be
Cannon
around
is
everywhere.
doing.
All these
Elon
kids.
Musk
He's
didn't
going.
say he's having as many
He's gonna
kids as
have.
God will
He's
give
gonna
him.
have an
Nick
AI for
Cannon.
each of his kids.
Nick
So
Cannon
they can play.
forgot when he was interviewed on the Breakfast Club.
The
They asked
AI
him to
will
name
make
his
the
kids. He
emotional
forgot
connection.
one.
Yeah, I don't agree with that
Did
shit,
you guys
man.
see that?
Stop having
When
all these
Elon
kids,
Musk
bro.
was
You
asked to name his kids on the
emotionally.
Breakfast Club, he skipped one. He forgot one. They were like, "What about Ebony or whatever?" Or I forget her name, but it was a cute name. But she was like, he's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about her." Really?
Look, just like I was telling my wife just now. It's like, look, he's always with little X everywhere, up and down. How do those other 12 kids feel about that? When they grow up, that shit is gonna bring animosity and problems because you treating one kid better than the other rest. You
He doesn't even
understand?
see any of them.
Yeah, he's always with X.
The baby mamas don't even like each other. Can't even have like
Well,
a
he had Trump
birthday party.
babysitting one of them, didn't he?
And one of his
Yeah, he
kids,
did.
the
Maybe
teenager,
I'll have
is
many as God will
trans.
give him. In other words, I'm going to
And the
justify my
child,
philanthropy.
I think the child no longer wants to associate with Elon. One of his children, 18 or
Yeah, he's
19
a
years
trans.
old, is trans.
Yeah, the
Well,
mom.
that doesn't. I mean, that can happen to anybody. But the point is, he doesn't even
Doesn't
know his
have a
children.
relationship with the child.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. How you can disown your kid because because of trans issues, that just does not speak well of Elon.
Well, no, the kid
you
doesn't
know,
want anything to do with Elon.
Well, you know
it's the other
what?
way around.
I think the kid probably has a reason for not wanting to be associated with
Well, yeah,
Elon.
I mean, he does. But I'm just saying, when you phrase it that way, like, you got to be responsible for how you phrase it. Because, yes, there's a reason the kid doesn't like him. But we don't know what that is.
Well,
right.
It could be the
I'll
mother.
do a John. I could do a John Galt and speculate, but I won't do that.
My whole thing is like, fine, like look,
He's like a liberal, though.
Listen.
I don't
My
know why you think he's
grandmother
against
had-
gay people.
My grandmother had 13 kids, right? So I have like 12.
Really?
of them. Yeah, 13. You know, it was no TV back then, Stanley. So this is what I'm saying. It was all by the same person, and my grandfather, raised these kids, so they all have some type. They're all different in their own way, but they we're family. We can't say the same thing about Future. We can't say the same thing about Nick Cannon. We can't say the same thing about Elon Musk. The only thing that makes them family is their lineage.
Well, a lot of kids died, too. But at birth or in their early years. Like, I looked through my genealogy. A lot of the women in my ancestry have 8, 9, 10 kids. And then, maybe 6 of them make adulthood. If that. And they didn't have birth control. So that's another reason. I mean, we have that now. So God gave that to us at some point, right?
Yeah.
Why else would we have it?
I was always the type to say only one baby mother, only one stress.
And Deacon Dave says he understands the trans bashing daddy. Gotcha.
I mean, Elon Musk talked about it. He said basically his son said that that's his dead name, and Elon Musk wasn't willing to call him by the name that he wanted to be called, I guess.
Okay, well.
And he said, well, he did say that he died basically when he changed his name. So,
But he might have told him that his whole growing up and said, "Look, I know
You
you're
know,
a boy.
I
Like, if
wonder
you
if
decide to change
people
that, I'm not going to
shouldn't
support
be.
it."
You know how when you get married, it's for better or for worse, at least in theory. I wonder why people don't feel that way about their kids.
Well, why would a
Kids do
child
all
change
kinds
their
of
parents' value
heinous
system?
things. I mean, even if your kid commits like some heinous crime, they're still your kid.
Well, but
There's still
a parent's value
a
system
way.
change
There's
based on what
still
our
a
kids wanna
way.
do?
I'm sorry, what?
Why would a parent change their value system based on what their child says? It's supposed to be the other way around.
Well,
You're
that's my
leading your
point.
children. They accept your
well,
value
that's-
system or they don't, but you don't
That's
waver.
my point. I think, and it's not quite the same thing, but the Unabomber's brother. I mean, his family reported the Unabomber, but you know what? It was the right thing to do.
Yeah,
But
right.
they
Yeah, I
still,
did a stream on that.
even when the
Actually.
Unabomber was in jail, they still tried to write and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, his brother
Um,
David's wife.
Right, but the bottom line is, I don't think better of Elon for indulge the baby. You raised him, and so
I mean, some
I'm not going to get
grown.
knee deep into that.
I think it's hard to judge someone that maybe because it could be manipulation as well. Because if he grew up knowing, I will always love you, but I don't accept this, and I'm never going to pretend to. Like, even before he had put his foot down and said, "No, I am a woman." But and then he's taunting his dad in public saying, "You got to call me this name now," knowing how his dad feels and that his dad was.
Okay,
what went on in their home is now being publicized
no.
Kids do
I'm
that.
sorry,
Look what
but you
50
know
Cent
what?
kids-
That child did not ask to be born. Who cares what Elon feels?
Doesn't mean that
Okay,
kids can't be
you are a
wrongdoing.
Parents do all kinds of shit they don't want to do for their
throw their
kid.
parents under the
Okay,
bus for their fame.
Elon's feelings are trash. Okay, and if the kid
That's
wants
your
to be
opinion.
called whatever, ma'am, let me finish, please. If the kid wants to is making an adult decision, hey, this is how I want to be addressed. Well, Elon did the right thing. If Elon doesn't want to do it, that's fine. But I'm not going to take Elon's side on this.
Well, that's fine, and this is one issue. But think of something you feel strongly about that you really.
Well, I don't feel strongly
ingrained
about
into
it.
Your son.
Wait, hold on.
And he turned it on.
I
you.
don't feel okay. I don't feel strongly about it. I'm just commenting.
No,
I don't care what
take something
Elon
you
does.
do feel strongly about.
I
Take the
do not
LGBT thing away.
feel strongly about it.
What-
You're
there's
doing
something
you're
you
doing
feel
what
strongly
Elon
about.
does. You're telling me how I
You're
feel.
not listening to me. I'm saying take the trans thing out of it. Just think of a principle that you really instilled in your son that is very serious to you, and he knows that, and you've done that since a little kid. It has nothing to do with sexuality, nothing to do with that. Just something.
I just didn't want my
And then
son to
he
do
turned
it.
on
I
you, and in
also
public
think
he tries
that
to
when
tell
kids,
you to accept it.
I also think when kids become adults, they're adults.
Well, honor thy father and the mother. You still can't.
You know what?
Publicly humiliate your parents, no matter.
I know. I have no doubt that you would revert back to what the Bible says.
I would never. My
I
parents
don't
in
think.
public.
I don't think asking your father to call you in a certain way is disrespecting.
It is if he's told me my whole life how he feels about that. He can
We
call me daughter or
disagree.
son.
We
Or just call me
disagree
my
on the
name.
nature of. We disagree
my
on the
old name.
nature
I don't-
of. We disagree on the nature of disrespecting our parents.
Okay.
Life in the Lord. I want more babies in the United States of America.
Now we about to get balls deep. Nah, that's wrong choice of words. We about to get deep into this in a minute, but what you gotta understand is that the members of this cult, the members of this movement, want to multiply. You know, like Genesis, be fruitful and multiply. But they ain't even doing it for the reasons laid out in the Bible. They want the only people left on earth to be people who think, act, and look exactly like them. Kind of like how a cancer cell replicates itself until it's only cancer cells left. Not only does having as many kids as possible create more soldiers for their army, but it's the perfect innocent masquerade for the whole thing. Oh, I just love kids. I'm a natural born mother, a nurturer. I was born to have children. It gave me purpose. It makes the whole thing seem harmless, noble, altruistic. Despite the fact that these niggas ain't even asked to be here and now they fighting with like 10 other siblings over hot pockets. But it's actually hiding some.
That's another thing that I guess I'm becoming kind of hypersensitive to. What does the N-word have to do with the points he's trying to make?
Exactly.
I really wish
distasteful.
these black creators would stop.
And he's a foreigner.
May I add?
Well, he's a
Well, here's the
foreigner,
thing.
kinda.
I
May
love
I
when
add
people use
something?
the Bible.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Bible against him, but he's gossiping. Like that's not a sin.
He's a foreigner, right? He's a foreigner, right? And
Well, I mean, he's from the Bahamas.
Well,
I mean, how
listen,
foreign is the
listen,
Bahamas?
My question to him would be, wherever he's from, let's say that the numbers are going down. My question to him would be, wouldn't you want the numbers to where you're from, your country, to go up instead of down, right? And for your people, your culture to be a thing still, right? Not to.
Well, wait, you mean the number of births?
Yeah, because this is the thing. Like, look, right? We have people like this guy, right? Basically, you could ask him, it's like, yo, what do you think about Japan's numbers going down? And I guarantee you'll say, oh, that's not a good thing. But when it comes to America's numbers going down, he'll say, oh, this is a bad thing because they're trying to pull the numbers down because, they want to keep their culture. They want to keep this. Why is that a bad thing? I don't understand.
Okay, well, let me answer that question for him. I think no one wants to see birth rates go down, but to me, it's not that big a deal that it goes down.
Same
being a culturalist, wanting your culture to survive, that's a slippery slope into racism.
But
listen to Be Brave call himself a culturalist. Okay,
look,
it's a thin line.
Listen,
The social
Ireland is paying.
construct or something like that.
And quite frankly, just to continue my point, these people, the people that he will point out, they're not saying we want to preserve American culture. They want to preserve white culture.
Okay,
Well,
but
have you?
That's where that line starts getting blurred.
But
Well, the
listen,
collective
right? So
IQ of
in
human
Ireland,
beings has gone down
right? They
and
have
continues.
the gingers are going down, right? So the government made a stance and said basically, you know, a ginger is like a symbol of Ireland, right? So if gingers could have kids and bring more gingers, they'll pay them for that.
Okay,
Like, I
well,
don't see that.
see, here is where you already lost me. This isn't Ireland. Why do we need to be pro symbols of Ireland?
Well, no, the problem that we need to worry about is the collective IQ of the globe going down. It doesn't matter what color people are. People have never.
Okay,
We're not the same race now that people were 1,000 years ago. What
IQ
happens-
is
the people
not
with the
based
least
on birth
intelligence
rate.
seem to be having the most.
Hello.
The
IQ
highest
is
birth rates
not
are in the most impoverished
IQ
place in
is
the
not
world.
dependent on birth rate. I don't.
Okay,
get
well, okay,
your
there's
point.
a combination of knowledge as well. So,
Okay, I still don't get your point.
because in order to continue the systems that we have in place, you have to have skilled enough people that have the knowledge and also the ability. So if they are living in places that don't have the right infrastructure and stuff, and that's who sends those kids, over time, then there'll be more unskilled people. And also,
Don't we have books?
I'm talking about globally.
Okay, well, I don't care about globally.
Well, that's all that matters.
So I guess maybe that's where we're kind of reaching an impasse. I'm
Yeah, I
much
only
more
care about the
concerned.
US.
I'm much more concerned
We're
about
not-
domestic policy because it's a lot easier to manage.
Yep.
But we're talking about population. So that it, you
I
can't
don't
just
really
single
care
a
about
country.
populations. To be honest,
I just said the collective IQ globally is going down. That was my point.
okay, if you're worrying about collective IQ, I personally think that IQ, a world IQ,
It has nothing to do with some people being smarter than others. It has to do with people, first of all,
It
waiting
has-
too long to have kids, having advanced maternal age, and then there's more chromosomal defects, and there's a lot more things that can happen. But so that's
you
part of
do
it.
realize that there are Bible stories about old women having kids.
They lived a long time. though.
I just think if people were waiting later to have kids, oh well,
Okay.
you get what you get.
Medically proven, women are best suited for childbearing.
Right, and it's also medically proven
That's
that
proven.
even having kids in your 40s, the rates are a lot higher than they were 100 years ago.
Right.
I
There's a lot higher rates of
I
autism
think people sometimes invent stuff to worry about.
No, it's actually the American Medical Association. They have all the stats.
I think that if the birth rate is falling, let it
The
fall.
disorders and the complications increase with age. I mean, that's just common knowledge.
Okay, it's also common knowledge that all kinds of maladies that we get today are easier treatable or curable than they were 100 years ago. The same maladies that happen today were happening 100 years ago with worse results.
The maladies that you're saying
I
that are
honestly don't get
curable
your
are
point.
not brain development in the womb.
Okay, ma'am,
That's
the
permanent.
same problems we have today, we were having 100 years ago.
I
Did you
They
know that
are
in
not.
birth order,
They
the
are
child has
not.
the highest
They.
IQ and it
We're not
like
getting
why
new
the Cherokee
diseases because kids are being born later in life.
I didn't say that. I said the collective IQ is going down. Same way that in a familial structure,
IQ
the
is
birth
not
order, the oldest child has the
dependent
highest
on
IQ.
birth rate.
It is
Okay,
in
maybe
first
you.
order.
Okay,
First order.
let me
which
let
means
me let
maternal
me.
age.
At the risk of sounding
Oldest
rude,
child has the highest
you have
IQ
no
statistically,
clue. You have
and it
no
goes down.
clue what
Yes, I
IQ
do.
is. I
Um,
don't think you do.
You can look up IQ and birth.
I don't
birth
need
order.
to look it up, ma'am. I know what
As the
IQ
mother
is.
gets older, the child's IQs go down statistically as an average.
So what?
My point was that people should have not. The reason that the collective IQ is going down is because of our newly acquired
I don't
culture
think
that
IQ is
women are
going
waiting
down
until their
because
late
of later
30s
birth
to
rate.
have
I
assisted birth.
disagree. I disagree that
You
IQ
guys
is
are
going
too proud
down
to believe
because
me.
babies are born later in life.
The maternal
because,
age affects IQ.
Ain't the whole point that they're having kids at a late age?
We are born with all of our
basing
age.
their life off their
So
careers.
the older we get, the older they get. That's why women have more complications
what
as
does
they
that
get
have to
older
do with
because their
IQ, though?
eggs are
Like,
getting
that's
older
my
and
whole
they're
question.
getting mutated
Like,
and
I'm not
affected
getting
by
the
all the
correlation.
elements, what they drink, what they eat.
Okay, well, let me I don't think it is a collective problem. I don't think it's something that I don't think
I
that
say it's life-threatening.
policy
I just said it's
I
a thing.
don't think that policy should be made
Neither do I.
to encourage older women to have kids younger. I think you just let it
No.
play out.
We're seeing what's happening, and that's the collective IQ, and the more
What's happening?
genetic
Tell
defects
us
are
what's
increasing.
happening.
That's just a fact.
What is happening?
I did.
Okay, I disagree that
Okay,
collective
I'm gonna mute up.
IQ. I disagree
It's the
that
maternal age
collective.
is linked to IQ.
Oh
of the
my
child.
God! Do you ever take a pause?
You're just keep saying repeating what I said, but
I am
I'm
literally
saying-
critiquing what you say. I am criticizing. I am disagreeing with it. I don't think there's such a thing as collective IQ in the first place. So, what are you worrying about, really?
No, all it is, you take everybody's IQ on the globe and you average it out. That's like
Why would you average out IQ? It literally
because
means
the
nothing.
species we're losing intelligence.
I
Because
don't
the
think
most
we're losing.
successful people,
I do not
the most
agree that we're
intelligent,
losing
successful people have the least
intelligence.
amount of kids.
Intelligence is not additive. You
Okay,
don't take
I
10
already
people. You
clarified-
don't take 10 people and make one big IQ. That's my point.
I don't know what you mean by that.
There is no such thing as collective IQ.
Haven't you heard of the people having the least children are the ones that are the
Okay,
most
you're not getting
successful
my
and
point.
educated?
You're not getting my point.
Yes, I am.
No, I don't think you are. There is no such thing as a world IQ. There is no such thing as a collective IQ. You can't take 10 kids, add up their IQ, and average it out to get an IQ.
I'm not saying they
That
have
does
perfect,
not, that
accurate
means
numbers.
nothing.
I'm not saying they have accurate numbers on exact IQ.
Oh.
I'm saying what's literally happening is that people that are the most remote have the least amount of even, like infrastructure, education are the ones people having the most kids. So the largest group growing are the people that are not as technologically advanced. So naturally that's going to go down. And part of it is IQ.
No,
because
it's not
IQ
naturally. It is literally made up.
No,
It
because
is
if you
a
keep
it
having
is
kids, the
a
mom gets
it
older,
is
so
a
their
fairy
IQ goes
tale.
down at the end.
It is
No.
literally a fairy
does-
tale
oh,
that
If
you're
I have-
spinning.
if I- okay, I have my
Wherever
13-child
you're
is
reading
28,
this
so-
from, wherever you are
You're not
reading
even
this from,
I
they
barely
are.
agree with Stanley on
Oh
If
no
you
no
have
no!
10 kids,
I'm
the ones
listening.
at the tail end have lower
Okay.
IQs. That brings down the average IQ of all your children as a
There
whole.
is no goddamn thing as a collective IQ.
Okay.
So based off your suggestion here, you basically saying that Thomas Clarence should be an idiot based off his situations and all that. That I mean,
Clarence Thomas.
that's literally what she's saying. She's saying basically if you raised in a bad situation, not Clarence Thomas. Let me use somebody else. I'm sorry. Let me use somebody else, for example. Like,
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I just think
No, I'm
that
not saying that poor people
this
are stupid.
idea,
I didn't
this
say that.
I-
You
really what
misunderstood
I'm
everything.
taking
You
from
missed the entire point. It went right over your head.
Okay, ma'am, you presented nothing to go over anybody's head. There
Yes, I
is
did. I
no
even
such
explained how
thing.
as you continue
There
on children
is
late-
no such thing as a collective IQ. Where the fuck do you people get these ideas from?
Are you not able to think like
Literally,
on
it
a
is
broad
literally frustrating.
scale? The bird's eye view.
Your
Everybody has an IQ.
opinion
And all-
is literally based on something that does not exist.
It does too.
It
Just
does
because we
not.
don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay,
But we have
ma'am,
indicators
ma'am,
What the
I
fuck is a
guess
I'm not
collective
gonna
IQ?
guess
do it anymore.
I
guess
guess
I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay, cool.
you're wrong. Yes,
Yo, but what is
finally.
a collective IQ though?
Something I made up.
I don't know, man. I'm so
Okay.
Look it up. It's easy to
All
research
I'm
it.
I'm
Just
saying,
Google
I
it.
don't need to look it up. I literally know that
I was talking to
IQ is
Latina
not
Trump.
additive. If you take two geniuses and put them together, you're not gonna get a
higher IQ.
communal or a common IQ.
Yeah.
150 and 150 does
It's impossible
not
that there's not a
mean
collective IQ.
there is a third conceptual IQ.
There's a collective IQ, whether we have the ability to like
Okay,
figure out what it
all
is
I
and
have
to
to
the
say-
exact number or not. There is one.
All I have to say,
Like, how
all
can
I
you
have
not
to
see that?
say,
What is this, a pie
all
chart?
I have to say is I don't think falling birth rates are America's biggest problem right now.
Oh God, this is so hilarious.
Well, neither do I. That's why I chose how many kids I wanted, and that's how many I had.
We don't really care about all that. We were talking about collective IQ, which doesn't exist.
Yeah,
It does too. Oh, okay.
Oh God.
Really insidious undertones just below the surface of all that fake piety. And now this movement is at the helm of the US government. If you didn't catch it, the Trump administration is actively trying to come up with ways to incentivize women to have
Really? Really?
I can't hear anything. Did he end the show? What's going on?
Stanley. Oh God.
more babies.
I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's how we're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women too. The women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great.
So surely they're providing health care for pregnant people then? No? Okay, what about childcare or paid maternity leave? You fool, of course not. What about research into women's health, free education, or maybe, I don't know, affordable housing? Anything that might help with the enormous task of creating a child, a human being. No, why the hell would you do that, right? What this absolute ass of an administration is actually proposing to get women to have more kids is a 5,000 baby bonus in a country where a hospital bill for giving birth is $30,000 on average. And that's if everything goes perfectly. It could jump to like $50,000 if there's any complications. That's a year's salary for the average American. And before your plan B surviving niggas run into the comments, adjusting your spectacles and raising your pointer finger saying, well, foreign, actually, insurance, listen to this.
Labor and delivery. So this one is the one where I would expect it to be the most expensive because that's clearly why we're there. We got charged $10,593.40 for that one.
Okay, I'm going
And
to
then
skip over this. The point they're trying to make, and it's a point that I guess is a good point, for an administration that wants to promote families and, be natalist. We want to encourage married couples to have as many kids as they can. What they're talking about is having one child for them wound up being about $37,000. The tax credit or, the proposed incentive is we will give you like $5,000 per child. Basically, they're saying, hey, this is hypocritical. The only people that are going to be able to afford to be natalists are people who can spend $37,000 a pop. With insurance, they wound up paying about $11,000. So having babies is basically something that, in theory, only rich people will be able to do. So you're going to have certain types of babies born. Now there are exceptions, I'm sure somebody's going to bring up, welfare mothers with 5 children and all that. We're talking basically conceptually. And by and large, people who can afford kids already do have kids. You'll hear a lot that, hey, we can't afford to have kids. We need to save up money for a kid, all that. They're basically saying if the government's going to do this, they need to actually, offer stuff that would actually make having kids easier. Daycare, time off, from work, that sort of stuff.
My thing would be, why even charge them to have the kid? Just charge them basically for the equipment and stuff that they use, and that's about it. Like, it should be a service, basically. Like the government should provide mothers of any sort, single or married, to have these kids for free. They shouldn't have to pay a medical bill.
Yeah, but then you start crossing into single payer. That's a slippery slope you're proposing.
I'm just saying, like, there's certain countries that they don't even charge for this, man.
All good points. Kelvin's mad that I keep stopping it. So there's the YouTube link for you, Kelvin. That way you can watch it uninterrupted.
Anesthesia. So my epidural cost us more than anything else. That one was $14,446.50.
Was it worth it?
Yes. Yes. We also had a pharmacy and supply cost. So pharmacy cost $2,007.25. For supplies, $565.03. So the grand total for everything came out to $33,011.73.
But that was just for our stay. We also had to pay for Aspen, our newborn daughter, to be.
I'm sorry, what?
They charged us about 50 something, man. Brigham's and woman here in Massachusetts, man. Fucking expensive as shit. After though, it was like maybe 13 or some shit. Damn, it's
I'm
like
gonna
buying
skip
a little car, dude.
Let's skip ahead to the Duggars part.
You hear me, Stanley? It's like buying a little car you got to raise.
Well, I mean, I know. My son was born in Fairfax General or whatever it was, and there was a whole birthing suite. And I'm not going to tell you how much, that was.
Yeah,
but
sweet. So yeah, I can figure.
I posted a link in the back for the global decline of collective intelligence.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, you're gonna talk about the world's IQ. Yeah, I'll read it, but I'll read the article and probably disagree with the article. There is no such thing as a world IQ.
You want to know something though? It's a new scientific phenomenon. That's what it says when I read
Okay, let me try and help you out here.
It's from Science Direct. It's an academic review
IQ is literally conceptual. It is not a material thing. You cannot you can take rocks, and if you have 2 rocks, 3 rocks, 4 rocks, they are material things that can be counted. Right. IQ is literal. Okay, ma'am, let me finish. Ma'am, let me finish, please. You cannot pull IQ out of someone's head and put it on a table and pull IQ out of someone else's head and have 2 IQs. It is not a material thing. It is arbitrary. You can literally make up. They're like 1,000 different. I do not know why you won't let me finish.
I feel like you're saying something I didn't.
Okay. IQ is not a material object to measure. There is no such thing as world IQ. It's made up.
Yes, that's what I was about to tell you. This is what the sentence says right here. A collective intelligence factor, new scientific understanding of collecting intelligence.
I put the thing in the back chat. I mean, is that what you guys always ask for?
Okay, just because an article says it doesn't make it true.
It's a peer-reviewed
new understanding.
Well, no, I'm talking to Blue Jay.
It's science, so it's a theory. Yes, no science is factual. But the point is, there's a lot of strong indicators to show that
collective consciousness is conceptual. It does not actually
It's
exist.
kind of disingenuous. Like you asked
Okay,
us
what's
to provide
disingenuous?
sources. I put it in the back.
It's not just you do realize that sources can be flawed too.
Well, it's peer reviewed, so there's people that know more than us.
I don't give a shit if it's peer reviewed. It is literally not so. You cannot reach out and touch IQ.
It's going to be a theory forever.
You know
For that
what?
reason you can't. take
IQ
everybody's
is literally a theory.
They do know that maternal age.
It is
has an effect.
literally
The more
a
babies someone
theory.
Has, the lower on average IQ their offspring has.
I could
So-
give one person one type of IQ test and they get a high score. You give them another type of IQ test and they get a low score. It is conceptual.
So you don't believe anybody's smarter than anybody else?
Well, obviously people are smarter than anyone else, but it
There's a
depends on
hierarchy,
what
there's a
that it depends on what the else is.
Academically.
Do you
That's the only
know
way they
that
measure
there
it.
are do you know that there are different types of intelligences?
Yes, I do, but that's
Okay,
not how they measure.
so how do you
That's not the
measure
accepted
how
method.
do you measure how do you
You don't.
measure so okay,
Not so
how
far.
do you okay, god damn it. This woman cannot listen.
Bro, but she don't simply understand that you can't measure IQ that way. Let's say somebody has an IQ of
what they
150,
call IQ,
and they
and
know.
how they
Okay,
listen,
but when you try and help her out and explain your point, she's just gonna
I'm not going to
overtalk.
deny they have an IQ.
Yes, but listen, like
Okay,
if they both
I'm
listen, if they
telling
both have an
you,
IQ of 150,
what
right,
does
for
IQ
instance, right?
stand for? What does the I and the Q,
Intelligence
what
quotient.
words do they represent?
Intelligence quotient.
Okay, so now we know you know that. Do you know that there are different types of IQ? Like there's
Yeah, well, there's
physical,
EQ.
there's all kinds of IQ.
Okay. Well,
So there
but
is
the,
no one way. There
the
is
neurological
no one
science
way
accepts as IQ.
to
I accept
measure IQ. Therefore, it is conceptual. You really can't add it
Because it's
up.
science. Science is never proven. But I'm
Science,
going with the neurologist
IQ
thing.
is not a science.
I am going to go with the accepted scientific community of neurology.
Okay, and then you know what? I encourage you to go with what you know and
You might
what
be smarter
you
than
trust.
the neuroscientist. I'm not.
You know what? Neuroscientists have no clue what IQ is. They're guessing.
Okay, and I think they have the best guess.
Listen,
So I'm going to go with what they think. So that's all we have.
Okay, well, you know what? If
I don't
you
deny
want to go with their best, hey,
I just
there's
said there's
nothing
a
wrong
theory.
with there is nothing wrong with you going with the best guess as long as you realize it's a guess.
I know that science is a theory. I already
So
said that many times.
don't tell me about world IQ because it
okay.
really means nothing.
All
It's like you
medicine is
believing.
theory.
It's like you believing in
So
God.
will the doctor.
Okay, people will literally tell you there is a God, and when you tell them to prove it, they can't. That's what IQ is.
Humanity can't progress without
IQ is literally like God. You have faith or you do not.
It's based off logics and common sense.
No, what I'm saying is
And
God
not
gave
only
us
that,
science, first of all, and He
IQ is
revealed it as
measured-
He sees
listen,
we're ready to have. But but also there's a group, an academic, a professional group that dedicate their life to these things, and they all agree on this, so that we can.
I don't give a
take
fuck
building
if
blocks
they
and take
agree.
steps
And
forward.
by the
Because if we
way,
don't agree on
they
anything,
do.
we can't
Okay,
go forward.
God damn it, woman.
IQ is only measured by the individual. It can't be
They,
measured by a
the
group.
experts, do not all agree.
Oh my Lord.
Because it's theoretical.
You are
Because they can't
literally,
test everything.
saying something that is not. Experts
do
do
agree
not
that
all
IQ goes
agree.
down to maternal age.
Experts do not all agree on even what IQ is.
Okay, because it's a scientific theory. I get it. Not a lot of people believe in evolution, some don't. What's the point?
Well,
My point is, they
evolution
do
is
agree that
evolution.
maternal
At
age-
least, okay. evolution at least has bones to look at.
My point is, some people
IQ
believe
does
in it, some
not.
people don't. No, there's no hybrid fossils. That's not true.
There is evidence to support evolution, at least.
No, there's not. It's actually been proven. Well, at least
Okay,
the
God damn
origin
it.
of a
So
species.
so
I did a long
evolution
thing on my screen,
has no evidence. There's no Lucy, there's no
hybrid
caveman remains.
They know that
None
they
of that
cannot
exists.
add to a genome code. So you can lose traits, but in order to
Okay,
add,
we're not
you can't-
talking
the origin of
genetics.
species
We're
is
not talking
mathematically
genetics. We're talking evolution.
Evolution is genetics.
Evolution is not genetics.
It's mathematical.
Evolution is not mathematics.
Mathematics has proven the origin of
Math
species to be
is
mathematically impossible
literally
based on the
a
protein
way they
duplicating
call
and
math
folding.
the language of science. It is not science.
It's mathematical genetics.
Oh my God.
It's a written code.
Why?
It's a written code.
You know what? You know what? You win.
Well, I watched a very,
To the ever-growing family.
There you go,
I'm
Stanley.
sorry.
There you go, Stanley.
from Oxford University. I watched 3
You was in the
hours
bag. You was in the lane, but you get there. You go, Stanley. You
You guys
just.
just want me to be stupid, so I'm gonna let you have it.
Oh no. I don't want you to be stupid. That's why I'm fucking like even talking.
I think that the words are being
Have you ever
intermixed.
heard of
Like
the Hoover Institute?
No, the words are not
Have you
being
ever heard of the Hoover
intermixed.
Institute?
they are,
What it
Stanley.
is
She's using world
genetic
IQ
is a
and
concept.
she's using world IQ and collective IQ interchangeably, and they're not the same thing.
If they are.
They're not.
World IQ.
Collective
World
IQ
IQ
can
is
use
a
it in situations,
world
yes.
IQ.
Everybody
You can use it in
stop.
corporation,
IQ is like God. You have faith in it or you don't. It is not provable.
But what the scientific academic, like, what do you
Okay,
call that?
look.
I want to say committee, but that's not the right word. Community.
Okay,
They all agree.
you
on
have
that. So I'm
faith.
saying I agree with them.
I
until
tend
something
to
else
be
comes
like
up more
you.
Logical.
Neurology. The neurologists.
If there was a study that told
about
you that
IQ.
eating poop would make you lose weight, would you
Why
believe it?
some kids learn fast, some don't. Some kids are just smarter. Oh well, it's a fact. Down
Okay,
here smarter than
some
average.
kids are
You know that. You're
smarter.
not stupid. You
We
know
know
that.
that for a fact. We know some kids are
That's how they measure
smarter.
IQ.
Okay, IQ is a concept. It is a way to measure smartness, but there's several types of smartness is my point. There is no one collective world IQ.
I'm only focusing on the part that they.
Okay, you're
say
only
IQ.
focusing
I'm not
religious
trying to
people
incorporate
religious
it.
people focus on
You're
God.
like I wrote the research.
Research away.
I put
Like
it in
I
the bag. If
haven't
anyone
done
wants to look at it,
like
they can.
like
I'm
I
not-
don't know what I'm
I'm not-
talking about.
I'm not going to pretend to be stupid by it.
Yeah, the science isn't in on world IQ yet because they
Well,
test that
they
they
do
test
know-
IQ in
science-
different parts
the
of the world
science
differently.
isn't the science isn't definitive on single person IQ.
Here's what they do
They're
know, though.
still they're
the
still
more
looking
kids a
for
woman has,
IQ at the genetic
the IQ
level,
of their
and it
average
has. Let me put it to you this way: the
You can
bell
use that
curve
same
is
math
not
and apply it on a
science.
large scale. It's algebra.
The bell curve is not science. Stop treating it like it is.
Shout out to the hood cricket.
My name is Jana Dagger. My name is John Dagger.
Wait, who has the
Who? What did you just say? What did you say?
Somebody got it. Somebody's had a hood cricket going crazy. Yeah,
somebody
man.
needs to replace their
like English is their second
their
language.
fire detector battery.
Yeah, I hear it.
What's up, Mo Love?
There's a video that shows you how to replace a battery. If you need to see it, it's on YouTube.
I hope you're not talking to me because I sure as hell don't have a fucking beeping anything. I can't stand that, so don't even.
All right. Well,
You
SKC,
got these
what I-
flip disters. Oh,
Hey
clowns.
Stanley, what
Yeah.
IQ you need to change the smoke detector battery?
you need a
Let's
world.
do it. Let's put our collective IQ together and figure this out. Let's do it.
Look, we're waiting. How many idiots it takes to fix the beeping smoke
We can measure
detector?
this
We're
now.
waiting.
We can
Yeah,
definitely
if it
measure
takes-
this. This is measurable.
We're drawing up a
SKC,
hypothesis.
SKC, if it
It's
takes
never
2
gonna
monkeys
happen.
to screw in a light bulb, what
Oh,
does
that
it
was
take to put a
hilarious.
battery in a smoke detector?
Oh my god, this is bad.
All right. Well, let's
Don't entertain yourself.
let's see.
Yeah,
Let's hear about
you're just not using the right terminology. It's all good though. It's all good. Yeah,
Well,
you're mixing
no.
up two different
So
concepts.
did you click on the link in the
Well,
back?
no.
or do you know how to do
This isn't actually about terminology. That's not the point I'm making. I'm literally saying that
can't be measured.
IQ is not a material measure.
And I agree.
So, this is why I know what IQ is. We all know some people are smarter than others, but how you measure it is kind of arbitrary. Somebody put a stake in the sand and then built what IQ, excuse me, the concept of IQ on top of somewhere arbitrary. It is not a material measure. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, but don't you think they can apply smaller scale trials to expand them mathematically? Because if they know that a mother that has more children on average has children with lower testing scores than someone that doesn't or had their kids young, then that they can expand to a larger scale. They don't need every single IQ to know these are, the testing, and they can test a lot of people with a lot of kids, find that out. And then they can try to extract it on like a larger scale. But just to completely
Let me
dismiss
ask
that,
you a question.
I don't.
How do you explain?
That's what it.
How
That's
do you
what they've been
explain?
studying this for 100 years.
How do you? No, they have not been studying IQ for hundreds of years.
I said about 100. I didn't say hundreds.
Okay, well, like I said, you keep believing in that hocus pocus stuff. I know it
I never
exists.
said I
It
believe
does
in
have it
anything.
does have a use, but I will not die on an IQ
said
hill because it's too arbitrary. Just the fact that smart people do stupid things is enough for me to not put all my eggs in an IQ basket.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Like I said,
dude.
all science theory, it can be disproven at any time.
Dude,
but
just look at
there's
those streets.
also a responsibility to, come to a consensus with the scientific, academic and also like the scholars.
Okay.
So that they
Again,
can advance and build.
you
'Cause can't
offend
build on
me
anything
when
if
you
don't
say
agree.
IQ is a science. You literally offend me.
No, I just said you can't. You haven't even seen any of the ways that they take.
I don't care how they
they're
do
not
it.
giving out IQ tests all over the
I don't
world.
care how they do
They're
it. It
applying
is
large
arbitrary. No matter what, they have done everything except prove IQ exists.
Okay, but if
They
they're
can't find
showing
it.
that
They
women with
can't
more
find it in the
children
human
on average have
genome.
lower IQ.
They don't know why some people are smarter than others. Just
They
that
don't know
alone.
that. Exactly.
Stanley,
Just
but they
that
do know
alone.
that it
what is
occurs.
intelligence? Define intelligence, Stanley.
And you
What
know
I'm
what?
saying is you can give their
It
same
depends.
children the
It
same
depends
test.
on who's defining intelligence.
Oh Lord, Stanley.
The variable, the
Yes,
fixed
oh
variable
Lord.
is the test.
Oh, Sky God.
Flawed or not, the fixed variable is the test. So they give them the same children, and they find
Okay,
that the more
Blue
children a
Jay,
woman has,
you
the
are
lower on
literally
average her
wasting
children's
your
score.
time.
They can know that
Stanley, you
as
don't even know what intelligence is. You're saying you're making all
Okay,
this
well, no, I
conjecture.
don't know what intelligence
What is
is.
intelligence?
I don't know what intelligence is, and neither do you.
Yes, I do. 100%.
Afraid you don't.
You don't even know what intelligence is. Just because you don't.
Okay,
doesn't
well,
mean
let me
everybody
tell
else
you.
does.
Let me tell you what intelligence is not.
Okay, now you do.
Intelligence is not believing that IQ is real.
You have to accept some standards. You accepted all your grades when you went to college.
Okay, yeah, and I have no problem setting a standard as long as you know that it is not concrete.
You don't know what intelligence is?
I don't have a problem with IQ as long as you know that IQ is kind of.
That's kind of silly to say you don't know what intelligence is.
Why is it silly?
Because there's a very solid definition for what intelligence is.
Yeah, if you look it up in the dictionary, but in real life, knowing that there are different types of okay, God damn it, I don't know why you have to interrupt me.
Wow.
There are different types of intelligences. If you don't know that, then you actually don't. Then I don't know why you have to interrupt me.
Stanley, I hope
There
you don't
are
delete this
different
live.
types of intelligences. Why you have to boil it all down to one IQ is
What
beyond me.
To be intelligent, you don't know what that means.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Now, why don't
That's
I'm waiting for you?
crazy.
I'm waiting for you to tell me.
Comprehension.
I'm waiting for you to tell me. Enlighten us. I could go to Google, but you
It's
tell
like
us.
logic or reasoning, mostly.
Okay.
No, not even
Do
that.
you know?
Nah, not necessarily.
So to be intelligent, you have to be
It's like
logical.
you look at which of these does not belong. Or
Okay.
Is it logical to think IQ is real?
I said this on Chaotic Slide.
Intelligence.
Chaotic is a goddamn moron.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm saying
But I just said it. I just said it because it felt good to say
that
it.
you learn knowledge accrued. It's based on something that you just basically have to be able to look at a picture.
I don't look.
or see
I
a
don't
number.
look
So
to
that
K.
spans across
I don't
all
look to
languages
CT's panels.
and ages.
I don't look for signs of intelligence on
It's not
CT's
a
panel.
quiz on what you learn about the semester. It's a basic human, like what you can see pictures, and you can.
I mean, the
count,
minute you
can
say
figure out the pattern.
intelligence, the minute you say intelligence and CT, my ears shut down.
I'm sure it would. You do not know what it means. You do not know.
I do not know what intelligence means.
There you go. Just say you don't know.
I also
Very
don't
simple.
think I also don't. I know I don't know everything.
That's very clear, Stanley.
Can you read that
definition
again? You don't know, so you just don't know. If you don't know,
No,
something,
I literally said I don't know.
There you go. Then leave the why you bring up this subject. But just leave it alone. You don't know what it
And
is.
the caveat is you don't know either.
Yes, I do. Of course I
Uh-oh.
do.
No, you
like I just
don't.
said. I actually said the definition.
Hey, you said
on
something.
CT's
You
live.
said something intelligent was said on CT's panel. So I'm pretty much going to doubt you know what intelligence is.
I outright said. I stated the definition during CT's live. I
Listen to her. She insists. Do you think
yes, listen
CT's
to me.
intelligent?
Of course, Stanley. Stanley, you're not that bright. I mean, that's just you.
Hey, you know what? I never said I was.
I know. You don't.
But I do know what I know.
That's crazy.
And that's intelligence.
But intelligence would also be shutting up about information you don't know. And if you can't define intelligence,
What is that? No. Any of you, without using Google, what is the definition? It is a
okay,
very
and
simple definition.
intelligence is the ability to learn, take in information, and plot that and take that and manifest it into an environment for your own purposes.
What is IQ in the dictionary? Just those two letters.
That definition is kind of what it is. Intelligent is.
The intelligence.
I'm freestyling. I didn't look it up, but I'm just saying.
Well, will you look it up?
The person who just said that is actually moving in the right direction. That's what to be intelligent.
Oh, see. Wait, hold it. Listen to this now. So, reading a dictionary definition of intelligence is moving in the right direction.
What it is
So
is
tell us what intelligence is, Ms. Ponder.
Whoever just said that definition right now is absolutely moving in the right direction as to what.
Okay, and my point is moving in the right direction is not the same thing as a definition. You seem to know what it is. Tell us.
Stanley, the person who just said the definition is 100%.
Okay, God damn it. How many times? I don't think it's very intelligent for you to keep saying the same thing over and over.
I know you do, Stanley. Stanley, you're not very bright.
You say moving in the right direction, so you know what the definition is. Please tell us.
You want me to get, okay.
What is it? What is intelligence?
Intelligence is the ability to apply new information to existing knowledge. That you're able to take in new information and apply it to existing knowledge. There is data, information, knowledge, wisdom.
Oh, wait, hold it. Are you reading a dictionary definition? I pulled it up. Oh, now everybody, and they're all the now. Wait, hold it.
I've heard about you.
Here is the interesting thing. You're gonna have. You're all gonna have different definitions. You're all. I don't
in the
all that. God damn it. You're all going to read dictionary definitions of intelligence, and none of them are going to be the same. They'll be in the right direction, but they will not be the same. There is no one definition of intelligence. That's my point.
I'm not arguing with you on that. We're saying this is what's accepted. IQ is accepted. Whether or not it's proven wrong later.
Okay, you want to go back to IQ?
It is in the dictionary. It says a number.
IQ is not intelligence. IQ is not intelligence.
Well, it is in the dictionary.
Then the dictionary's wrong.
A number used to express the apparent relative intelligence of a person. It does say apparent. No one's denying
Does it
that
say?
It's not a hard
okay.
science, it's not a
Once again, people confuse a measure of intelligence with intelligence.
Well,
they're not the same thing, ma'am. They're not the same thing, ma'am. A measure of intelligence is not the same thing as intelligence.
Yeah, that's very true.
This is a number used to express the apparent.
See, I know that much.
It's just it's your ability to learn new information and apply it to existing knowledge.
All right, look what it says here. IQ.
That's what I just read was the IQ definition.
And IQ, intelligence quotient, IQ, it's not the same thing. Intelligence quotient is a measure, is an attempt to measure intelligence.
Right.
That's it. It's a test. It doesn't is it specifically
No, actually it's not a test. It is a measure. The quotient means it's a measure. It is not a test.
You don't even know
IQ is not a test. An IQ test is a test.
It is a test. It says either a score determined by
It is not a test.
Standardized intelligence test relative to the average performance of others of the same
IQ is a measure. It is not a test.
To the chronological age multiplied by 100.
Okay, what's not intelligent is two of you reading at the same time.
Well, it is a number based, so.
I didn't say it was a number based. That kind of proves my point that it's it kind of proves my point that it's a measure, not an actual test.
It says standardized
a
test.
Measurement is a test.
It literally
a measurement is not a test.
Yes, it is. Yes.
But
no, it ain't.
You absolutely can make a very clear argument. An attempt to measure.
A measurement is not a test.
Okay, Stanley, whatever.
A measurement is used to see how well you did on the test.
It's a measurement. Yes,
a measurement is not a test.
It's a score.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. You know what? I had no idea I was on a panel where people don't have English as their first language.
Absolutely not. No,
it's
Stanley.
not a
Stanley,
test.
You're limited. Stanley, you're limited.
I think you're obviously either lying or you're trying to be right.
These children are just gonna
I know
insist.
you're educated.
Yes,
I'm not that educated, but I'm educated enough to know what a measure is. I'm educated enough to know that the measurement is not the test.
Apparently,
That's what it's
Stanley,
accepted
apparently
as.
every time they have an NFL game and they using measurements, they're having a test.
Anyone that does believe in
Hey,
IQ,
when they
whether you do or not,
go out
anyone
and
who's
measure,
actually believes
that's
it
the
measures.
same thing as running the ball.
It's a very specific thing. It's not even a theory. It's like a noun. It's a number, a score on a test, literally.
Yeah. I mean, it is a score on a test. And it's an actual
somebody
test.
please
They do
tell me
test-
that you all aren't homeschooling.
Of course, no. Maybe it would be better for you to. Maybe you should have gone to Loyola.
Well, you're not looking
If
at the
you did get it.
dictionary. Like, you're not looking at the article I pulled up. So I don't think you're even like really wanting to see that maybe there might be some validity. So I guess I just arguing.
All right. Well, let's go look at
One
our
thing is for
kinfolk.
sure, IQ is definitely not a measure of success. That is definitively sure. You may
Well,
these
it is a
people,
measure of
They
something.
claim, sure, whatever, Stanley, but it's definitely not a measurement of success. Simply because you have a high IQ does not indicate much, except that you do have a high IQ. Because at the end of the
Well,
day,
that's another reason not to put all your eggs in the IQ basket.
Boom.
Sure.
Well, it's your ability to not only learn, but to implement and use the information that you learn to create and to.
Right.
So
And
it's basically comprehending.
My point is that really, I don't even know why we waste our time talking about IQ. If it's not a measure of
Well, why do we
success,
bother tracking the
I mean, it is.
workers?
It
Why
can
do we care about any of
can
this?
predict success, but I think we spend too much time worrying about
IQ
it.
doesn't predict success. All it does
We
is
have to
predict
test
whatever the
people.
test states. It
You
doesn't
gonna let
predict
anybody be a
success.
doctor?
Yeah.
You wanna
Okay.
see they
We
score
really
high
want to
on
go
tests.
down that rabbit hole.
No, what
For
kind of
anyone
doctor
to
do
be
you
a
want?
doctor, Blue Jay, we have the MCAT. That's
Well, then you
that.
can say, oh, but they
according
have
to
other
test.
talents. Who cares if they
Is the
can't pass this
MCAT an
medical
IQ
exam?
test?
My point is
Blue Jay.
that we have tests for a reason.
We do have tests for a reason. Absolutely, Blue Jay. And you're
Oh,
correct.
you
You
know
need a
what?
measurement to
It's a
understand.
good
You need
thing
a
I'm not
measurement
drinking right now. There'll be
to
all
understand,
kinds of jokes
you
made
If
about
you
it.
want a doctor that can't pass the test, that's up to you. I don't.
Well, let's hear about a high IQ family, the Duggars.
My name is Jill Duggar. My name is Jessa Duggar. My name is Ginger Duggar. My name is Joseph Duggar. My name is Josiah Duggar. My name is Joanna Duggar.
See,
My
they
name
all
is
know their
Jessica
names.
Duggar.
Don't these people live in
My name is
Utah?
Duggar.
Utah people?
Now, let me ask you a question. All these kids know their names. Are they high IQ?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's a joke.
It depends on
It's
the
a joke.
material.
It's
Probably
a
not.
joke.
No, but probably not. I think they're in Utah, right?
Well, this is James Duggar, and this is Justin. You say hi? And I'm Jim Bob. This is my wife, Michelle. Welcome to the Duggar home.
People were enamored, obsessed with the idea that this poor woman had already birthed 14 kids and she still wasn't done yet. And it did so well that the network decided to set them up with their own show that would focus on the ins and outs of their daily lives as such an enormous family. It started as 17 kids and counting, and then turned into 18, and then 19. And of course, all of these labors were shown on TV.
It's Michelle and Jim Bob's 19th baby.
Can't you remember
But
the
because
Oscar
of
mom?
severe complications, they're thinking that it could be preeclampsia.
That's terrible.
Michelle must undergo an emergency C-section.
It could kill mom and baby.
If it could kill a mom and a baby, leaving your 18 other kids motherless, then maybe you should stop knocking her up, you... I'm good. I swear I'm good. All right, I'm good. The Duggars said that their goal was to show the world how they lived. Conservative values, homeschooling, Christianity, and of course, having as many babies as physically possible. And it quickly became the TLC network's most watched show with 3.2 million viewers on average. Viewers were fascinated by the Duggar family. Hooked even. The way they got around, how they bought groceries, the values that they were teaching their children. And of course, one of the biggest things that they were concerned about was making sure that every single one of their kids kept pure. Purity over love, over security, purity over all.
Is to remain pure before marriage. And that includes abstinence and saving our first kiss until the marriage day.
You guys seriously having kissed?
For real? Seriously. Seriously, for real, we have not kissed at all. We have talked about it some and just making sure that we're on the same page as far as getting it prepared and being ready for it. So it's just like you gotta know which way to turn. You don't want to just like miss or something.
When the show was airing, most people just considered the Duggar family super religious wackos, but didn't think they were really causing any tangible harm, It eventually came to light, however, that they weren't just religious. They were a part of the Quiverful movement. And the real goal of putting themselves on the TV for the world to see was to suck more people into this malicious cult.
The cult behind the Duggars, known as the Quiverful movement.
But imagine a timeline where Anna Kaspari and other young turfs could call you out on your caca.
Part of the religion is that you're supposed to have many children, you're supposed to get married before the age of 20, and so as a result, if you want to attend this retreat, all you have to do is pay $1,200, and you meet with like-minded individuals who also have teenage children, and then you find a way to negotiate and arrange a marriage for them.
The movement gets its name from a passage out of the Bible that goes, and I quote, "Lo, children are an heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. As arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are the children of the youth. Happy is the man that hath his quiver full of them." In other words, children are arrows in a spiritual war. The more kids they can create that have been indoctrinated into their backwards beliefs, the bigger the army. This isn't your average going to church every Sunday type of family. It's the type that's marrying off their teenage daughters and giving them no say in the matter. It's the type that thinks using any form of birth control is a sin against God. It's the type that never talks to their children again if they don't want to continue in the movement once they realize how damaging it is. But most importantly, it's the type of family that supports their oldest son being a and simultaneously shames their daughters for wearing pants. Yep, you heard that right. The clip of the guy talking about how pure and modest he was for not even kissing his wife before getting married. Yeah, that might have been because he had other interests.
One day after breaking their silence about their family's sex abuse scandal, and the Duggars are under fire. The Washington Post saying they cast themselves as martyrs, accusing them of downplaying the sexual abuse between their eldest son Josh and several young girls, including some of his sisters. The Duggars say at 14, Josh came to them, admitting to touching his victims.
I was struck by how much that they emphasize that it wasn't that big of a deal.
There's so much grief in our hearts. I think as parents, we felt we're failures. Here we tried to raise our kids to do what's right, to know what's right, and yet one of our children
Is that her actual
really
voice?
bad choices. And I think as a parent, we were devastated.
Devastated as they may be,
How are they not
they chose
admitting
not
on
to.
public TV? What else are they supposed to do?
How are they what?
Somebody told on the boy, they believed the girl. They're admitting their son did something horrific. Like, what is he talking about? They're downplaying it.
Well, wait, hold it. You think that, the boy's in jail, so somebody thought he
Right.
was guilty.
But, the parents are admitting that he was wrong. So the guy saying they downplayed it, I'm trying to, if they would have downplayed it, they probably wouldn't believe the girl in the first place.
Okay, well, just wait. He might be slow in developing the story, but that
He just
does
argued
get
people
addressed.
earlier as being predators for having a big family. I just think he's he's kind of weird. But no, I'm just saying, if you were the parent, you went on public TV, you said, our son, we tried to raise him right, and he still did wrong. So how is that downplaying it?
Yo, but why does that lady sound like the lady from the post?
I don't know.
Okay. They weren't that forthcoming at the beginning. Is why he says downplaying.
Well, I know. I'm just
Put
trying to
their
understand,
son
though, if
or
it was
do-
their daughters that obviously they found out were being.
Well, it wasn't
that
a
means they
daughter.
probably
It
found
wasn't
out that-
one daughter. It was like multiple daughters, and
Right,
I
but
think
the
some
daughters
other.
didn't come to their parents, and they didn't try to cover
Okay,
them.
God damn it! You know what? Are you
Who
drunk?
who told the police?
Are you Solid Snake?
No, I'm asking you, who told the police?
I don't know. I'm watching the video along
Because it
with
could
you.
have even been the parents, for all you know.
I'm literally trying to watch the video to find all this out. Because some of it does get talked about.
Anything to stop it after he told them what it was that he was doing to the other children. They even took it a step further, making their daughters do an interview in solidarity with Josh.
Tasked with damage control, Jill says she and her sister Jessa felt they had to give an interview to Fox News.
I mean, that kind of sounds like downplaying if they're
Like,
making the other
we need to,
kids
like,
kind
fall
of.
in
Online here and do these interviews for the
Well, they had
show.
like a
Go
group
here, do
discussion
this
with all of them
thing,
there.
Yeah, would
and
you
that thing
just out
to
of
kind of like
curiosity, forcing the daughters that he potentially abused, making them kind of come out in solidarity with their abuser? You don't call that downplaying?
Well, they all live in the same home. I would
I
imagine
mean,
they'd at
my
least hear the
question
same
is,
out.
would you call
How do
that
you?
downplaying?
So you believe all Me Too women too?
No,
I would
I'm
ask my
asking.
son in front of him so
Okay,
he couldn't
I
lie.
don't
But
know.
I would.
Am
I
I
would trust my
speaking
daughters.
English?
I would trust my daughters.
Ma'am, would you call that downplaying was my question.
Depending on what they did next. But I don't think
Okay.
having them, have a discussion all together was downplaying it per se. If they came out and that what was said, then and they did nothing or told the girls, well, that's normal, then yeah, that was
Were you a fan of the Duggars by any chance?
I've never watched the show in my life.
Okay, just checking.
No, my point is, I think people oftentimes will like accuse people of being pedos and all these other. I was not supposed to say that pedos, but it's like that's
his
a strong
sister.
accusation, and I
Why
just
would a
like to know
sister
that
throw
people
that
have
out?
A
just
strong
saying it.
accusation. The dude is in jail.
But you just said, is it wrong to have the daughters talk to in front of
No,
their brother if the parent?
I asked you if it was you. You're saying you
I don't
don't
think it's
see the
downplaying
parent.
to have a family.
You're
just
saying you
mom,
don't see the
dad,
parents
sisters,
is
and the brother in the room.
downplaying.
No, I don't
You-
think that's downplaying. If it starts to
Okay,
become
well
like,
then the
I
answer
would
is
listen to my
no.
son too.
You don't think that having the two daughters give an interview in support of their brother is downplaying?
In
Gotcha.
support of, I thought you meant they all get
Oh,
together and
in
have
support?
No, I thought you meant they all get together and have a conversation with all of them together.
Two of them wasn't enough?
No, what I'm saying is, if my daughters came to me, God forbid, and said this, I would say, okay, I would tell my husband, and I would say, you need to get him, bring him in here. We're having a family discussion. Like, this is serious. And then if it came, and then it's like, okay, we're gonna have to like report you and for some help. Like, we have to call the authorities, and you'll probably have to go do some counseling in an in-house place. I'm not gonna let them stay there with my daughters. But I thought I didn't say they should come out in support of him. I didn't know that's what you said. I thought you meant they all got just in a one conversation at the same time.
Were you watching the video?
No, I can't see the screen. I was listening.
Okay. I get you now.
But you asked me, is it right to have them? I thought you were asking
Okay,
me,
well,
right to have him
I
talk
assumed
to their
I assumed that you were keeping up with the video.
What
Basically,
question did you ask me?
they had the daughters who were the dude's victims, the brother's victims.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, I know.
They
that.
had
I know
they
that.
had them get on TV, do an interview, basically supporting their brother, all that stuff. I think that's
so I misunderstood
downplaying.
that part. I thought you were just having them talk
okay,
to me all,
I get
like,
you now.
right.
You're not able to keep up with the video, so that
No,
that
I'm
explains.
doing other things at the same time. I can drop down. if you
Gotcha.
want. I mean,
My bad.
your
Hey,
question.
let me apologize.
confused me.
I thought you were keeping up. Don't worry
No,
about
your
it. It's
question
my
was confusing to me. You said,
I understand. My
would
fault.
you have the daughters
It's my
talk to
bad.
their
It's
predators
my
or
bad.
whatever? No, it's mine. I mean, there's no one at
No,
fault. but-
you are faultless. Don't worry about it. It's on me.
Rally the troops and get it back together. Jess and I were talking, we're like, oh my goodness, most of the stuff out there is lies. It's not truth. And so for truth's sake, we want to come out and set the record straight.
Can you imagine having your abuse go viral? Only for your parents to push you into saying it was a lie on Fox News? That's a different level of betrayal. And they called it her duty. As much as Jim Bob and Michelle tried to brand this whole thing as one bad mistake that happened in adolescence, it wasn't. Because in 2021, Josh Duggar was arrested for possessing images and videos depicting child abuse and eventually sentenced to nearly 13 years in prison.
The Josh Duggar child case is officially closed. On Wednesday, Josh was sentenced to 151 months in prison, and that's nearly 13 years behind bars.
Was this the final straw for Jim Bob and Michelle? No, they still support him and visit him in prison to this day. What happened to all those family values? What happened to the strict moral code of yours? Well, if you look into the quiverful movement a little bit deeper, it's obvious why.
I want to talk on that because I kind of touched on it earlier.
I remember that.
I
but yeah.
don't see a problem, even if he did these heinous acts, he's still your kid.
Right.
Doesn't mean you have to support what he did, but I don't see a problem with them visiting him in prison.
Agreed.
Well, the Bible says love the sin and hate the sin, so it's not even like he's using the Bible against them, but it's actually they are using the Bible in like a little bit extra way. But I agree. I mean, what's done is done. He's in a place he can't hurt anybody else. I mean, it's not like they go there and tell him he's innocent or he did nothing wrong. But they can tell him they love him and whatever. That's okay, I think too.
Okay, hold on one sec here. Oops.
This didn't bother them nearly as much as their daughters getting an education or making the choices for themselves. This cult isn't about God or morality or even having children. It's about male leadership and control.
There are certain types of men who were promised by our society that I am in control, I am the master. And when anybody underneath me deviates from that plan, I need to act appropriately, which is to react with violence.
Women aren't supposed to ever say no to their husbands. They're supposed to fall in line with what their man wants, always. Being obedient is more important than being happy or fulfilled. Popping out babies is more important than being able to care for them properly or making sure that they're not abused under your household. Quiverful women are essentially second-class citizens to the men in their life. And that's why the Duggars weren't really that bothered by what happened to their daughters at the hands of their sons. As adults, several of the Duggar daughters actually ended up speaking out against their rigid and difficult childhood trapped in a family that were followers of the Quiverful movement.
Jill also says small acts of independence, such as wearing pants and getting a nose ring, were met with hostility.
Anyone who is making decisions for themselves that the parents don't give their blessing, that's seen as rebellious.
And unsurprisingly, based on everything we knew about the cult, Papa Duggar was taking every last cent of the profits, even though he was making it all on the backs of his wife and his children.
The 2014 contract detailing payments to the family, starting at $50,000 per half-hour episode and $65,000 for hour-long specials. Jill says the money was controlled by her father.
The idea that you weren't paid and yet you're...
Now, you all,
hell?
Okay, well, obviously y'all are into this.
Sorry, I think I'm still lagged. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. If y'all want to watch this part, we can. I was going to skip ahead because, to me anyway, the money part of it, isn't as important as, these big families. I think this video was too long. I think it should have been edited better. But that's kind of a separate show. But
he has no empathy. He doesn't know what those parents have gone through emotionally. They're both the children, and obviously they have to do what's right on their daughters and not a principle. But to say that they didn't, it didn't affect them and blah 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 because they won't let him get a nose ring, like he's just being extremely cold-hearted. I think we don't know how those parents felt.
I mean, did you miss the whole part of them being in a cult?
So, does the cult promote that they're siblings, like in incest, or no?
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
He said they're in a cult. That doesn't automatically mean that they think that incest is okay. Clearly, they don't. The cult thing is irrelevant.
Well,
I just think to put that on someone and say that they're okay with what happened in their family, they didn't go through any emotional pain or think it's wrong because they're in a cult that makes them wear dresses and not get nose rings. They seemed like they were pretty, upset in the interview. I just think, I don't know. I just think that's not fair to put on people. And I'm just saying because I would give anyone else that grace, and I would hope people give me grace. It's I was in some situation and people think I don't care.
Here's the deal, and I never watched the show, so I'm kind of talking through my hat. But my impression, because they were in the news, a lot, back when they were really popular. And, there was water cooler talk and that sort of thing. They were very kind of holier than thou. And there's nothing that the American public loves better than to see the high and mighty, come crashing down.
Right.
So, there's that phenomenon. So, that they were sitting down and doing the interviews and they seem remorseful and all that really doesn't mean a hill of beans, because people were willing to, burn them at the stake.
Right. I mean, they couldn't tell you anything better they could have done necessarily without knowing like their personal conversations. They did just put that on someone. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't even have to do the interview if they don't want to.
Ryan says the money is everything. Now the state has to pay $60,000 a year for this pedo in jail.
Well, now the kids are worried that their dad got paid. Like,
yeah, but who's is the dad in prison too, or is just the son?
No,
the dad. I don't know. I've only seen this video, but now that when I saw that Josh Duggar picture as an adult, I remember him as an adult for the whatever he got in trouble for. He's just he did. That's what I'm saying. They don't reform, but I don't necessarily think that means the parents are okay with it. That's all I said. He's wrong in every.
Well, I find it hard to believe, and again, I'm talking through my hat here, but I don't know how you could go low those many years and not get an inkling of what your son was doing.
Stanley,
I don't know. I mean, they have a lot of
Stanley,
kids. So,
Stanley, I'm sorry.
they could run around the same living room playing in the same.
I'm sorry, I can't. Hold on, Latino. What'd you say?
I want to be able to know what 18 kids are doing. That's
But
tough.
let me, and again, I'm kind of speaking through my hat because I've only had the one child. However, I don't know. Maybe that's why parents should spend more time with their kids, and maybe that's why they should. They shouldn't have 18 kids. It's hard to
kids go run and play for
kids.
hours when you live out in the wilderness like that. You got like 6 of your elementary school kids, and they're like running around in the woods or wherever the hell they live. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just not going to put that on them. They knew about it and they were okay with it. Because I don't.
I find it hard.
I would
to
hope
believe
not.
that,
Maybe I'm just trying to give.
I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't know. However, the thing, and the reason I don't know is, how do you spend quality time with 18 kids?
Facts, man. That's the size of a goddamn.
Well, then that's worse than not knowing, because they don't see their every move.
Yeah, Phoenix Fish. He's coming up next. Nick Cannon is at least talked about. I know my son, or knew my son very well, so I could notice differences in his behavior. I don't see how I would do it if I had 18 of them. So I mean, that's kind of their out. I still think you would know something that egregious, and it was multiple daughters. It wasn't just one.
Not only that, just also think that the mom is constantly having babies like every year. So that's pretty tough for her to even take care of the other ones that are maybe 1 or 2 years old. Like, that's crazy, man.
Well, they may not have had a major change in behavior if their siblings experienced it and they were young when it happened, so they just thought maybe that was kind of normal. Like, kids they don't know anything other than what they're shown in this world. They're born,
like what the kids were taking care of themselves.
Knowledge. Like, we teach them what's normal and appropriate. So I kind of see maybe like if they, but maybe they have to. I don't know. But like I said, I think that's okay just to put something on someone without like any proof that goes in that direction. To me, it seems like they're against it, and they probably spoke out about it, and their son's in jail.
Let's go ahead and sally forth.
4 members dying from their rituals. It's forcing women to submit to male authority, no questions asked, and give birth until they die, no matter what. Really any different? Once again, the Duggars aren't a needle in the haystack. These families following this sort of backwards ideology are more plentiful in the United States than you may think. Scarily plentiful.
The Institute organizing family conferences like this one in Big Sandy, Texas, reinforcing their faith and values. Nightline was there in 2011. So were the Duggars.
Swear to God, I thought that this woman was Michelle. They look alike. Goddamn carbon copies of one another. They even go into the same body hairstylists. With people like the Duggars or Carissa Collins promoting their lifestyle every chance they get, claiming themselves to be holy followers of God, there's only more of these families emerging all the time. And unfortunately, behind closed doors, many of them are likely suffering the same fate that the Duggar children did. And they don't all have to look like these conservative, outdated 1950 wannabes to push this movement. Look at guys like
Nick Cannon, opening up about which of his 12 children gets the most quality time.
I was always like, yo, I want a big family too, so, you know, the Lord has blessed me with what I ask, but ask and you shall receive.
12 children, 6 different women. And this boy want more, goddamn. You ain't tired?
There's an influx in black men getting vasectomies. I've been hearing about it, or maybe black men never talk about it.
It's a responsible thing to do. I'm not done.
I've always said, somewhat controversially in my personal life, if you are a man with like more than 4 kids by more than 2 women,
you can't adequately father them.
Yeah. You can be like an adequate father. You might not be a deadbeat. You might love those kids. Those kids probably love you. But you ain't doing what I'm doing. You are not
don't know
the
your
same.
kids the same way.
Right. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, if you're not in the house with those kids when a bone is broken, a tooth falls out, a bed is wet regularly. I know that's not something some men choose, right? I want to be empathetic to them. But I be damned if I'm gonna hear Cam Newton
say that, I'm a father too.
I actually have some empathy for the Cannons and Cams and some of these other dudes that are literally spreading their seed, in that as a black man of means, there is a push internally to be like, yo, this money means I don't have to be black. That's how, and I think you did a video about that too, didn't you? Like way back when.
But I like how you said it though. I think how you said it hits a little louder. Go.
Yeah, this money means I ain't a nigga no more. So like, I empathize with that desire because that sucks, and people respond to the trauma that they've experienced, often in ways that cause trauma for other people, right? But at the end of the day, it is emulating the manhood of white men who have never had to play by the rules that they set. Like a Elon Musk, like a Kevin Samuels, who had a whole kid that, Kevin Samuels talking about family for 2 years. Meanwhile, he got a whole kid he didn't raise and 2 marriages that he failed. Kevin Samuels, Umar.
Is that a father who is being physically and emotionally present for his dozen offspring? Or is he just throwing money at them and calling it a job well done? Does that sound like a man that truly cares about his children? Or does it seem like a dude who just wants to spread his seed far and wide? You see, men like Nick Cannon are just like the Quiverful families. He's just promoting the lifestyle to a different demographic. And now the US government is trying their hardest to create even more of them with that big old $5,000 payday that they were offering. And if history is a guide, then it'll probably go straight to the husband, not the wife who, risked their lives to bring these children into the world. So point blank, the Quiverful movement and apparently the United States government wants women to have as many babies as their womb can carry or die trying. So you're Carissa Collins, I'm sorry. You have 3 children and you just found out you're pregnant with the 4th. Being a devoted member of the Quiverful movement, you are overjoyed that your family is expanding and view having more children as a gift from God. But your husband is concerned. After several major health crises, even a hole in your heart, he thinks it's time to pump the brakes on pregnancy. You have 3 kids to take care of already, and he doesn't want to jeopardize your life by having more. He went to several local pastors who agreed with him, saying that you should stop having kids to be there for the ones you already have, but you shut him down. You swore that you had your trust in God, Yahweh, to tell you to stop. I don't know. Maybe those pastors saying for the love of God, stop, was his way of communicating his message through, proxy. But regardless, you continue to have the 4th pregnancy and have a baby girl in 2013. Now your husband thinks, okay, it's finally time to stop. For real. He even schedules a vasectomy to ensure that you won't be at risk of conceiving again. But after pressuring him by saying that he will have to face God with that choice one day, he decides against it. Then a 5th child was born. Then a 6th. And then by the 7th, her body was clearly trying to tell her something when the baby was born 11 whole weeks early. You end up stuck in the hospital for 5 weeks. while the baby is fighting for his life.
Yes, ma'am.
So did this father make all this information public knowledge that with every kid he didn't want his wife forced him? He came out and said that?
Oh,
Against
you
his
mean
wife?
about the vasectomy?
Well, just that he kept wanting to stop having kids. Did he say
Well,
that?
I think, I mean, I assume he made it known to her, but
But how did this, where's this person know?
well, the reason we know all this apparently is they've got a YouTube show. They're influencers. So
he did it for his own kids, his own wife. and
I'm sorry, you're a little muffled.
I just find it hard. I'm just, without seeing him come out on the show and say, I didn't want you or you or you, your mom made me. Like, I don't know.
Well, he doesn't talk. He just kind of dances with the kids in the background.
So this guy doesn't know how the hell.
The wife does all the talking.
So the wife is the one that said he didn't want any more kids. Okay, then.
Yeah, you
I was
remember
trying to
that
understand
first,
where this
you
came
remember that first biracial couple?
Mm-hmm.
That's who he's talking about here. The one with the she has 12 kids and she's basically gonna have them till she can't.
Jesus.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Well, the husband wanted to stop at 4 or something, some number.
3.
And
But
3,
she's the
and
one
he
that
was
said
gonna
that.
have
He
a
didn't say it.
vasectomy, and she basically talked him out of it.
Okay.
And she kept, like, about, I guess about child number 7, she started having complications, but she kept having them all the way up to 12. Like her life was in danger, baby's born 11 weeks early, just all kinds of troubles, and she just wouldn't stop. So she's got some, I don't think
He's kind of emasculated in that, right? Like, what was he do? I mean,
Well-
even though he didn't want them, supposedly, he didn't put his foot down. It was like,
well,
you know.
apparently she emasculated him, like, hey, if you don't have more kids, you're not a man. I'm guessing.
And it wasn't,
I'm
and
guessing.
it wasn't like he was telling her to have the vasectomy. He was the one that was willing to have it.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he succumbed to her demands. So he's soft, he could.
Well, I'm going to skip ahead because I'm coming up on 7 hours here, I think. Yeah, but this last part.
Hey Stanley, can I interrupt for a second if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
I hate to come up and do a little shameless plug here, but yesterday we did some street interviews, and they I wouldn't say they were the best, but there was one that I think that was very, very good. I think Stanley would pique your attention as well.
That was the guy who owns the what is it? The soft
Smoothie
serve
King.
place?
The Smoothie King.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I heard most of that interview. It was really good.
And I think for the young people, older people as well, you face some challenges in your life, and he faced the ultimate challenge, a big challenge. He was laid off during COVID. And he probably had a pretty good job. He's working for, I think he said, Department of Recreations here in DC, which would have been a cushy job. He probably never would have been suffering, that kind of, losing his job. He would have been there for 20-something years had COVID not come along. But he said he lost his job when I drove Uber, saved up $25,000 when he got a business consultant, a franchise consultant, or something like that, and ended up buying a smoothie franchise. Most importantly, it was not just him; it was him and his wife. He said he had a couple friends and family, no business loans. Well, he did say he got a small business, but he had to have the money up front, which means he had to go to friends and family, and he worked for it as well. I think it was a very inspirational story, and he lives in the ghetto, not far from me. And he bought a Smoothie King where the crab leg girl works in the same neighborhood. So very interesting. A kind of full circle there. Young man. Very, very impressive. I think he said, did he say it was the most successful Smoothie King on the East Coast or something like that?
Yes.
That's cool. Good for him.
Amazing story. Very amazing story. Yeah.
And he's fairly young, right?
Yeah, that man he probably wasn't 40 years old, and he was DJing. And for those of you that are interested in getting in the field, that it can be very difficult.
He probably does that as a side gig because he likes doing it.
Yeah, I think.
He started out doing it for free. Just
Well, he said he started out. He had to give them a taster,
right,
to prove his worth. And then they say they brought him back and put him on payroll. And that's typically how it works. Sometimes you have to give a little to get something. And he gave a little. He gave his time to prove his worth to the company. It's a pretty big bar, too, Tom's Watch Bar. In the Navy Yard in D.C. It's a pretty big investment. I think it's 2 or 3 floors. Very impressive story, I thought, at least. Maybe I'll work it there. I suggest you guys go take a look at that.
Just drop the link in the chat.
I think Portia just dropped it there. I think.
Oh, did she? Well, no, I dropped something for Portia.
Oh, yeah. It's on
I'll find it. I'll find it and drop it.
Yeah.
So
you guys go ahead, carry on.
We'll watch
I was
this.
going to say real quick before you push play, and I'll be done. This guy's a good example of why, like, some immigrants, they don't understand the First Amendment. They don't understand freedom of religion. Like, he may not agree with them, but they have the right to raise their family however they want. It's almost like, he's making them out to be like vile criminals when it's just because he disagrees with them, because they don't fully grasp that freedom, in my opinion. That's all. I'm a mute.
Hey, Sam, can I say one more thing? I'm so sorry, man. I was going to do a stream. I had something to run around. I figured out the pull-up power, man. So that was my problem. That was my fault last night. You have to hold the damn button for 3 seconds. So next time we have it right. I guess the African American Museum it is, Stanley. We're still waiting on somebody to help us sponsor this show.
Yeah. What's wrong with power, though?
I'm sorry?
What's wrong with power?
Oh, is there you and me?
Problem with power.
So I have a AC power outlet, and to use it, you have to hold the power button 3 seconds. I didn't notice that, and so I was just pushing the button. It was coming on for all the other USB ports, but you have to hold it 3 seconds for the AC power to come on. So it's my first time using it, so I just wanted to familiar with it.
See.
Why we ended early because of it. I thought I was losing power. Yeah, I cut it down, portion.
You know what? Speaking of sources, for some just switch over.
I think he's breaking up, Stanley. Is that you bringing up, Stanley?
Yeah. Yeah, that was me. I keep forgetting, and I need to switch this. I've rebooted my computer overnight, and it automatically connects to my 5G router, and I had to switch to FiOS. So let's see here. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'll have to get in there and switch settings. So this is the last part of this, and if anybody wants the the link for the whole thing, just let me know. I'll drop it again.
Is this pleasing Yahweh, or is there an ulterior motive to keeping women chained to their uterus until they die? Women hold something powerful, more powerful than wealth or connections or influence, and the United States government knows this. They have the power of decision, the ability to choose to get pregnant on their own terms and not to do so if they're not being treated right. And trust me, they know exactly how revolutionary of a power that is, and that's exactly why they're doing everything they can to strip it from them.
Women refusing to have children, if they have the power to do so, is literally one of the most powerful pieces of political leverage that we have. And right-wing politicians are not stupid. They know that it's a powerful piece of leverage, and that's why they do everything in their power to eliminate that ability to choose. But a significant enough number of women saying, actually, the game is rigged and I will not play it on these terms yourself literally will cause a society to collapse.
Not having children under this administration is probably one of the biggest acts of protest that we can do as a collective.
Just look at what's happening in South Korea right now. Their country was breaded up. But when it came to gender equality, yeah, that was non-existent. Women were expected to be traditional homemakers and mothers, catering to their husbands' every need. All the while, domestic violence was surging through the nation, with 1 in 3 South Korean women experiencing violence in their lifetime. And it wasn't just physical violence. The creeps were taking advantage of technology. There was an epidemic of South Korean men secretly recording women and posting it as revenge porn. So while women were pressured to be perfect, they were being abused by the men that they were told to take care of.
Hold on one second.
It was barbaric.
Sorry, I realized he's going off birth rate, so I wanted to just confirm that you were right earlier, because whoever said the birth rate in the Bahamas is, it says current birth rate in Bahamas is 18.5 births per 1,000. United States is 12 per 1,000. So we have 50% less, or like, would that be 50%? But basically, we have like 2/3 of the births they do, and he's saying he's talking about us. So whoever said that was right. Anyway.
Okay. You know what? I know he's from the Bahamas. I don't know if he's broadcasting from the Bahamas. He appears on some American shows. So, and I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure I'm happy with him even making this critique. I'm, believe it or not, kind of touchy about people who don't live and have experience in American culture, critiquing American culture.
Me too.
Unless, like, if you come up and say, hey, this is me outside looking in. But I know a lot of people who don't, like, I have a friend who lives in Nigeria, and his show is mainly about American politics and stuff like that, culture. And I've known him for a few years now. But I remember, like, the first year or two, I would basically just kind of shit on his points, because it's like, dude, you are so far off base with this stuff. It is hurting you not living in the culture. You're making all kinds of assumptions and all kinds of, premises that are just not grounded in actual reality.
Yeah.
And you're killing me. Well, Stanley, why are you so mean? Well, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about.
They can't grasp it. It's like it's a concept that is like so foreign, and they're detriment to it, because they only see it from one side. They don't see that if we take someone's rights away, then ours are next. Like
it's not even so much about that. You will almost never hear me talk about another country, and hey, the only country I will kind of talk about is Britain, because I know a lot of Brits and I like just kind of dumping on them. And even then, I don't ever go into these deep analyses of their laws or the culture, because I just don't know it. And my impression from watching their news, to me, is just inadequate.
They don't understand
vice versa.
either.
Like, if you live in Nigeria and you've never even visited the United States, why the hell are you talking about our politics?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a patriot. I don't like when people try to alter our constitution, or just like that. I mean, because I believe in freedom, and I believe that we've found like the sweet spot how it exists, which is like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom to raise our own children, freedom to prosperity, like all these things. And then people try to dampen it. And I can't allow that. I don't like that.
Well, Ryan makes a good point here. All the advanced countries have low birth rates. And ours is one of the better ones, as far as, higher than a lot of them. That's why I'm saying, you know what? I'm just not going to get wrapped around the axle. This is like a fundamental thing that I don't even know that government should even be. I don't have a problem with government encouraging it, but I do have a problem with them trying to legislate morality or anything like that. They need to be encouraging without actually being meddlesome And
Yeah, well,
I have the idea that there are people that think they need to poke their nose, into what goes on, a little bit more than they should.
and criminalize it. That's exactly right. Well, and the thing is, like you were saying about, the Western countries, and that was my point earlier. Like I didn't say that, we have numbers, but we can see
Well,
trends.
G20, I don't
so,
think they're all European or Western.
No, I'm talking about Western countries having the lowest birth rate, so that's a fact. The most industrialized countries. But the only problem with that is like the places that have the most children, places they don't even have power. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean that people aren't, basically, there's not going to be enough people that are producing the new technology, so it's naturally going to go down like osmosis. It's just going to average, and that's just the reality, and we can't change it. Maybe that's how God wants it, but I'm just saying that is a fact. And then people that have, more education, they have their children later, and it can say maternal age causes more, things like to go wrong with the child, as far as like defects in the mutations, like chromosomes, that kind of thing. So I'm just saying it's not a definitive science where they have a number, they calculate it. And there are different types of intelligence and learning styles. I agree. But that is something that, we do have to think about a little bit, especially where those will be the people that don't have the mindset of freedom will be becoming the major, powers. So
I just
are we going back into a world that's like starting over where people are just savage to each other?
You would never believe I would say this, but I'm all for letting nature take its course. These ebbs and flows in population have been happening for centuries, if not millennia. And I don't want to bring up the gory details, but plagues in Europe, smallpox blankets.
Yeah, no,
in
you're
America,
right.
we have population die-offs. The COVID-19. I just think we are meddling in something that we really can't control, let alone incentivize. I think we should just let nature take its course.
Me too. I mean, well, I believe that science is from God and of God. So I don't believe that, for instance, the birth control, I don't believe that that's anti-Christian. I don't believe that's true. And I believe that you should have enough resources to sustain your own family, your own children. And if you don't, then you're just not supposed to have them.
Well,
So, I mean, it is what it is.
Let me address. No, I don't care how bad it gets, Ryan. Let nature take its course. And Deacon Dave
Well, the
said,
only other option is to be irresponsible with the people that don't have electricity. I mean, they don't have a choice. They don't have birth control. So, I mean, that the only thing we can do is match their level, but that doesn't make us smarter.
well, Deacon Dave says if we really cared about women, they would legalize prostitution. So they can have full autonomy over their bodies. Dave, I don't even know how to respond to that other than to just chuckle.
What? I can't see this.
It seems kind of counterintuitive to me. Let's legalize prostitution so women can be abused more. So you're back,
No, I
Ryan.
actually agree with sex workers' rights because the reason is because they're consenting adults, and there's less reporting of women that are like assaulted or even, the GR word. I don't know what you guys say over here, because they're afraid to go to the police because of their part in it. And so I actually think legalizing it would protect women, but I can understand why they don't too. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's everybody's choice at the end of the day, what they want to do with their body and their money, but it shouldn't be promoted.
Well, you know what, Juan? If you really want to prevent a war with China, what you need to do is figure out how to create more women in China, because they're going to have a bunch of young men. They're going to have a generation of incels, and they're going to be wanting to fight. So
they have 3 males to every female, but
yeah,
they're
well,
going to have double
that
the
one
elderly.
that one child policy, or in the favoritism towards males.
Yeah, The ones
came back
yeah.
came back to bite them big time.
Their bigger problem is their aging population, though. There's going to be twice as many elderly as there are working class. And those women can only be pregnant. It would be different if they had more women than men, because they could pregnate all the women. But the other way around, women can only be pregnant. They got to be pregnant 9 months. So it's going to be slower because there are more men than women.
Well, Happy, if they're getting women from Vietnam, then believe me, I knew this Vietnamese girl in college, and I swear to this day, she's one of the prettiest women I've ever met. She had this little pixie cut, and she was just gorgeous. So if they're getting anything near her quality, man, they will. All they need is.
I know a lot of Asian immigrants. They had Vietnamese mothers and Chinese fathers, and so yeah, I think that is a kind of they have relations with each other even before now, I think, but maybe they're increasing. But yeah, they were beautiful, absolutely. Some of my best friends, but I would live with her a lot during the week, so I kind of grew up in an Asian home a lot. So it was I don't know, I love the culture, but yeah.
Okay, Portia.
Okay.
Well, Ryan tried to connect from Greenland, and looks like he lost the connection. So we'll have to wait. So we'll finish this. Portia has something she wants me to have a look at. There's a congresswoman looking to have prostitution legalized in her state. That wouldn't be South Carolina, would it, Loans?
Hey, I'll actually, if you're wrapping up soon too, I was going to jump off in a minute anyway, so I'll let you finish up the video. I'll hop down. Thanks for inviting me.
Well, let's see how much.
I'll still listen.
Yeah, we got about
if you want.
6 minutes.
I just don't want to overstay my welcome.
Then yeah, I'm going to sign off. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I have to give you a compliment. You like mixing it up, so
I do.
You are always welcome here if you want to mix it up.
Okay, I appreciate that. I enjoy talking to you as well. And I'll
Take
be
it
listening
easy.
too. I'll just hop off the panel. Okay.
I hope. What happened to T? T hasn't done a show in a few days. I don't have any show to listen to as I drift to sleep overnight. So we'll listen to the rest of this rant, because I think he's going into rant mode here, and then we will end this fiasco. And I don't know if I'm going to do a show tonight. I've kind of committed to Monday through Thursday. I do have some leftover stories, and the Supreme Court handed down 3 decisions. So I may actually do an overnight show, maybe around 5 o'clock, just to talk about the Supreme Court stuff and whatever other news that might come up. It'll be a brief show if I do it. He's a misogynistic simp. All right, well let's finish this.
These women were done. So they decided to leverage their power and organize, and heaps of South Korean women started pushing back against the patriarchal society following their own movement called 4B. There were 4 key rules: no dating men, no marrying men, no sex with men, and no children. Soon, birth rates was dropping just as fast as women's independence and freedom was growing. And once men realized that these ladies meant business and they might never feel a woman's touch again, how fast do you think things turned around? Lightning speed. Like so fast they make your head spin. And these weren't no ambiguous cultural shifts. No, these were tangible. For 68 years, abortion was completely illegal in South Korea. But in 2021, just 2 years after the 4B movement got its legs, the country decriminalized it. Massive protests erupted against the sickos who were secretly watching women on spy cams. And what do you know? All of a sudden, South Korea started cracking down on that crime more than ever. For many years, victims of violent crimes were scared to come forward because of the high chance that they would be hit by defamation lawsuits by their abusers. The courts would just back them in, even if they were predators. Sound familiar? But after the influence of the 4B movement, reforms swept the nation. The government widened access to shelters, restraining orders, and legal help. They even passed an amendment banning South Korean men with a history of abuse from marrying foreign women, which many of them were quick to do when they realized that women in their own country were so sick of it. In 2022, for the first time ever, employees were given the right to petition the Labor Relations Commission in cases of gender discrimination and sexual harassment. And while there's still a long way to go when it comes to equality in South Korea, these women are doing the
well, Juan, yeah, I heard, as a matter of fact, I did a story about the judge blocking the deportations of that guy's family for due process, basically. Now, no, he was here. If you're happy, if you're talking about the that Egyptian guy who did the Molotov attack, no, he wasn't a refugee. What happened is he was here on a tourist visa. When the tourist visa ran out, then he wanted to declare asylum. I think that's how it went. So in a way, he was kind of a refugee. I'll be honest with you. There are people in Egypt who are in danger, but I mean, Egypt is relatively, safe. That part about Egypt being an ally, that we've got plenty of allies that, that aren't necessarily savory characters. That's been, part of American foreign policy forever. So I think what that guy did, and I would actually approve that he's just made it harder for people to, come here on tourist visas. To be honest, what they should have done is like shipped his butt out and like, hey, if you want asylum, do it from Egypt. They should have never allowed them to stay. And the other interesting thing is this guy had Jewish neighbors. So I don't know. His particular problem was with Zionists. And I don't know why he thought that was a group of Zionists, doing the remembrance for hostages. They should have just gotten rid of him pretty much when his tourism visa ended. Well, apparently you could. Hopefully that ends. You can't come here as a tourist and decide to stay. No, I don't hate Egyptians, Deacon Dave. I don't know where. I don't have fond memories of Egypt, and I don't have a high opinion of Egyptians, but I know how to keep my prejudices under check. Unlike the anti-black blacks in the white shades, they just let their racism, their racist attitudes run rampant, roam free. I'd keep mine in a cage. Yeah, you know what, Lou? I am generally less tired and get more sleep, so I agree with you. So I'm going to keep it up as long as I can. And Egyptians... That is true, Happy. Egyptians do hate other Egyptians. That's a thing in the Middle East. If you're not the right form of Islam, you're liable to get deleted. So it is amazing how Islam has some internal hatreds, depending on your sect. I've been to Egypt. Well, I've been several times to Hurghada on a deployment. So you could say I've been to Egypt multiple times, but it was always the same place. So I'm not sure that counts. You can just pretty much say I've been to Egypt once, just multiple occasions. And baksheesh. The Middle East is about baksheesh. I do not like baksheesh culture. There were people who would get offended if I didn't want to haggle with them. So I'm not a haggler because I don't like shopping. Just give it to me, let me pay for it, and I'm done. But no, they want to hand me some tea, and we haggle over a trinket. No fun. All right. So anyway, I'm going to end this because I am right at about 7 hours. I will probably be back on around 5 in the morning. I give you good price. Oh, and the other thing, I had a friend of mine when I was in Abu Dhabi. You go to the souk. They've got a really nice souk, actually. So he wanted to have suits made, because, the fabric and getting these custom made suits are fairly cheap. So the guy who owned the shop was Indian, and he had a thing about calling males dear. And it kind of freaked me out. It was the first time I'd ever encountered that. So, my dear, can I help you, my dear? And I'm like, what? What are you? So, but it's what they do. It's not my thing, but I will see you dears in the morning. I will be on probably around 5 or so in the morning for a couple hours just to cover some news items, and then we go from there. Everyone, please make sure that you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. I do recommend, if you didn't catch the street interviews from last night, he had 2 particularly good ones that really are top notch. I enjoyed watching them, so please do catch those too when you can, and make sure you like those videos, and make sure you leave comments on all the videos you don't catch live. Please start leaving comments if you have them. I know for my show, I get so few of them that I pretty much always respond. So God said, let me make some people for Stanley to look down on. That's look down upon, Dave. Look down upon. And Roller Skater Texas Girl, if you are in the audience right now, please show up tomorrow because I got the cookbook and I want to talk about it. So just remind me, or hopefully I'll remember when you pop up in the chat again. I want to thank you. I also want to talk about the cookbook and a couple other things about Indian cooking. So I enjoyed it, folks, as always. And, let me also say, if you come up on my panel, it is called Stanley versus the World. And I am not shy. I blame it on being 60. I put on my old man outfit. And hey, if I disagree with you, it's not personal. I just disagree with it. So, be ready to defend your ideas if they're deeply held beliefs. And that was a comment. The show title was a comment that I found funny yesterday. And we will sally forth from here. Thank you, Portia, for all you do. Make sure you all support Portia. She does a lot behind the scenes. It makes my life easier. It makes John Galt's life easier and all the other hosts. She actually does stuff, folks. And we need to make sure that we continue to support her. And don't blame it on her for Stanley versus the World. She thought she was doing a good thing. And I'm sure I have sorely disappointed her. Make sure you do support the host of the show. It is almost the weekend, and I will need Bud Light, just to kind of soothe my soul after Be Brave's show this morning. So I will see you all in the morning, probably. I enjoyed it. Y'all have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.